Good morning. Today we are going to delve into a case from my case files that is 50 years old this year. And I gotta be honest when I say this is one that I hesitate to do because it was the first case really that I caught a lot of grief over. You have to understand is, you're as a cold case detective, you're doing these cases and you're doing it to help family members, help law enforcement, help for justice. And all of a sudden, you do one where you are met with resistance from both sides. And it really it shook me because I wasn't used to that. I wasn't used to getting hate mail. I mean, I am now, so it doesn't bother me. But at the time, and I'm going to say this was nearly, when did I do this case? Probably 2013. So it's been 10 years since I've done this case. And at the time, I was taken aback by the hate mail after I rendered an opinion. And, the newspapers were involved and such. And it was just, it was the first time that I just encountered anything like that. So the gist of the story, and I haven't decided, I might do like a whole week's worth because this is a pretty big case. And a lot of people don't want me to talk about this case, but it's important. There's a lot of teachable moments in it. For me too, I learned a lot from this case. So the gist of the case is when October, I believe it was 19th, 1973, a young 12-year-old girl named Jennifer Hill goes missing from South Williamsport in Pennsylvania. And she was last seen around 4 p.m. leaving her friend's home, and that friend being Ruth Hubbard. Now, I want to qualify this by saying, as you guys know who watch me regularly, I do not like to use people's names other than their first names for the most part, unless there has been a conviction or the names otherwise has already been out in the public, such as this case. So I don't have an issue with saying the names of the people involved. But with that said, I hesitate because I have so many viewers and subscribers that I don't want people to harass, intimidate, anything like that. And that is another reason I try not to use full names and stuff. Especially because I've seen what happened in these Delphine, Idaho murders where people are harassing innocent people. But it goes for convicted people in this case as well. I don't want people harassed. But the names are already out there. And in fact, this offender has his website and everything out there proclaiming his innocence. So I'm not too broken up about saying people's names. So Jennifer Hill leaves the Hubbard residence. The Hubbard residence consists of Jennifer Hill's best friend, good friend, Ruthie Hubbard, same age. Ruthie Hubbard's older brother, Kim. Kim is a boy. He's age 20, I believe. And then the parents. She's last seen leaving that residence at 4 o'clock. The walk home is about 10 blocks. And I believe it takes 17 minutes if I remember my investigation correctly, but she never makes it. She disappears. and the search is on. Definitely out of character, and we'll get into victimology later on. This is just an overview of the case that I want to give everybody to prepare them for what's about to come. Jennifer Hill's body is then found, I believe, October 28th. So, was it 9 days later, in a cornfield, approximately, I want to say, maybe 3.5 miles from where she was last possibly seen, or known seen for sure, without a doubt, the Hubbard residence. Let's just say that, because as she's walking, she is seen by a number of people, including a district magistrate who currently is a district magistrate, who used to be my corporal in the police department and also police chief. Him and his brother saw her walking, and they were ages 10 and 14 at the time, I believe. So it's weird how things tie into this. She's found, and we'll get into how the body is positioned, the clothing, the evidence. We'll get into all that into a lot more detail as we move forward on this case. But right now, just know that she was found 9 days later. The investigation kind of starts turning within, I would say, a short amount of time. After that body was discovered on October 28th, by November 1st, and then certainly by like the end of November, I start looking at Kim Hubbard, the 20-year-old brother of Ruthie, where Jennifer Hill had spent the night, the previous night before going missing, and was the last place she was seen. And we'll get into why eyes turned to him. And, you know, for fairly good reason. But we'll get into his background. I met with him, obviously, during my investigation, my impressions of him and things like that. But he was eventually, within, a month or two, arrested. He went to trial. He testified in his own defense. He was convicted by a jury of his peers and sent to prison for a 10 to 20 year sentence, second-degree murder charge. He got out after 10 years of serving and moved right back to the same area where this crime occurred and proclaimed his innocence. That is when I got involved, because he had started sending letters to the courts, the judges. And one of the judges that received this letter saying, hey, I'm innocent. I was framed by the government for this crime. Now, you got to remember, he's already done the crime, or done the time for the crime, and he's out. So now he's sending letters. To be honest, I found that endearing of him, because here he could have simply vanished and said, you know what? I did my time. I'm over it. I'm moving on with my life. But he didn't. He was still proclaiming his innocence. And that intrigued me. But I didn't know anything about this case. This was a big case for the county. And I didn't realize how big it was until I started investigating it. And I went to a library and I got on the microfiche and started looking at past newspapers and the coverage of the trial and things like that. It was big news. I didn't know any of that. I'm not from that area, so it didn't matter to me. But when the judges said, hey, gave the letter to the district attorney, and the district attorney said, Kenny, here. Actually, I think they gave it to my partner at the time, Al Diaz, and Al Diaz myself and the DA had a discussion, and it was determined that it was better served if I worked on it for whatever reason at the time. Maybe he just didn't want to do it. Maybe he knew that I had passion for it, whatever. But in turn, it was given to me. I jumped on it. I was very excited to work on this case. And after I met with him, a whole lot of different developments that took place. Again, it was, I'm speechless because I'm thinking back now, and I haven't thought about this case for a while. The amount of flack that I got for just investigating it. I received letters, and I'll show you all this stuff. I received letters from people. The former mayor's kid called and wanted to know why I was reinvestigating it, and I'm going to have to do a whole week's worth on it. I'll break it down into certain sections, but it's very, very intriguing and compelling. And it strikes me funny because if you've read my book, Unsolved No More, I have a chapter in there, and that's what started this whole thing really going. I got a lot of hate mail after that book was released. Well, at the time, I thought it was a lot of hate mail. I probably had 5-6 people blast me. You know, Hubbard, he has his supporters for sure. But I got a lot of nice emails too. People saying, you know, this case had bothered me for so long. You finally put a bow on it, solved it. Listen, I didn't solve anything. Okay? And that's another misconception about this case. People want to get mad at me for my final opinion. Again, the district attorney who I worked for said, here, solve this. I looked at it. Listen, it was already solved. Okay? The guy was convicted. He went to trial. The case is over. Now, if you want me to re-examine it and either confirm or dismiss what they did, I'll do that. But it has nothing to do with solving it. I give my opinion, which you'll see. It was 20-page findings of what I found and why, which is important. Why I found what I found. Still to this day, now this is 10 years after my investigation, somebody wrote a book or something called, I don't know what it was called, something about evil or somebody that wears a badge or something. And apparently there's some sections in there about me personally. And I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing they're trying to say that, you know, I framed him or something. It's just, again, it's so ludicrous that you almost don't want to even talk about it. And these people, number one, they're getting angry at me for an opinion that I came up with. I didn't convict the guy. I didn't arrest the guy. I didn't prosecute the guy. He was arrested by the Pennsylvania State Police. He was convicted and prosecuted by the Lycoming County District Attorney's Office in the 70s. He was sentenced and convicted by a jury of his peers. Not me. I'm not involved. I wasn't even born in 1973. But these Hubbard supporters want to direct their anger at me. I didn't arrest him. I didn't convict him. I just looked at all the evidence, looked at the claims, and gave an opinion. But because I am, you know, I guess people want to say that I'm famous or I'm a true crime celebrity, and I get a lot more viewers, I guess, than the jury of his peers or his prosecutor or his arresting officer, I'm the one who's the bad guy. So they write a book and include me in there and saying that I framed somebody. It's the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay? I'm certainly a non-biased opinion, and I remember meeting with Kim Hubbard the first time at the Humdinger restaurant where he was arrested. It was amazing. We were sitting there, 40 years after he was arrested in that same establishment talking. And, after I talked to him, and we'll get into how he is. Very A-type personality, always wants to be in control. He speaks what he has to speak, and then, at least at that time, he waits for you to speak and give a retort, but yet he's not listening to what your retort is. He's formulating another thought and another opinion. You can tell, when you talk to somebody, whether they're paying attention to you or not. Needless to say, when I left that meeting with him, I remember him saying, I'm glad you're here, to exonerate me, or something to those words. And I'll have those words for sure later when we go through this case, because I, obviously took notes and put quotation marks and everything that he said. It was a very meticulous investigation that I did on this. And in fact, in my summation, which I read this morning, it was a year and some odd months of an investigation that I did. Now, that's a long time for a case that's already been through the system. Nobody cares about the case anymore. By that, I mean in the judicial system. It's been done. The guy's been convicted. He's sentenced. He did his time, and he's out. Again, so when Kim started sending these letters saying that he was innocent, I paid attention. Because one thing that I'm very passionate about is innocent people being convicted. Again, I am not pro-law enforcement, and I'm not pro-defense. I'm about the truth. Wherever that truth lies, it doesn't matter to me. Okay, it really doesn't. In this case, I looked at it the exact same way I do cases today. It wasn't my first big case, and it certainly wasn't my last, but it was one that had an endearing and not detrimental effect, but it had lots of learnable moments for me personally, as an investigator and as a human. But when I met with Kim Hubbard for the first time, and he said something like, I'm glad you're here to exonerate, I corrected him right then and there. And I said, I'm not here to exonerate you. I'm here for the truth, wherever that lies. And I remember specifically him leaning forward in my face. We were sitting at a small table, and he had a coffee, and he got inches from my face and emphatically said, I did not kill that girl. So I got a little bit more closer because I could see he was trying to intimidate me. And I said, I will find out. And he leaned back in his chair and said, had a smile on his face, I like you. That's how our meeting started. Now, I don't know if it was directly after that meeting or the next meeting that we had. And again, I will know for sure after I go through the case file here, and I'll show you everything. I'm all about transparency, okay? I got nothing to hide. Again, I didn't convict him. I just came with an opinion after I was asked by my boss to look at it. But at some point, he emailed me and said, I think this case is bigger than you. And it was shortly after I told him that I wasn't there to exonerate him. And of course, I saved all of his emails and everything that he had sent me. I want to make this very, very clear. I have nothing against Kim Hubbard. And it's funny that, in any case that I've looked at, Darlie Routier, Jeffrey McDonald, they all have their supporters. They all have them. The first time that I dealt with supporters was in this case with Jennifer Hill, and realized that he had people that believe that he's innocent. And those supporters, I want to use the word attack, but I'll use that loosely. They sent me some emails and stuff, saying that I was an idiot. At the time, it bothered me. It doesn't anymore. I'm so used to it. But I have nothing against Kim Hubbard. These supporters of him act like it's me against him. In the newspaper articles that came out at the time that found out, what my opinion was and stuff and so forth, and where DNA became relevant when I reinvestigated it, where in 1973, obviously DNA didn't play a role in it. I mean, I had people just hounding me, saying that I planted evidence. That part infuriated. It still makes me mad, because integrity. I live my life by integrity. Not just investigations, my life in general. And so for people to say that I planted evidence, and I've come to learn that when people can't explain away certain things, they will go to the planting of evidence theory all the time. It took me a while to learn that, but now I know that. I almost don't want to address it because it's so absurd. But a lot of the things in this case, like the assertion that the girl's body was refrigerated and then placed back into a cornfield to be found and photographed 2 different times, and a dental tie in her mouth, there's a lot of absurdities that were spouted in this case. And some people really believe them. But I've come to learn, just like conspiracy theories, that you can't change people's minds if they believe those things. Kim Hubbard has his supporters, and they badmouth me. And it is what it is. I have nothing against the man. He was convicted of killing a 12-year-old girl. Whether he's a good person or not, I'm not the morality police. And I say that a lot. My job as an investigator is to look at the evidence, look at the behaviors, relay that, and compare it to past cases in training and experience, and come up with a conclusion if you can. That's all I did in this case. I don't give 2 shits about his supporters. And I don't really care about the prosecution that convicted him. They're both irrelevant to me when I look at a case. It's non-biased. I don't care. I honestly don't care whether he, or anybody for that matter, did the crime or didn't do the crime. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. And that's what people don't understand. Conspiracy theorists, supporters on one side or the other, they have to find a reason. Okay? He's going against our thought. So what can we say? What can we throw against him to make it stick and make it look like he's biased? Insecure and ignorant people do that. I'm neither. Okay? So at the end of this, I will show you reasons for Kim Hubbard's innocence, his guilt, why he was convicted, why he could be innocent, what I think happened, and we'll get into all that. Now, one thing I do feel bad about is the victim's family. I hate bringing this stuff up. You know, the last time the newspaper called me and asked me to quote on this case, you know, I said, you know, everybody wants to make this case about Kim Hubbard. But the most important person is who it should be about. And that's Jennifer Hill. It's never referred to as the Jennifer Hill case. It's referred to as the Kim Hubbard case. He's being remembered when she's not. And that is troublesome to me. I spoke, obviously, to Jennifer Hill's sister when I first started this investigation. I remember knocking on her door and her surprise that I was looking into it. But I was very transparent with her. Hey, I'm not doing this just for shits and giggles, right? I got better things to do. Kim Hubbard sent this letter. This letter went to the DA. DA told me to follow up on it. I'm going to do my job. That's why I'm here. And I had no idea at the time that Rhodes and the twists and the conspiracies and the framing and the bad-mouthing, all that was going to take place in my year-long investigation. And it continued long after that. People calling me, trying to get FOIA requests. This is after I retired. Some attorneys, supporters of Hubbard, bad-mouthing me because I wouldn't give them my reports. You know, hey, as far as I'm concerned, my official reports with DNA results and serology and all the things that I did, you got to go through the DA's office. That's where I worked. There's a chain of command. There's a protocol set in place. You get mad at me because I'm a civilian now. I'm retired and you're sending things to my home address that you found and you think that I'm going to get back to you? You know? Come on. People crack me up. Really do. Especially these conspiracy theorists. And, you know, the people that want to say that who didn't even have anything to do with his conviction. I wasn't even born. Yet I'm the reason that Kim Hubbard is frowned upon and I am dirty. I was a dirty cop. And I planted evidence. Well, it shouldn't bother me because the people that know me, the people that worked with me and for me, I mean, they know. Okay? So it's going to take me a little bit to go through the case file again and refamiliarize myself with stuff. But it's amazing to me that 50 years later, it's been 50 years, that this is going to stir up all this controversy again. And it doesn't have to be. But we're going to look at the evidence. That's what's important. Okay? And I'm not doing this for any other reason than it's important to understand cases in the context of history and what we've learned. We've learned so much about behavioral characteristics, evidence, since 1973 when this crime occurred until today, 50 years later. It's amazing. It's amazing to me the power that this case has in a It's not a nationally known case. It's localized, but it's big, and it was big. I didn't realize that, again, because I wasn't born. I was in 1973. I wasn't born until 74. So, but the people that were alive during that time, they remember it. You know? And again, I want to make it clear, I have no bias towards Kim Hubbard, his supporters, nor do I have any bias against Alan Erdel or his descendants. He was the prosecutor at the time, or the Pennsylvania State Police, who investigated it and arrested Kim Hubbard. I have no bias against either of them. I have no favoritism towards either of them. It's all about the truth. True crime has to be about the truth. All the time. Every time. That's one of the problems with true crime today. For sure. People just want to spout their theories with no empirical evidence to back it up. You know, in this case, again, remember how I said everything has changed from 1973 to when I took over, reviewed this case in 2013. We got DNA now. We got different things that will help us solve the crime. So the evidence that helped convict Hubbard back in 1973, I sent out and had it tested forensically by the best of the best. Not just some Joe Smo working in some lab. At the time, I was the president and founder of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. I had the best of the best working for me. I had Joe Kenda, the homicide hunter. Okay? Warner Spitz, Cyril Weck, Dr. Henry Lee, Mary Ellen O'Toole, Ann Burgess from the Netflix show Mindhunter. The list goes on and on. FBI criminal profilers by the handful. So I reached out to them. Hey, I need to know about these tire impressions that were found at the scene of the crime. Hey, boot prints found in the mud at the scene of the crime. I need them compared to this. Because, to be honest with you, I've had some bad dealings with the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab. And they are the ones that did all the forensic work in this case. I wanted an unbiased, non-related entity to look at it. See what I'm getting at? So these people that say that I framed him or whatever it is just ludicrous. I sent it out to the best of the best and had them look at the evidence and had them explain it to me, whether they agreed with the original findings in 1973 or not. And I'm going to get into all that. What DNA told me, how I got the evidence to begin with, is amazing and almost unbelievable. It's so unbelievable that somebody might throw out the allegation of conspiracy and being framed. Some people say that I didn't even have that evidence. These double face palms are getting me. I shouldn't even do this case, to be honest with you, because it gets me so frustrated. But I'm going to try to maintain my level of composure and make this a teachable moment. And that's all that I'm going to do. Again, this case is already out there. Transcripts. Kim Hubbard has his own website proclaiming his innocence. I write my findings in my book. And if you I'm sure you've picked up on it that our findings contradict each other. And when that happens, you're going to have friction. Okay? I pass by Kim Hubbard's house 4 days a week. Yeah, and it used to be 5 days a week. Okay? I see him. I pass him. Okay? I got nothing against the guy, but people want to create this friction, that it's the detective against the convict. I got nothing against the guy. Okay? I just look at the evidence, use my training and experience, and say what I believe happened based off of the evidence. So, we'll get into it. Be a couple part series, I'm assuming. Probably at least 3 or 4 parts. A deep dive into the murder of 12-year-old Jennifer Hill on October 19th, 1973 in South Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And again, I'm sorry that I'm bringing this up for the victims' families. And to be honest with you, I hope they don't watch this. I have too much respect for them. Just like I do all victims' families, what they have endured throughout the years, they don't deserve that. Just like the defendants' families, they don't always deserve, sometimes they do, because sometimes they're complicit. But oftentimes they didn't do anything either, and they're ridiculed. So I have empathy for them as well. Now, I was badmouthed again by the defendant's family, and I get that. I understand that. Family's going to stick up for family, and I get it. And so I don't take that stuff personally. I understand it. But again, I think their anger is misdirected, where if you want to be angry at somebody, be angry at the juror. The people that convicted your loved one. Not me. Or maybe the arresting officer. Not me. Or maybe the prosecuting attorney. Not me. Maybe the judge that presided the case. Not me. I didn't do anything. But I have broad shoulders and I'm used to it, so I'll take it. This murder is a very teachable moment and had a direct impact on my life as an investigator and as a human. And I will get into all that reluctantly a little bit, but I think it's important to get it out there and show everybody what I see, what I know, and the truth be told, no matter what side it lies on. If it exonerates Kim Hubbard, good. If it doesn't, good. It's all about the truth. Remember that. It's never about the prosecution. It's never about the defense. It's about the truth. And the people that can't see that, and they want to be biased one side or the other and look at everything through that lens, they're not credible and they're not worth listening to. So tune in the next couple of shows. We'll get to the bottom of this case. And remember, it's the case of Jennifer Hill. Remember that. Not the case of Kim Hubbard. Good morning. So today what I want to do is continue on with my Jennifer Hill series that I'm doing. Again, let's look at a little case synopsis of this. Jennifer Hill was a 12-year-old victim who went missing October 19th, 1973 from South Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Her body was found October 28th in a cornfield a couple miles from where she was last seen. Subsequently, within that month, and I have it here somewhere, but not off the top of my head, An individual named Kim Hubbard was not only arrested, later on he was convicted and sentenced to 10 to 20 years for the murder of Jennifer Hill. Kim Hubbard has always maintained his innocence, and when I got involved in the case in 2013, I met with Mr. Hubbard a few times and then shared some emails, and then all communication ceased between us, and I'll get into those interactions later on. But what I want to do today is go over interviews, timelines, very important key individuals being interviewed in regards to this crime. Now, the other day I had gone back to the site where Jennifer Hill was last seen walking, and I did walk that area 50 years later, and you'll see that later on in a video that I did, and went back to the same location to where her body was found. Obviously, a lot of things have changed since 1973, not only socially, but physically in that area as well. So it was a little difficult for me to pinpoint the exact location where her body was found without any help from anybody, which I certainly could have gotten, but I'm just a loner. I kind of like to do things alone and figure out things on my own. So I did that, and I must say, I went through the whole case file again. I read it because I am a much different investigator now than I was 10 years ago when I first looked at this case. So I was unbiased then, and I'm unbiased now, but I feel just like with anything, I'm a better investigator with time, with experience, just like any vocation. As a teacher, you're a rookie teacher, you're in there teaching. 10 years later, you've learned nuances. You've learned what to say to calm the situation. You know what to say to escalate a situation. No different here. So I wanted to go back and look at it and see if there was anything that stood out to me on either side. And I did catch a couple of things that make me raise an eyebrow. Now, let me preface this by saying there's some things in this case file that I see that raise an eyebrow or do something to me on both sides. Meaning, I see it in Kim Hubbard's and his supporters' eyes on some things. For example, Kim Hubbard maintains he was framed. That's the gist of it. He was framed. Not that he's innocent. I never personally heard that from him, because when I approached him and I was looking at an unbiased way, I'm looking at it as, okay, somebody else murdered this girl. If that's the case, when I talk to Kim, let me see what his thoughts are. So when I said about one of the key pieces of evidence being a boot print found underneath, and we'll get into why that's so important, underneath the victim's body was matched to his boot print. But I wanted to know, hey, could another boot make this print, right? I mean, that's pretty obvious as something you want to look into. I mean, if there's 1,000 types of those boots, 100,000 types of those boots made, and let's say in that town, vicinity of 30 miles, there's 30 pair of those boots. Well, you got 30 suspects, and you have to eliminate them, right? So my question to Kim, after I had read everything, when I talked to him, was, could that boot print been made by somebody else. And his exact words were to me, no, that was my boot print. But I was framed, or it was planted. That stuck to me. And then I went back and I wrote that in my report because it was something that stood out to me. I wasn't expecting that response. What I was expecting was probably something like, yeah, absolutely, because I didn't do it. You know, I didn't get that. And I'll get into the evidence because it's very crucial, obviously, probably on the next video. Because if I did all of this in just one video, it's probably going to be 5 or 6 hours long. There's that much stuff to go over. And I'm not going to be able to get to everything. I'm not going to answer everybody's questions. But I'm trying to make it as comprehensive as possible on both sides. I mean, I think that I'm going to show you things that is going to make you believe that Kim Hubbard was innocent. There's no way he could have done it. I won't get into all of the little things that he says because some of them are just, they're too far out there for me. Okay? One of them, you know, and I'll address it, but like the body being refrigerated and then found in the corn and then replaced back in the corn and stuff like that. We'll get into what his claims are, but there's a lot of little things that I just don't think are relevant. They're relevant to him and his supporters. But for me, I always say in the first 50 to 100 pages in a police report, and that's being generous, you're going to find the suspect. Generally. That's not always. It's not always foolproof, okay? But once you look at the crime scene, see how the victim is, what the manner of death is, things like that, the cause of death, what was used, the instrument, how they were placed, if they were placed, you know, if there's a signature, all those things will tie it into, or at least eliminate possible suspects. So, I just want to focus right now. I'd already given you the background of the case, kind of, in a previous video. So in this video, I just want to go over the timeline and the interviews that were conducted. So on October 19th, Jennifer Hill goes missing. Now, one of the biggest contentions in this case is the timeline. That there is not enough time for Kim Hubbard to commit this crime. I disagree with that. Now, when I went back over today and pretty much all week, his timeline and the timeline of this case, there are discrepancies. But the discrepancies aren't because somebody's lying. It's because nobody was looking at it as, I have to know exactly what time Jennifer Hill left this house because she's going to be murdered. No, nobody thought that, you know. So times might be off, give or take 5-10 minutes, maybe as much as 15 to a half an hour. Now, what defense attorneys will do is when they get a timeline from a police report, that's their job, is to pick inconsistencies out. It's their job. Hey, Kim Hubbard could not have committed this crime because Jennifer Hill, according to Jennifer Hill's mother, left that house at 4 o'clock. It says it right here. Well, maybe Jennifer Hill's mom did say that initially, okay? Because her daughter hadn't been found murdered yet. She's missing, Okay? There's still hope. There's still possibility. She's found murdered. Okay? Things just got real. Okay? Now, me as an investigator, I'm setting Miss Hill down, and I'm grabbing her by the shoulders. I'm comforting her, but I'm telling her, listen, please listen to me. I know this is a very, very difficult time in your life. There's nothing I can say. There's nothing that I can say to make you feel any better. I understand that, but look at me. We have to get down to the details. The minute details that you might not think are important. And we have to figure out when you called the Kim Hubbard residence and what time that was to the nth degree. So let's think. Okay? Then, maybe she's like, all right, television was on. The match game was on. Okay, well that gives an investigator something. It was just ending. Okay, you go back to the old TV guide. What time did this play? Oh, it's over at 4 o'clock. So you're saying that you called the house right before? Yes. Okay. Things like that. That's what's important. So then timelines change a little bit. It's not because somebody's lying. Okay? If somebody's lying in a timeline, it's not the time discrepancy that's important. It's the location that's important. That's when you know somebody's lying. If you interview Kim Hubbard and he says at 4:30, I was at the Humdinger eating. Okay. How long were you there? 25 minutes. Okay. And then 10 days later, you interview Kim Hubbard and he says, at 4:30, I was at the car wash. Well, okay, that's not a time discrepancy, right? That's an alibi discrepancy. That's a location discrepancy. And then, okay, now I'm a little worried. So think about that as we go into these timelines. And another thing that I wanted to try to figure out, and I think I figured it out, because there's no report anywhere that just starts out saying Kim Hubbard is a suspect because of this, and this. That doesn't exist here. But the way the Pennsylvania State Police write their report, at least back then, everything is pretty much, general. Like, not general, but there's no suspect list. And if you don't have a suspect, then once you have a suspect or an accused, all of a sudden that accused or suspect's name will appear at the beginning of every report. Well, that happened here. You're reading along, reading, nothing, and then all of a sudden, suspect Kim Hubbard on everything. And I am trying to figure out, well, what happened that made him a suspect? Because one of his contentions and his supporters' contentions is that he was, I guess, a bad kid. Or something to that extent. He was frowned upon. I don't know. He was vulgar. There's stuff in here into the report about people saying that he would talk to his mom very poorly, use cuss words in public, very vulgar, very rough. Listen, does that make you a suspect? No. No, it doesn't mean that you killed anybody. Okay? But his supporters, and I think, and I don't want to speak for Kim Hubbard because I would never do that, it seemed like that's the reason they targeted him. But he firmly believes that he was framed. So, I start seeing reports with his name on it as a suspect. Where? Why? How did this happen? So, let's look at Jennifer Hill's mom's interview, the victim's mom. She is interviewed on the 25th. Now, she was interviewed, you got to remember, this was originally a South Williamsport police case. And then at some point in time, into the disappearance, and I have it marked here. I thought I marked it down here. At some point in time on the 23rd, so Jennifer Hill goes missing on the 19th of October. On the 23rd of October, the South Williamsport police bring in state police, meaning that, hey, we need help. We can't find this girl. It's been 4 days now. She's not a runaway. We don't believe, although there was a disagreement, and which is very important. There's a disagreement on the last phone call from Jennifer Hill's mom to Jennifer Hill at the Hubbard residence around 4 o'clock, 3:45, 4 o'clock, and where Jennifer did not want to come home. She wants to go to a football game later that night. Jennifer Hill's mom says, no, you need to come home. So I don't know the extent of that argument. Even if it was an argument, it might not even been an argument. It's just, hey, come home. No, I don't want to. I don't care. Come home. Okay, bye. You know, there's no indication anywhere from Jennifer Hill's mom or Ruthie Hubbard, who was there with her, with Jennifer Hill, when this phone call was placed. It's just, I think it's just typical 12-year-old stuff. You know, hey, I want to stay at my friend's house longer. I don't want to come home. No, you got to come home. So on the 25th of October, this is not the first time she's interviewed, okay? But this is the first time the state police interview her. Jennifer Hill is still missing. Norma Hill says, I made the call at 3:45 for Jennifer to come home. I called the Hubbard residence where Jennifer Hill had spent the night previously. At 4:15, she still isn't home. Okay? She should be home because it only takes, let me break out my notes here and let you know how long that it takes to walk. So from the Kim Hubbard residence, where she was last quote unquote seen, last place her mom talked to her, to Jennifer Hill's home on Hastings Street is 0.7 miles. It's almost a straight shot. And it takes 17 minutes to walk that. So, let's go back to Norma Hill's interview on the 25th of October. I call there at 3:45. Tell Jennifer to come home. At 4:15, she's not home yet. 17-minute walk. She called at 3:45. She should be home right around 4 o'clock. She's not. Mom gives her an extra 15 minutes leadway. 4:15. She's not home yet. Should have been home 15 minutes ago. Jennifer Hill's mom, Norma, tells her older daughter, Jackie, hey, call the Hubbard residence again, see where Jennifer's at. At 4:15, Jackie now calls the Hubbard residence. The Hubbard residence, the mom and daughter Ruthie, relay to Jackie, she already left. There's no panic yet. Okay? She's a little late, but she had already left. And she's saying now, this is coming right from her interview on the 25th, between 4:30 now. So now she is a half an hour late getting home, and she already left. Between 4:30 and 4:45, Jennifer Hill's dad, you know, it's important now when dad gets involved. Dad calls the Hubbard residence looking for his daughter. Kim, the accused, the convicted, now answers the phone and says, Mom, where's Jennifer? Well, she left. That is troublesome for the prosecution. Okay? The crux of this case, when it comes to a timeline, is not really when Jennifer Hill leaves. It's this. When Mr. Hill calls the Hubbard residence looking for his daughter, and he speaks to Kim Hubbard. Because now, what is that? That's an alibi. It's an odd alibi, right? The victim's dad is Kim Hubbard's alibi. It's not a visual alibi, but it might as well be. Kim Hubbard answered the phone. Now, the prosecution wants you to believe that he's already murdered Jennifer Hill. This 19, 20-year-old kid has already murdered somebody, dumped the body, come back home, and takes the phone call from the victim's father and callously says, "Hey, Mom, where's Jennifer at? Did she leave yet?" That's scary on both parts. It's scary that if Kim Hubbard did do this crime, that he's that cold. It's scary on the prosecution's point because now they have a timeline that they have to fit Kim Hubbard murdering this beautiful girl, and fit it within that timeline. Now, this morning when I was reading over these timelines, one of the things that made me believe that Kim Hubbard was telling the truth, that I picked up on here, that I didn't pick up on 10 years ago. He's telling the truth about this very specific phone call from Jack Hill, not about anything else. But when Jack calls, and I believe his name is Jack, I apologize if it's not. I just should say Mr. Hill. I'll give him the respect he deserves. Mr. Hill calls and asks for Jenny. When Kim turns and says to Mom and to his sister, "Is Jenny here?" And they say, "No, she left like half an hour ago," or whatever it is a statement given on the same day by Ruth. Ruth is interviewed multiple times. And remember, this is Jennifer Hill's friend. It's Kim Hubbard's sister. And she, to me, comes off extremely truthful. And again, she's 12 years old. She has no reason to lie. And one of the things she says, and I only seen it once. I saw it this morning in one of her maybe 5, 6 interviews. And it was only a little snippet, like a half a sentence. It said, Kim came home 3 minutes after the victim left. She has no reason to make that up. 3 minutes, that is very telling to me. To me, that's somebody that's telling the truth. Because it's not 5 minutes, it's not 10 minutes, it's 3 minutes. So if that's the case, when Kim is talking to Mr. Hill on the phone, Kim and Jennifer never passed each other. You see what I'm saying? Jennifer leaves. 3 minutes later, Kim comes pulling in with his car. Now, maybe he passed the victim. Maybe. But maybe he's telling the truth. He gets home 3 minutes after Jennifer leaves. Walks in the door, doing whatever he's doing. Phone rings. Hello? Yeah, where's my daughter? She spent the night at you guys' place. Did she leave? Hey, Ruthie, where's Jennifer? She left 3 minutes before he got home. Again, it's very important going over cases, finding little things that you didn't see. So, one of the other things that Ruthie was very adamant on was that, and she made it a point to call the police and say that, and I'm sure it was with mom's direction or father's direction, not sure. I'm sure she didn't do it on her own, but maybe she did at age 12. To call and say, hey, the victim should have in her pockets some soap and some corn from Halloween. When you're younger, that's what you used to do. And when I read that again this morning, I had read it in the past, but when I read her interview and she mentioned that again, I got a very sinking feeling in my stomach. And I'll tell you why. Because when I found Jennifer Hill's clothing 40 years later, and I went through her pockets, I found that bar of soap. And it was all shriveled up, from being in a pocket, locked away for 40 years. And I remember it. And it was very surreal. Very surreal. As it is right now, thinking about that. I don't know why. It just was. And that bag of corn that she had as well. It's crazy how certain things hit you, All right. Took a little break there. Let's move on to another interview that I find very important. And that's the interview of Joe Hubbard. Now, this would be Kim's father, who fought tooth and nail after the conviction of Kim Hubbard to free his son. I mean, he met with state police. He did a lot of things, as any family member should. Okay, I don't blame Joe Hubbard or any of the Hubbard family for sticking up for Kim. It's what family does. I used to think that I had enough balls or enough conviction to say, well, if somebody in my family committed a heinous act, I would turn them in. Well, the older I got, I realized that that isn't necessarily true. Okay? You stick up for family. The saying blood is thicker than water, there's a lot of merit to that. Like Billy the Kid said too in Young Guns, if you're my friend, there's nothing I'd fail to do. And I would put that to family. So, Joe Hubbard is interviewed on the 26th of October. Now remember, Jennifer Hill's body's not found until the 28th. And I bring this up because things can change. Right now, you have a person that's missing. They could still be alive. They could be a runaway. They could have been a kidnap victim. Whatever it is, they could have got lost. Could have suffered from dementia. Whatever it is. She's not dead in people's eyes except for the suspect. He's the only person that knows. Okay? No one else in the world knows. We just have a missing person. Once a body's found, and then you start interviewing people, and trust me, once a body's found, those interviews ramp up. They are tighter, they are more purposeful, and it's ironic. You would think it would be the other way around. We need to find this person before something happens to them. Yes, a lot of focus, a lot of work's being done when she's missing. But once there's a homicide, everything goes into a higher gear. And then when you interview people, that's when you start looking for inconsistencies. Okay? Because the suspect, whoever it is, that's when his story is going to change. Because in their mind, hey, I killed this person, I buried them, not in this case, or I dismembered them, not in this case, dumped them in the river, not in this case, but they did something to more than likely hide their crime. And in this case, it put the body in a cornfield. So, whoever did it is possibly trying to hide the crime. And I say possibly because you don't know what they were doing in that cornfield to begin with. You don't know whether that is a dump location where the person was killed elsewhere, which the prosecution, I believe, believes, which I don't, or they were killed there in that cornfield. And that's what I believe. But the interview will change of the suspect. That's when discrepancies are going to be noticed. Okay? Also, behaviorally, things are going to change in a person. For the most part. That's going to be important here when we look at these interviews with Joe Hubbard, the father. So on the 26th, he's interviewed. Jennifer Hill's still missing. He says she left our place at 4:10 p.m. We look back at Norma Hill when she calls the first time, 3:45, hey, get home. 4:15, her older daughter Jackie calls, hey, she already left. Well, now things they're making sense because Joe says that she left at 4:10. Okay. That makes sense. Jackie says when she called at 4:15, she already left. Joe is saying at 4:10 she left. Okay, look, now we got two people that are corroborating each other. And they're from different sides. Different families. Okay, so we can assume that 4:10 is the time we can go by that she left. And Kim Hubbard isn't home. Now, remember when I said there's some things that make me a little uncomfortable? And maybe it's because I don't understand. This is one of them. On the 28th of October, now this is the day the body is discovered. Yet, the body isn't discovered until 4 o'clock on the 28th. On 1:15 on the 28th, so approximately, 2 hours and 45 minutes before the body's found, 3 hours before the body's found, Joe Hubbard is interviewed again. This time, he's advised of his rights. Now, that is troublesome to me, only because I don't understand it. It's very possible that he, at this point in time, may be a suspect. But remember what your rights are, okay? You're not given rights when you're a witness. You are given rights when you are a suspect. Now, Joe Hubbard's not listed anywhere in any of these official police reports as a suspect. Nowhere. Although I hear it a lot. when I'm out and about and people want to bring this case up to me. I hear it all the time. But he's read his rights before the body's even discovered. I have not seen that done. I'm not saying it hasn't been done. I just haven't seen it done. I don't know why, and that's troublesome to me. Why are they reading his rights before a body's even discovered? Is it because they're erring on the side of caution? Yeah. Even though it appears from the report that he came in voluntarily, but I'm sure there was a conversation, a phone call that preceded that. Hey, can you come in? We need to talk to you. Yes. Comes in, he gets read his rights, and then he's interviewed. Maybe that's normal, that I just haven't seen it. Maybe they're just erring on the side of caution and saying, hey, he might say something that is tangible, that we need, that points to him. So, but no, normally you're a suspect. But there's no indication anywhere that he's listed as a suspect, and I see no reason why he is a suspect in this case. Yet he's read his rights at 1:15 before the body's discovered. Now, a lot of Kim Hubbard supporters will jump on it. That's the thing. I'll say something and people like to twist it or make it fit their narrative, when you shouldn't do that. Just let it ride. It's the truth. Okay? You don't have to make it fit nothing if it's the truth. At 13, 15 hours, he was read his rights and he was interviewed. That's it. Doesn't mean Kim's innocent. Doesn't mean Kim's guilty. It's just a fact. Now, let's jump forward to November 3rd. Bodies found on October 28th. November 3rd, everything is ramped up. Okay, what I want to do is now jump forward to November 3rd. Why November 3rd? November 3rd is the next time that Joe Hubbard is interviewed, where he gives very incriminating statements. And it's very important to this case. Joe Hubbard is in the hospital. He's in the hospital, I believe, because of a possible heart attack. I could be wrong on that, but that's how my memory serves me. What I am not wrong on is that the police went there to interview him. And what he had to say is of so much significance, I believe, to this case, that I'm going to read it verbatim from the actual police report. Now, please bear with me as I find it. Now, I pulled out a bunch of interviews that I felt were very important to this case. Here it is. Now, pay very close attention. This is November 3rd. Body has already been found. And Lieutenant Heineck went to the hospital to interview a patient in room 209. This individual name was Joe Hubbard. And this is what Joe Hubbard had to say. Now, these are in quotations. I'm not making them up. It's in the police report. Did the lieutenant make these up to frame Kim Hubbard? I mean, that's not for me to judge. I guess that's for you. I see no reason why he would do that at this juncture. And I'm going to read exactly what Joe Hubbard said about his son, Kim. Remember, Joe Hubbard fought tooth and nail about Kim's innocence. Yet this is what he says. Kim had been acting unusual ever since Jenny was missing, more so after she was found in the cornfield. The day that you talked to me at the house, that was last Wednesday, he got excited about the mud that was on his car. Kim told me that he got mud on his car when he was parking with his girlfriend Colleen down at the bottom of Allen Street. I told Kim there wasn't any mud at the bottom of Allen Street, as the area down there is all cinder. Kim told me there was mud on the floor of his car. As far as Kim's mother, she will cover up for Kim all the time. She always has. Kim has been acting strange since this happened. He acts like a scared mouse. One thing that I can tell you about Kim is when he is lying, he gets loud and vulgar. My daughter, Ruthie, is not influenced by her mother, but will tell the truth. I will speak out in court on this. My son, Kim, is not right. I would check on the receipt where Kim got the buffer that Friday to see if the time on the store receipt was right and had not been changed. I don't think he had his car washed that day. Also, getting back to the car, when you took the car that Wednesday, Kim made a remark about what you were going to find in the car. I know that my wife Doris will not cooperate with you in any way. She won't tell you anything if she felt that it would hurt Kim. I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to remember what I tell you. If you go to pick Kim up, be very careful. My wife told me last night here at the hospital that if the police come to get Kim, they will never take her or Kim alive. She will do anything to protect Kim. She was asking me about the shells that go in shotguns. I have 2 at the house, so be very careful. You could talk to Kim's girl again, Colleen. I won't say the last name. I told you she is 17 years old and lives in Du Bois Town. You could talk to her to see if she ever lived down in that area. Also to see if they ever parked down in that area that we were talking about. If I think of anything else, but it's hard for me to think of anything else that would help you the way things are. Things are mixed up for me. Come back and see me. Wow, right? What do you think about that? Do you think Mr. Hubbard is lying? Do you think the state police made up that whole little thing? Absolutely not. They didn't make that up. Kim's dad said that. Now why? Maybe it's just what it is. Simple truth. Other people want to point to the fact, like I said earlier, that he's responsible himself for this death. Although he has an alibi. He has a physical alibi. But what people can say, and Kim Hubbard and his supporters do say this, Jennifer Hill was not killed on the 19th of October when she went missing. In fact, she was killed closer to when the body was found. And their evidence is that they believe that she was refrigerated. And I will get into all that on another video when I talk about the evidence. Remember, we're just talking right now about timeline and interviews. Now, remember what I had said earlier about behavioral patterns. Oftentimes, when somebody commits the act of murder and they're not a serial offender, they will go through behavioral changes. And they'll be noticeable. Maybe it is, hey, somebody that doesn't drink alcohol is suddenly drinking alcohol. Maybe it's somebody that smokes cigarettes is now smoking 4 packs a day. There is a marked significance in the change of someone's behavior. Not always. There's sociopaths out there that don't care. Hell, they'll kill somebody, they'll dismember them, they'll go upstairs, brush their teeth, eat a steak with blood on their hands, and then they'll go to the grocery store and talk to the victims' families as if nothing happened. Okay? But if we are to believe Joe Hubbard, and I believe that there's some people that say that this doesn't exist. I believe I heard that. I think from somebody in the Hubbard camp that I made it up because I think I included that in my book. It exists. It's right there. You know, I have no reason to lie. That is always such a big I don't even know what to explain. When people say that I make stuff up or I have made stuff up, they say it because it doesn't fit their narrative. Just like when we're going to get into this evidence, you know, Kim Hubbard told me you don't have it. And I understand why he said that. Because in his discovery, he got paperwork, and he told me this. I got paperwork that says you're lying. Well, he didn't know me. I don't lie. There's no reason to lie. But I understand why he thought I was lying and said, you're lying because I have evidence saying all the evidence was destroyed. Well, the funny thing is, I know exactly what he's talking about because in these papers, this case file, the police reports, it does say. But guess what? It wasn't, and I found it. And we'll get into that with the evidence at another video. So you have Kim having a changed behavior, according to his dad. Okay? He's acting differently. He's acting scared. Now, maybe he's just acting scared because he may see where this investigation is going. If I was innocent and I put myself in Kim's shoes and I'm at that house and the police are coming, they're talking to me, they're interviewing me, and they're asking me certain questions, I can infer as a reasonable individual, hey, they're looking at me. I might become a little scared too. Now, the flip side of it, if he is truly guilty of this, and he's acting like, according to Dad, a scared little mouse, maybe that's why, because he is guilty. But remember what his dad said in here. My son Kim is not right. That's significant to me, to have a father say that about their son. Now, I don't know the relationship, again, but I do know that his father fought tooth and nail to get Kim out of jail and to do his appeals and to prove that he was innocent. But yeah, he gave that interview. Now, as I sit here and look at it, remember when I said earlier about the suspect's name will be on the report? His name's on this report. Kim Lee Hubbard, white male, 20, 1030 West Central Ave. So Kim's already a suspect in the police's eyes when they go and interview. And I know that he is. You know how I know that? Because on November 1st, November 2nd, and November 3rd, police are doing surveillance on Kim Hubbard. Now, surveillance is something I know a thing or two about. Because it seems like my whole police career, that's what I did. In the drug world, doing narcotics investigations, everything is surveillance. Surveillance, surveillance, surveillance. It's great intel. And it's very boring, by the way. But they did surveillance on Kim's house and on Kim in general on November 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So by November 1st, he's a suspect. Now, I pulled out a report of what they observed. And this is important because somebody, and I believe it may have been one of the family members of Kim Hubbard. And remember, I was reluctant to do this video because this is the first case that I ever got where I got pushback from both the prosecutors and the defense. The prosecution, because the paper misquoted me and said that it looked like Kim Hubbard was innocent when I have no idea where they got that. I never said that. Never. And I had a big uproar. State police were calling me, called my boss, the district attorney, the old mayor's son and prosecutor called, so they had to run a retraction. Of course, the retraction on that wasn't on the front page where it should have been. Hey, Detective Maines didn't say that. That's not what he said. But I also had family members push back on me from the Hubbard side. Again, I understand that, but they called me a liar. Okay? When somebody doesn't understand something, that I guess, and that they don't know the person, that's what they can fall back on. And they said that I was lying about this surveillance report because the surveillance report, and I'm going to pause this video until I can find it. All right, now I'm back because it was really quick that I found this actually, but I'm going to read what the surveillance report says. That way, at least, you can't say that I'm a liar. I guess you could. You could still say that, hey, I typed these up, okay? And, whatever idiots are going to say that don't believe you. But this is what surveillance on the 3rd of November, 1973, of Kim Hubbard and his residence showed. This writer parked and observed the suspect's residence from 22:30, which is 10:30, 3 November 73 until 3 in the morning on November 4th. All downstairs lights were on upon arrival of this writer. Suspect Hubbard was observed in the downstairs area of the house and appeared to be pacing around the house without any top on the upper portion of his body. Now this is where they said I'm lying. At 23:45, so 11:45 at night, suspect Hubbard was observed by this writer and Trooper Slocum striking his sister. Suspect was observed through the kitchen window and appeared to pull his sister's hair and strike her one time. At 0:05, so at 12:05 a.m., suspect Hubbard left his house and proceeded west on West Central Ave. The lights in the Hubbard residence were turned off around 2:30, and suspect Hubbard was not observed re-entering his residence. However, it's possible he could have re-entered the residence through the rear door, which was not visible to the writer. What's that tell you, if anything? It doesn't tell me anything other than the fact. He was observed striking his sister. Now, there's people that want to say that I'm lying about that. It's right there. Did the state police make that up? Why did he do it? I don't have any... I don't know that. Only he knows that, and maybe the sister. Maybe it's possible that they observed something that looked like him striking and pulling her hair. I don't know. But I doubt it. I believe that to be the truth. Maybe it could show you that he has a violent temper. There's people that strike family members that don't have violent tempers and they had said the wrong thing or something. Now, the pro-prosecution, pro-law enforcement side will certainly have you believe, well, it shows more than likely that Ruthie or, the sister confronted Kim about Jennifer, maybe called him a murderer, said, I know what you did, and therefore he pulled her hair and struck her. You don't know that. You can't say that, You have no idea. Maybe she was in the refrigerator and she was mad because Kim ate the last piece of pizza. So she took a banana and threw it at him and it hit him in the neck. And they didn't see it. He went over there and pulled her hair, slapped her. You don't know. You cannot infer anything by that. You think you can, but unless you know the actual reason, you can't. Now, if you want to corroborate that right there with other people, say Hubbard's friends saying he was violent, he liked to fight, he was mean, okay. Now, the actual event doesn't have context, but the behavioral pattern of the suspect now fits. Okay. We don't know why that happened, but we can believe that it did happen because of past interviews and proclivity to fighting. That's all it tells you. But it happened. I didn't make it up. In fact, I didn't make anything up of this case. I find it funny how people in the past, 10 years ago, however long ago it's been since I did this case, want to say that I planted evidence or I'm lying. I find it so funny and so unbelievable because I didn't convict the guy. I wasn't even born in 1973. I didn't arrest him. I wasn't on the jury. I could give two shits whether he did this or not. I have nothing against Kim Hubbard. If he in fact is guilty, he's a murderer. So what? I correspond with murderers all the time. Okay? I'm not deterred by them. I'm not scared by them. I can learn from them in my profession. And that's what I do. One individual on death row that I've been speaking to for a year for murdering his girlfriend's mother. I respect that guy. Okay? I still look at him as a human being, not a piece of trash. So, Kim Hubbard, do I have anything against him? No, not at all. I don't care for him one way or another. People contact me and say, hey, this guy's a jerk. He got kicked out of the gym for harassing girls. Oh yeah, I got that call. We bought a property. He's near it. He's giving us all kinds of grief. He's a creep. I don't care. Right? That's nothing to do with me. I wrote a small chapter in a book because it was one of the cases that I did. I've done hundreds of cases. I reinvestigated this case because I was told to. Yes, I volunteered. It was in our office. It was handed to me. Yeah, I'll do it. It's my job. I spent a year on it. Okay, and came to the conclusion. I don't think my conclusion has changed much. However, there are some things, again, that trouble me. And we talked about a couple of them. Another one, listen, the Kim Hubbard camp got all this documentation. They see the same things I see. If you're truly innocent, you are going to digest this and show why you're innocent. If you're guilty, but you want to try to make it look like you're innocent, you're going to do, and this is what Kim and his supporters have done, is pick apart inconsistencies. That's what defense attorneys do. Inconsistencies doesn't make a person innocent. Facts make a person innocent or guilty, one way or the other. Just because someone says in an interview it's 3:45 and another interviewer says it's 3:48, that doesn't mean there's a lie there because there's an inconsistency. Defense attorneys want to make it appear that way, and although in their mind they know also that it's not the case. But it's their job to point out inconsistencies, to make it look to the jury there's reasonable doubt because of inconsistencies. Now, one of the things that, and I want to get back to, the jurors in this case saw fit to convict Kim Hubbard. Not me. Okay? Not me. It was the jury. Now, was it because has innocent people not only been arrested, but convicted? Absolutely. Absolutely. Have they been set free? Absolutely. O.J. Simpson. Just saying. Maybe the prosecution put on a better case than Kim Hubbard's attorney. That's all it takes. Look at the O.J. case. A little bit of reasonable doubt. Defense is much better than the prosecution. Innocent man. Not really. Being innocent and found not guilty is two different things. But Kim was convicted, and it wasn't by me. All I'm doing is speaking out about the facts. And I think the Hubbard camp, they don't like that because it makes them look guilty. Well, I can't make you look any more guilty than the jury that convicted and sentenced you. Right? I'm just giving the facts. Now again, there's some things that I look at now, later, that I have a problem with. I had a problem then with this. And I don't know if you can see what I wrote there. Big issue. This is a map of Jennifer Hill's walk home. Remember, it takes 17 minutes to walk home. It's 0.7 miles from 1030 Central Ave, which is the Hubbard residence, to 353 Hastings Street, which is Jennifer Hill's residence. 0.7 miles. It's a straight shot. Yet, Jennifer Hill she's seen by numerous people walking on Central Ave, which she should be. Okay? She's seen by an individual named Mundrick walking just past Kane Street. And then a block later, she is seen by Gary Whiteman, who is now a district judge and was my police chief for a little bit and my patrol corporal. He's only 10 years old at the time. He sees her crossing over the street as well. And then all of a sudden, she walks uphill in an opposite direction. She should be walking straight to go home. Then all of a sudden, she seems to take a right because she's next seen on Howard Street. which is 3 blocks north of where she should be walking to go home. And then there's this last sighting back on Central Ave, almost to her home. So we have 4 sightings of Jennifer walking home. 3 of them match, meaning they're all on Central Ave. It's where she should be if she's going home. But we have 1, and it's the most important sighting of them all that doesn't make sense. Doesn't mean it's not true, but it doesn't make sense. It is 3 blocks north, 3 blocks south, from where she should be. Now, this individual is interviewed, but she's not interviewed until after the body's found. I have a big issue when I initially am tracking Jennifer's route home. There's no reason she should be seen up there. Yet she is. I'm thinking, because I'm hesitating giving the name of the person just because I don't like to do that much. I will just say Betty. So what happens is that the body is found on the 28th. Police start doing a canvass of the area, of just like they should. But Howard Street is not an area that's being canvassed, because there's no reason she should be up there. As an investigator, you're seeing, okay, Whiteman's sighting is here. Mundrick's sighting's here. That's the way she should be going. Mendez sighting is good. It's right almost by her house. It's right at the intersection. That's where she should be. That time and the time frame is good. 3 sightings. I'm going to canvass everybody on that Central Ave on that 0.7 mile walk. Every house is going to be looked at, and they were. Did you see this girl? And only 3 people did. Now Mendez, the very last one, he did not live on Central Ave. He was driving through the area and saw, and he described the girl, and he described her very well. Okay? Described the number of the 33 jersey that she had on, because that was his high school number. Very credible sighting. But the prosecution says it didn't happen. But yet, it's on the line. It's on Central Ave. It matches the time that she would have been there. So why are they saying that that's not credible? Well, they're saying it's not credible because they're saying Betty on Howard Street saw her get into Kim Hubbard's vehicle. And if that's the case, there's no way that Mendez could have saw Jennifer where he did. So, what I want to get to is the sighting on Howard Street. So, what I want to get to is the sighting on Howard Street. And I pulled out all these because I thought they were important. These are mostly interviews. But this is the first one. Mr. Betty. That's what we'll call him. So Betty's wife. Betty's wife. Now, that fits, I guess, today. But 1973, Betty's husband. I'm sorry. On October 31st, Betty's husband calls the police department. In fact, he shows up at the police department and he's interviewed. And he says he feels sure that his wife may have seen the victim in this case get into a vehicle that stopped in the street across from their home. Betty's husband stated that he is sure that this was on the 19th of October because the family cat was put to sleep on that day. He stated his wife was quite upset about the cat and that she really didn't put things together until she read about the little girls being missing in the Grit newspaper that following Sunday, which would have been the 21st of October. At that point, the police told him to have his wife make notes as what she could remember seeing, and arrangements would be made to talk to the wife in the next day or two. That is troublesome right there for me on the police side. You're going to wait a day or two? I mean, I understand they're busy, and they did a great job on this case. Don't get me wrong. But there's certain things that you should be jumping on. Yes, the body was already found. Understood. Kim Hubbard is already a suspect by 31 October when this is being written, because his name's right here as a suspect. But you're going to wait a day or two because you feel you've seen the victim getting into a car. You don't find that important enough to go right then and there to go interview her? That bothers me. So, it looks like that was on October 31st. On November 2nd, they finally decide to go and interview Miss Betty. This is what Miss Betty has to say. Now, remember, this is the most important interview for the prosecution. This is it. 19th of October, she's sure that it was that day because the family cat was put to sleep by the vet. She stated that there wasn't any school that day and that her daughter, Beth, she was 11 years old, was watching TV and she was seated on the sofa and that she noticed a strange girl walking south on the sidewalk on the east side of Howard Street. Which the east side, I believe, would be the closest to the house. And you're going to see in my POV video when I go to 503 Howard Street where that is. Betty stated that from where she was seated, she could see the sidewalk very clear and that she noticed the girl was being strange because this is a very quiet neighborhood. And also because she is a block parent. She stated that she saw the girl walking. The girl was near the front of the house. This writer means the trooper here says about 20 to 25 feet. And at the time, Betty asked the daughter who the girl was. And that the daughter got up, went to the window, looked out, and at that time stated that she thought it was Jenny Hill. The mother at this point stated that the girl is cute, but that she is chubby. She stated that her daughter went back to watching TV and that she noticed a vehicle. She couldn't describe the vehicle at all. Pulled up in the street and stopped, and that the girl ran around the back of the vehicle and got into the opposite side of the vehicle, and then the vehicle pulled away. She stated that as soon as the vehicle stopped, the girl ran directly to it, and that she didn't think anything of it at the time and therefore didn't pay any attention to which direction the vehicle went after the girl got into the vehicle. Well, that's a bombshell, okay? Because you having an 11-year-old girl identify a 12-year-old girl who she probably knows from school, and she says it looks like Jenny Hill. And then you have Betty describing her, a little chubby. Okay? What do you believe? Witness testimony can always be wrong. Always. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that allegedly Kim Hubbard had told me that this is a crock of shit. That a reward was being offered and Betty was looking to cash in on that reward. Not saying that that's true. And I don't know whether she got the reward. He was adamant that she did, and he kept telling me to check bank accounts and stuff like that. I will say that the time gap bothers me. Meaning, she went missing on October 19th. They didn't come forward until October 31st. Whether there was a reward or not. There's 10 days there. Which you didn't come forward. And I know that that town was buzzing about this case. But her description, it always stands out to me that she said this. The girl did a little skip. I didn't read it there, but I must have read that in the trial transcripts. And that always made me believe that she was telling the truth. Now, one way to know whether somebody's telling the truth or not is talk to people that know that person. Co-workers. Past people they went to high school with. That's where you learn. They'll tell you, she's always been truthful. Or no, she's lying all the time. She was a liar. She was a thief. Whatever it was. That's when you know. Remember when I said there's little things that bother me? Well, Betty's interview continues on this piece of paper. However, the boldness of the font being used changed. Now, conspiracy theorists, this is what they live for. And remember, this case is the first time I went to conspiracy land. It really was. If you see here, and it's pretty, you can tell the difference. This is all bold. This is not as bold. Almost as if maybe a conspiracy theorist would certainly contend this part was added later as a cover-up. Because what this part says is very significant. Betty stated that the girl was wearing a football shirt with the number 33. And that the shirt had the tail out, which means, remember, Jennifer Hill was playing football earlier. She had ripped the back of her crotch of her pants, and she had pulled her shirt out to cover it. She was carrying a Glick shoe bag, and she could remember the bag swinging as the girl ran to get into the vehicle. She stated she was sure of the shoe bag because her daughter had one just like it that she kept Doll's clothes in. At this point, the mother went and produced the Glick shoe bag, which was the same one in the possession of the vehicle. She was interviewed as the number of occupants that were in the vehicle, and she couldn't state for sure there was more than one person. She said she didn't think much of this until she read the article in the Sunday Grit newspaper, and while reading the Grit, she made the statement that she feels sure that she was the last person to see the Hill girl alive. The only description the mother could give concerning the vehicle or the operator was the operator, and her words was a sharp driver. Parentheses, determined by the way the operator came to a stop and pulled away after getting the girl. She stated that she thinks her family vehicle is a Dodge, and to verify this, she had to ask her husband. That is irrelevant. Now, I noticed the font change. So I wanted to, it caught my eye. Hey, why? Because this is now given specific eyewitness account of Jennifer Hill. There's no mistaking. it was Jennifer Hill that she's referring to now in this bold section. Whereas before, yes, the daughter said it looks like Jenny Hill and she was chubby. Those are correct. And if it was just that, there would be some interpretation whether she in fact saw Jennifer Hill. Not no more. Not with this bold section. Now, the Hubbard supporters or conspiracy theorists are right there and they're saying, hey, that was added later. Yet, when you're a meticulous investigator and you really look closely, up here where it is not as bold, the very last thing you see is a very extra dark period. Meaning that it wasn't added later. The ribbon was changed at the first paragraph, the last sentence, the very last mark with a period, which is bold. So the fact that this is bold and this isn't is of no value whatsoever. Neil Armstrong still landed on the moon. Lee Harvey Oswald still acted alone. Well, we'll get into that one maybe later. But there is no conspiracy theorist on this specific page. And Miss Betty seems to be telling the truth in my eyes. Yet it bothers me that that sighting is on Howard Street, away from West Central Ave. Now, more about the Neville sighting. She is then interviewed. I just say Neville. All right. Well, I guess I can say her name. I guess it does. It's all public anyhow. All these trial transcripts, it was Betty Neville. Okay? I just don't like bringing up innocent people's names that have nothing to do with anything and they get drug into it. Especially today's day and age where idiot YouTubers will go and go knock on their door of suspects and stuff, and I hate that. Just stay in your lane. That's what I want to say. So I don't like giving out names, even though all this is public. She testified, her name's been in the newspaper. Hubbard has his webpage, it has it all over. So I just don't like doing it. But I guess I slip up every now and again because I'm old. I'm pushing 50, and I tried. I kept saying Betty, but then it is what it is. So Betty is interviewed again. That was on November 2nd. Okay? Hubbard's already a suspect. On 10 November, Miss Betty is taken to the office of LaRue Pepperman for the purpose of being placed in a hypnotic state. Now, do I believe in that? No, I don't. But in the 70s, that was a thing. There was another case that I had looked at where hypnotism was a thing, and that was Jolene Witt. It's another case from the area that I looked at, and hopefully I'll get a chance to do that. But she's placed in a hypnotic state by this doctor on 10 November, which stands out to me because 10 November 1775 is the Marine Corps birthday, Semper Fi. So anytime I see 10 November, that's the first thing my mind goes to. I digress. She was taken there and she's placed under hypnosis. However, she was unable to add anything additional to her statement that was given on 2 November. Arrangements have been made for her to be hypnotized again on 13 November. Well, they must have changed their mind because it looks like on 9 November, oh wait, so 9 November, and that was 10 November. So on 9 November, it says that they are consulting with the hypnotist. That's all. Okay. And they were setting up an arrangement for the 10 November sighting. So on 13 November, Miss Betty is again transported to Mr. Pepperman's office. This interview is tape recorded. Now, during this one, 13 November, she recalls that she observed the Hill girl carrying a blue jacket with white pinstripes. Remember, she didn't mention that before. And she's carrying it. It's little details like that. She also recalled that the car the victim entered was a full-size car, that a white object, round, was on the rear window ledge because when the victim entered the vehicle, her view of the victim was blocked by this round object. While still under hypnosis, she recalled that she saw this same vehicle at a later date, and on this occasion she noticed the vehicle was damaged on the front and left front fender portion. She then stated that she thought this was the same vehicle she observed at the South Williamsport Bureau Building garage. Ironically, that is Kim Hubbard's vehicle. Now they throw an opinion in here, which I don't know why they do that. It is the opinion of this reporting officer that Neville did in fact observe the victim getting into a vehicle in front of her home, and further that the vehicle was probably that of the above suspect. November 15, the troopers go to the residence of Miss Betty to get another tape-recorded statement of what she observed on 19 October 1973. Statement was obtained, and during said statement, Betty stated that she was positive that she observed the victim getting into a car, and further that the car the victim entered was the same car she later observed at the South Williamsport Bureau building. Now, there is certainly a problem with this. And the problem is on both ends, the prosecution and the defense. Because I can see it through both sets of eyes. Think of it as a lineup, okay? It used to be that you could go to, let's say there was a bank robbery, and you have a witness standing on the street, and they watch the suspect burst out with the gun, with money in his hand, and run, get in a car, and take off. Witness says, "Hey, I saw it. Come here, come interview me. I saw it." They interview him. Police develop a suspect. Let's say they catch the guy right down the road with the gun, with the money. He's it. He's the guy. Well, what do they need? How about some corroborating evidence? Let's get that witness to say that they saw him and identify him. So they take a Polaroid picture of the suspect and they go down to the witness and they say, "Hey, is this the guy?" "Yes, that's the guy." That's enough. Okay, convicted, sent away. He's the guy. You can't do that anymore. Now, why? Because it's suggestive, right? A police is showing you, pretty much telling you, "Is this the guy?" Yeah, it's the guy. So it has developed to now, same scenario, you have to go and give them a few options. And not only options, you can't have a black guy, a white guy, a Puerto Rican guy. They all have to look the same. So now you go back to the witness and you say, "Hey, I want you to look at these. Don't say yes until you looked at all of them. I'm going to show you. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. Which one of those 5, who all look alike, who all are black males, do all have goatees, that all have shaved heads, and are wearing the same type of clothing. Can't have anything stick out. So now it's not suggestive. But now the witness is like, I'm not sure. They all kind of look alike. That's how our system has evolved. Great for the defense. Not so great for the prosecution. But that's how it is. So that is what is called, I guess, for lack of a better term, I should make something up here, like suggestive value. So the police department, the state police, they have a suspect, Kim Hubbard. And in fact, they've already confiscated his car. And they have it at the police station. It says Southborough Building, but I believe at the time that was probably a police station. Betty sees this car. She sees it there. That's already, certainly the defense is saying this, that's already putting a guilty mark in her head. I'm associating that car that I just saw down at the police station, at the Borough Building, as the suspect's car. And there was a white object, a helmet, in the back, and I noticed that. The prosecution is going to say, well, that triggered a memory in her that she actually saw that white helmet in that car on October 19th. Okay? What you also don't know is you don't know what the police are telling her. That stuff is not in these reports. I promise you that. Such as, hey, we have a suspect. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. She could have asked. She might not even ask. Maybe her husband asked. They're in the living room. Hey, do you guys even know I have a suspect? Oh, yeah, we have a suspect. She can put two and two together and say, oh, that car is down there. That's probably the suspect's vehicle. Now, that's what a defense will want you to think. And it's okay. You can think like that. The prosecution, on the other hand, is thinking totally different. Hey, she recalled this. She recalled that. What do I believe? I don't know. I do believe that she saw Jennifer Hill getting into a car. I believe what she initially stated is true. You have to understand, here is a woman who saw something, whose husband took corrective action and did the right thing. Most of the time now, people don't do that. Hey, I don't want to get involved. They took the initiative to do the right thing. Police keep coming back to her. And who knows if they kept saying, hey, this is important, this is important, this is important. Because it is. It's the biggest lead they have at that time. She got into a vehicle. Yet where she got into that vehicle makes 0 sense. She shouldn't be there. But she is. And you have to figure out why. Did she have a prearranged meeting with somebody? If you believe that she got into that vehicle, if you believe that what Betty saw is the truth, which I do, took me a little bit to get there. You have to weed out some things, find out what you believe, what you don't believe. I believe she saw that. Not saying it was Kim Hubbard, but she saw Jennifer Hill get into a vehicle. I believe that. I would throw out, and I'm not saying she's lying, but for me, as an investigator, I would throw out everything about the white helmet. Everything about her identifying the vehicle that was Kim Hubbard's down at the Borough building. I think it's just too suggestive. I would throw that out as evidence. I don't need that. I don't want that. It clouds things. It's suggestive. But I will take your initial statement that you saw her get into a car with a 33 jersey carrying a Glick bag. Because that all matches. The only thing that doesn't match is the location. Location, location, location. That's what I say about homes where I want to live. I don't care what the house like. The house could be a trailer. The house could be a dump, a camp. It's all about location, location, location. It's the same thing in this case, folks. You have to determine why she went off of Central Ave, walked up a hill to Howard Street. Why? We may never know that. But once you get the answer to that, it could unravel the whole mystery. Now, I have my theories as to what I think that reason is, but it doesn't mean I'm right. The Hubbard camp will have their theories. The prosecution has their theories. Okay? But the only person that knows for sure is Jennifer Hill and whoever was driving that car. End of story. So, that's all for today. We covered mostly the timeline and specific interviews, which were important to this case. Now, tomorrow or the following day, when I get to it, the next video is going to be about evidence. Okay? We can theorize, people can throw things out all they want. Okay, we'll talk about the crime scene itself and then the evidence. Both behaviorally, what the crime scene tells me and whether that matches what it told the prosecution, and the evidence found there and how it all ties in. I don't know if I'll get into my reinvestigation of the evidence yet. I think we'll wait on that. We'll just talk about 1973. I want you guys in the mindset of 1973, where DNA wasn't even thought of, okay? And what the police had to go through and how they worked this investigation. And again, anybody can look at any case they want and be a Monday morning quarterback, okay? I do it a lot. I give credit where credit is due, and I take credit away where credit is not deserved. The Phyllis O'Brien case. Maybe I'll link that at the end of this. If not, just go search my library for it. Or Philip O'Brien Carson. Horrible police work. Horrible police work. Okay? Not tooting my own horn. There was a couple other private investigators who found the exact same thing that I did within 30 minutes of getting the police reports. Here's your suspect. More than likely, he's responsible. If he isn't responsible, he needs interviewed. You guys didn't even do that. Okay? Horrible police work. This here, they did good police work. Okay? More times than not that I've found, at least the Pennsylvania State Police do a good job. They might miss a thing here or there, but so what? So does everybody. So do I. It's just the way it is. Hindsight's always 20/20. You can be critical all you want. But for the most part, I feel that they did a great job in this case. So, with that said, stay tuned for the next episode where we go over all the evidence. You guys decide, not me. Don't take my word for it. I'm all about transparency. I like putting stuff out there. Let you decide. Okay? Don't wait and fast forward to the conclusion. Say, well, let's see what Kenny Mayne's saying. You guys got a brain. Look at it. Look at the evidence. Look at it non-biased. Not through the Hubbard eyes, not through the prosecution eyes. Your own eyes. And see what it tells you. And then you be the judge. Don't let me be the judge. Just like these people that want to poke the blame at me. I didn't solve this case. I didn't convict them. I didn't do any of that. I just looked at the evidence, gave my opinion through a non-biased eyes, what I saw. And maybe what I saw 10 years ago is still going to be the same thing that I see today. But maybe not. You'll have to tune in, find out what I think. Okay? Thanks for sharing this. This is all bringing a lot back to me. Much like it is for you guys that were still alive, and went through this in 1973. That's a long time ago. Okay? 50 years ago. And this still resonates deep with people. And for good reason. But I like to, at every video that I do, especially about this case, again, I have nothing against Kim Hubbard. I don't care. I talk to murderers all the time. I don't care. It doesn't, I don't dislike the guy. I don't like the guy. I have no feelings towards the guy whatsoever. He's just a guy to me. Okay? But the case is not about Kim Hubbard. And that's what I want to stress to you people. It's always about the victim. And in this case specifically, it's about Jennifer Hill. And I'm going to end every video that I do on this case with that sentiment. Because it's always about the victim. This is not the Kim Hubbard case. This is about Jennifer Hill. The 12-year-old girl who never got to live her life. Somebody maliciously and selfishly snuffed out her life before she even got to live it. That is why it's important to end every video. To let you know that this case is about Jennifer Hill. Okay, welcome back for the continuation of the Jennifer Hill case. This is part 3. Supposed to be crime scene and evidence. But I don't know if we'll make it through both of them because there's a lot to go over. And what I want to try to do is not overreact, overemphasize things, and stick with the simplicity of it. They don't have to be complicated. I say this in all my cases. People want to make things complicated when they don't have to be. For instance, in this case, the way the plaster castings were taken from the field. People want to put an emphasis on how they were done because it rained. And they make that a complication when it isn't a complication. Pour the plaster, put plastic over it, and that's it. It's not complicated, but for some reason, mostly people that are into the conspiracy type of things, they want to say, well, that messes things up, when in actuality, it doesn't. So, when we last left off, I had talked about the very important sighting of Jennifer Hill getting into a car in front of 503 Howard Street in South Williamsport, Pennsylvania. She was interviewed a number of times and was even hypnotized, where eventually she said, yes, the car that you have down at the South Borough building right now, it triggered my mind. There was a white object in the back, and that's the car that I saw her get into. And I told you, I don't know about that. I don't think she's lying, but I think it was suggestive. And because I believe it was suggestive, I wouldn't use it. However, the prosecution is going to use every single little thing that they can get in order to get a conviction. Now, I never met Mr. Alan Ertl, who prosecuted this case. I'm sure he was a fine lawyer. But there's a lot of other evidence in this. Now, I must say that Miss Betty Neville is a key witness. She is the star witness. And everybody will attack the star witness. That's how it works. Unfortunately, in our justice system. That's why a lot of people are like, hey, I didn't see nothing. They don't want to get up there and get tore apart on the stand. Here you have somebody doing the right thing. Do I believe she saw Jennifer Hill get into a car? Absolutely. Make no mistake about that. And I believe that. And we'll leave it at that. Okay? So, that's where we last left off. Now, the body has been found. Remember, she went missing October 19th. But we don't know a time of death. We don't know anything like that. All we know is she went missing October 19th around 4:15. Jackie Hill says that in the police report that she called the Hill resident or the Hubbard residence at 4:10, and Jennifer had already left. So let's say between 4 and 4:30. That's relatively good time frame. She's found October 28th in a cornfield by I believe a Civil Air Patrol guy that was doing searches. She was found in a cornfield, and see if I can get this right, Sylvan Dell Road. Probably still pronouncing it wrong. For some reason, I can't get that. Autopsies conducted. Autopsy concluded that she died of manual strangulation. Contents of her stomach revealed that she had eaten at the Humdinger. Well, they couldn't tell she ate at the Humdinger, but the contents, hoagie, milkshake, french fries, still in there, and subsequent interviews with Ruth and with some other people said they had eaten around noon at the Humdinger. Time of death. Now this is going to become a very controversial topic when it doesn't have to be. But I understand why it is. When I first got this case as a very, very young detective, and I looked at the crime scene photos, I looked at the autopsy photos, and what I saw was a girl whose body looked relatively normal, obviously void of life. By that I mean there was no visual decomposition. As a young detective who was inexperienced in the pathology field, I'm still relatively inexperienced in that, but through the past 10 years that I've looked at, or since I looked at this case, I've learned a lot of things. But at the time, I said, this is odd. She should be decomposed. The medical examiner at the time said death is consistent with October 19th. The Hubbard camp would vehemently challenge this assessment. But the way that they went about challenging it is troublesome to me, because They contend that the body was refrigerated. And Jennifer Hill did not die on the 19th. She died closer to the 28th. The body was found by police, was taken from that cornfield, refrigerated, and then put back in the field. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But I want to let you know that, listen, I kind of, like, this much understood where they were coming from when I was a young detective. The body's in the field. It's a rural area. I would say the body was found probably 120 feet from the main road, but that main road isn't traveled a whole lot. It is traveled. It's a paved road. At least it is now. I'm not sure if it was back then. But this is the area. And I will show, a close-up of this, on there. But as you can see, this is like a road that goes up here. Okay? Like a field road. You see this little section that's cut out? That is where Jennifer's body was found. Okay? I have one photograph here of Jennifer's body in the field, and I will not show it. And I will not show it for respect to the victim and the victim's families. I don't ever show this or photos like this. I feel it's disrespectful. Before I forget, I'd like to mention that I remember becoming very, very angry when I was a young detective at Kim Hubbard and his camp, because when I went to his page, because he had told me, hey, you want to know about my story and how I was framed, you go to my website and you'll see. Well, the very first picture that I saw was Jennifer Hill on an autopsy table. That still makes me very, very angry. But I digress. I want to describe to you what's in this picture. Jennifer Hill is laying in between corn rows. The corn is up. Her pants and underwear have been pulled down to her ankles. Her shoes are still on. Her socks are still on. She has what's called a Letterman's jacket. If you guys remember a Letterman's jacket from high school, I'm sure most of you do. That is kind of covering her body, and her arm is in one of the sleeves. The other arm is out of the sleeves. Her shirt is pulled up, exposing her left breast out of the bra that she is wearing, but the right side is intact. She has one earring in. That is something that always stuck with me as well. She obviously lost that other one during the struggle, but it was never recovered. Beside her, I believe it's going to be her left arm, is the Glick bag that she was carrying. And inside that Glick bag was, I believe, she had the contents of the corn that I had originally talked about or previously talked about, her pajamas, and a pair of pants. Now, let's get into the biggest mystery in this whole case. Now, you had thought that all the mysteries was over. Like, the biggest mystery was, whose car did she get in? Yes, that's a big mystery. But let me tell you something that has held me up, and it held me up for a long time, because I couldn't understand it. So when Jennifer left the Hubbard residence for her 17-minute walk home, which she never made, she was wearing a very distinct pair of pants, which I'll show. Now, these pants are dark blue in color, with red hearts. Very distinct. People remembered her wearing those when they observed her in her route home walking. In fact, the Hubbards, mainly I believe Ruthie, said that that's what she was wearing when she left. Because remember, she had tore the crotch out of them when she was playing football earlier with some kids. And then she had tried to pin it, and she had the tail pulled out over her butt in order to, cover it. That's what she's wearing. But guess what? When Jennifer Hill is found deceased in that cornfield, those pants are inside the glick bag. And the other pair of pants that she had with her, that she had taken to the Hubbard residence, were now on her and pulled down to her ankles. Think about that. What would that lead you to believe? It very well could lead you to believe that, hey, she was not murdered on October 19th, like the prosecution asserted, because she was somewhere because of the lack of decomposition and the changing of pants. I get that, and I understand that. It's a mystery, right? Same top on, the blue 33 jersey, just the pants were changed. Now, maybe that's because she didn't have an extra shirt. She had pajama bottoms. She had pajama top. But why does she have on a pair of different pants from when she was just seen half an hour ago, maybe? Well, it's obviously 9 days, but if you want to believe that she was murdered on October 19th by Kim Hubbard around 4:30, how does she get out of those pants? Well, we can surmise all we want, and I do have a theory on that, but a theory is just a theory. There's no concrete evidence. The only people that know, probably, are the murderer and Jennifer Hill. That's a big mystery to me. So we'll get back into a deeper part of that mystery that comes forward to me 40 years after this murder. And I'll try to show you how I made sense of it. So, they removed the body from the field. What they noticed are footprints, and in particular, a footprint underneath Jennifer's body. That's very significant. In fact, that boot print is the catalyst to Kim Hubbard's conviction. In fact, that boot print is the most important piece of evidence in this case. Bar none, period, end of story. Now, that wasn't the only boot print. As you can see by this picture right here, this was Commonwealth Exhibit 20. This is a picture of the plaster casting of the boot prints. These are boot prints, shoe prints that were taken. Number 51 here, I believe, was the one that was right underneath Jennifer Hill's body. So this is where Jennifer's body was and then removed. And they noticed footprints and they made plaster casters of it. Now, they didn't just make plaster casters of the prints. I mean, they photographed them. They measured them. You know, they did all those things. You know, like they're supposed to. But the boot prints, shoe prints, were the most important piece of the pie. In addition, looking around on that field road that led back, they noticed tire marks, tire impressions in the mud. So, like good investigators, they took note of them, took pictures of them, and, of course, took plaster castings of those tire marks. And I'll put these up on the computer so you can see them better. But they're key pieces of evidence. That's it. That's all that was found there. No weapon, because it was manual strangulation. No cigarette butts. No other clue. That's it. That's what they had to work off of. Okay? Now, remember when I said in the previous video, at some point in time, Kim Hubbard becomes a suspect. And remember when I said that on these police reports that in the top here, at some point they started writing suspect, Kim Hubbard. That was not done when in this report where they took the plaster castings when they got the body. It wasn't done. But it was done shortly after they took the castings of his car tires. Now, I don't know this for sure, but I can take an educated guess because I see a report where after they took the castings from the field, they took the castings from Kim's car, and by an untrained eye, I'm assuming that they said, hey, they match, or they're pretty close. Whatever it was. Kim Hubbard then officially, on paper, starts becoming a suspect. Now, he has to be a suspect before that, because why else would they take his car? In order to get the castings from the tires, right? Well, I thought about this. And I would look through the reports. And I believe on the 26th. See if I wrote this down here. I believe it was on the 26th, before Jennifer's body was recovered. 2 drunk men from the town decide to pay Kim Hubbard a visit. The body's not even been found yet. But 2 guys, they're named, but I'm not going to name them. They go to the Hubbard residence and they start harassing Kim Hubbard. Now, these are grown men, 26, I don't know how old they were, but Kim, I know, was 19, I think. Start telling him, we know what you did to that Hill girl. Why don't you, we know, you know. So when I'm reading that, I'm like, ooh, this is interesting. Now, how did police know that? Because the Hubbards told the cops, hey, these guys are up here. They came up harassing Kim. Kim says, yeah. They interviewed Kim. He said, yeah, they were up here. They harassed me, blaming me. In the report, they went and interviewed these 2 gentlemen, and both of them said, yes, we went up there. Don't ask me why, because I don't know why. It was the drink talking. Now, it kind of bugs me. Now, sit there and imagine. There has to be something. You're sitting in a bar, talking with a friend, talking about this case, because this is a big thing. This girl's missing. What's going on? Let's go to Kim Hubbard's residence and tell him that he knows. You just don't do that arbitrarily. There has to be a reason behind it. I would tend to believe that Kim Hubbard had some sort of reputation, and you put that was the last place that Jennifer Hill was seen. And then that's why the two drunks decided to go up and harass Kim Hubbard. And that is when Kim Hubbard became a suspect. That's my guess. No physical proof, but he became on the radar then. Like, maybe there's something to this. I don't know. But I'm guessing that had a lot to do with it. Even though the two drunks went interviewed sober, they're like, we don't know why we went up there. It's just the alcohol talking. So, they get these plaster casters. Now, what I want to do here, because it's very important to go through a timeline, a chain of custody of evidence. Because people like to make the assertion when they're guilty, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the reason everybody sees them as guilty is because things were planted. That is what the Hubbard camp has been saying for the past 50 years. So, let's go through a timeline a little bit about the evidence and match that up with Kim Hubbard being a suspect. So, on October 28th, the body is found. Now, we're just going to talk about the tire impressions. On the 29th, the very next day, on October 28th, when the body was found, that day, they make plaster casts of the boot prints of the tires. The next day, the 29th, they go back out again and make some additional casts. Now, people, conspiracy theorists, right there. Well, why'd they have to do that? They're incompetent. They missed it the first time, blah, blah, blah. No. Maybe you go out and say, oh, well, what's this? This is small, doesn't look like anything. Well, you know what? Rather safe and sorry, we only get one chance at this. Let's make a cast of that too. That's all. Also on the 29th of October, Kim Hubbard takes his car. I have his car here somewhere. I'll show a picture of it on here. To a garage. And he gets the left front tire removed. Now, why does he do this? It might not be nefarious. It may not. Could just be coincidence. I believe in coincidences. But on the 28th, the body's found. They make tire impressions. And the very next day, Kim Hubbard goes and gets a tire changed. Now, you can interpret that. I won't, because for me, you know, if he knew that his tire marks were going to be back there, why not get all four changed? Right? Well, maybe he didn't have money for all four. That could be a very good reason. For whatever reason it is, he got one of his tires changed. October 31st, they view those plaster casts. A bunch of investigators get together at the South Williamsport Bureau of Police building, and they look, and they are looking at that. They, at this point in time, are not looking at Kim Hubbard as a suspect. Remember when I said at the 26th about the two drunks? That's when I think Kim Hubbard came onto their radar a little bit. But they are still not zeroing in on Kim Hubbard at this point. Now, Kim Hubbard and his camp will say they are. They're framing him. They got him in mind the whole time. But let me show you something here and tell you something that debunks that. On the 30th, okay, so 28th, bodies found, casts are made. The 29th, more casts are made. On the 29th, Kim gets his tire changed and gets a new tire put on. On the 30th, the police go to the high school and start looking at tires on all the cars in the parking lot. Now, would they do that if they had Kim Hubbard in mind as a suspect? No. No, they wouldn't waste their time. But they're still trying to find a match. This is their biggest lead, these boot prints and these tire impressions. So let's go look. And that's what they did. On the 31st, Kim gives his car up to police. Here, signs a consent form, have at it. On October 31st at 6:15 at night, they removed 3 tires from Kim's car. And you can see the pictures here of his car with the tires removed. The right front, the right rear, and the left rear tire. Now, what's not mentioned in the tires that they removed is the left front tire. Now, why is that? Well, that's because they had already went and got that tire then from the garage where Kim had it changed. So now they have all 4 tires that Kim had on his car on October 28th. That's very important. Trying to think if there's anything else for those tires that I want to talk about. Why do they got to remove the tires? I'm assuming they have to remove them because they're evidence, or that they have to compare them to these plaster casts, right? So you take them off. Nothing nefarious there. Now, we're going to talk about the boot prints. The boot prints and the plaster casts from the field. Remember on the 28th of October when Jennifer Hill's body was found in that cornfield, plaster casts were made of shoe impressions, boot prints, whatever you want to call them, and they were made. On the 31st of October, the same day that they got Kim Hubbard's car, they also went to his house and got a consent to search his house. One of the items that they took was a pair of boot prints. Here's the actual police report, because it's very important to know. On October 31st, 1973, this officer and accompanied by so-and-so were detailed to conduct a search at the home of Kim Lee Hubbard. A consent to search form was obtained from Kim Lee Hubbard. Now, why do they do that? Back then, a consent to search is just as good as a search warrant. Nowadays, at least when I was on the job, hey, just get the search warrant. If you got probable cause to get the search warrant, just get the search warrant, because there's no question. I'll tell you a real brief story about how I know this happened. I pulled over an individual named Torrance Johnson, a big basketball star, and by big I mean literally big. He was 6'9", I believe, and he had an expired registration. I pulled him over, smelled the odor of marijuana in the car, asked him to step out, asked him for a consent to search. Now, I should have got a search warrant, but why didn't I? It's time consuming, okay? It's going to take 3 or 4 hours. You have to type up the search warrant, and it's middle of the night, so that you're going to have to call out a judge. Judges don't like getting called out in the middle of the night, and blah, blah, blah. It's just a pain. Consent to search. Hey, can I search your car? Yeah, sign this form. And then you search. You're in and out, 10 minutes. And I did that. Not only did I find marijuana, I found 3 guns. He's a felon not to possess firearm. We went to trial. And ironically, the district attorney that hired me at that time was the attorney for Mr. Johnson. And although I won at trial, it was I was on the stand personally for 5 hours off of this one little traffic stop. And the main contention was, not detective at the time, Officer Maines. Why did you not get a search warrant? You had probable cause, right? But yet you just got a consent to search. In fact, you didn't even have him sign anything. You just got a verbal consent witnessed by somebody. How do we know you're not lying? That's when I learned search warrants. Back to Kim Hubbard on 31 October 1973. They do a consent to search. I believe they probably do a consent to search. I don't know if they have enough for a search warrant at this point in time. But Kim and his family agree. Hey, yes, go ahead. The article's taken. Pair of black leather combat boots. Property record 2784G, voluntarily turned over to Sergeant Edward Peterson by Kim Lee Hubbard at the Hubbard residence on 31 October 1973, approximately 13:15 hours. That's 1:15 for you non-military or police personnel. These items were turned over to the writer. Now, why is that important? Remember in the very first video when I told you that I went and spoke to Kim Hubbard in 2013 after he had written all these letters? He's gotten out of jail. He did his time, got out of jail, moved back to South Williamsport, wrote letters to all judges saying he was framed, he was railroaded. Judges gave the letters to the district attorney. District attorney gave them to me. Follow up on this. I call Kim Hubbard. I go meet Kim Hubbard. And the first thing that I asked him was about the boot print, because I had looked over the case. I see what the biggest piece of evidence is. And you know what it is? It's this right here. This boot. So I asked him, Kim, at trial, when you were arrested and convicted, the prosecution said that this plaster cast right here, number 51. Well, if you remember that I held up the cast of all the casts and they were labeled number 51. Do you remember that? Let me see if I have it here so I can hold it up. And of course it's the last one. Number 51, that cast right there. That shoe print, that shoe impression underneath Jennifer Hill's body. Right here it is. Pennsylvania State Police expert says that cast matches this boot taken from the Kim Hubbard residence. And we'll get into more, and I'll leave these up here, and you can do a comparison by yourself and see what you think. Kim, could that boot print have been made by somebody else? And his exact freaking words to me were, no, that is my boot print. Dramatic pause. But it was planted. So I remember right then and there thinking, okay, he just admitted to me that that's his boot print. But he says it's planted. So let's go back and look at the evidence. Let's look at chain of custody. Let's find out, let's determine if he has some merit to his claim. So, what do? I go back and I look at the property record, and it says that at 13:15 hours on October 31st, they obtained the boots from the Kim Hubbard residence. Remember what date number 51 here was taken along with the rest of these? I remember the date. October 28th, 1973. These boots from the Hubbard residence were gathered on a consent to search on October 31st, 1973. Do you see what I'm getting at? How could that boot print been planted underneath the body of Jennifer Hill if the Pennsylvania State Police did not have physical custody of that boot until 3 days after the body was found and the casts were made? It's physically impossible. So what? State police snuck in to Kim Hubbard's residence on October 28th, stole his boot, went down, lifted the body up, put the print on, and then took the boot back, and then went back to the residence on October 31st, where they obtained it officially on a consent to search. You see where that doesn't make sense? It's physically impossible. Now, like I had talked to Kim Hubbard to begin with and said, could it have been somebody else's boot? I'm not an expert, okay? But the state police expert that looked at these said there was a match. Now, how do they do that? Well, this is how they do that. Each boot has a different wear mark. The shoes you're wearing right now, even if they're the same Nike that I'm wearing, their tread is different. Not by the manufacturer, but by the wear and tear. You might get a nick here, get a pebble here, whatever it is. Six points of identification. Now, if you look close, and I'm not here, I will put it up on the thing while I talk, and you can look at it. It doesn't take an untrained eye. Doesn't take a trained eye to see that these match. At least I can see 1, 2, 3 points of very distinct, right, round circles that match. I see it, okay? And that's from Kim Hubbard's left boot. Well, his right boot also has 2 matches as well. Okay? The tire impressions. Now, they're a little bit more difficult to look at. But, and I'll put these all up here in order and you can look and compare them too. But they too. There was one specific tire, the Kelly Springfield tire that Kim Hubbard removed on October 29th that matches 2, I want to say, and I don't want to misquote here, but at least 2 of those tire impressions. All I need would be 1. I wouldn't even need those tire impressions. The boot print. Because where that boot print is located is crucial. And I want to say, and I want to believe, and I do believe that Jennifer Hill was responsible for this. And what do I mean by that? The offender, let's just say it's the convicted, Kim Hubbard, is pulling her back by her arms. Her head's in his chest area. And he's pulling her back into that cornfield. And his last step, he lays the body down and his boot print is directly underneath probably her back. It had rained in those 9 days. The elements. Jennifer Hill preserved this number 51 impression with her body until that body was removed and plaster castings were made of that boot print. Jennifer Hill is responsible for capturing her killer, I believe. Been a lot of controversy around those tire prints. There is no controversy. People want to look into it more than what it is. Now, the investigation here isn't done. I mean, this is from 1973. I haven't even got into what I did to look at this case when I got it in 2013. But the Hubbard camp wants you to believe that all of this, tire impressions, were planted because that tire wasn't even on his car, but it was. He had taken it off on the 29th. It was on his car on October 19th when she went missing. The boot print was planted is another contention, but I just debunked that, and I don't know how else to debunk it. They didn't have physical custody of that boot until 3 days after these casts were made. And then, you know, one of the things that really bothered me, and I want to get it here because it's something else that the public doesn't know. On this date, which is July 16th, 1974, so a whole year almost has passed, Attorney John Felix of the Public Defender's Office and Mr. and Mrs. Hubbard, mother and father of Kim, along with a white male subject, appeared at this office to view evidence in this case. This was a prearranged meeting with another officer. When this officer arrived at the station, these four subjects were viewing evidence in room 5. They were accompanied by another police officer. Viewing of evidence concluded at approximately 16:30. That's 4:30. Prior to this, Mr. Hubbard, this is Joe Hubbard, was cautioned at one time when one of the boots of Kim was dropped to the floor. At this time, he was cautioned of this and cautioned that this was evidence. At another time, the cast number 4, L10, was dropped to the floor by Mr. Hubbard, and the cast was broken in 4 places. The evidence viewing was terminated at this time. A couple things wrong there. Number 1, why are they allowing individuals to handle their evidence? That is asinine. Now, I understand the public defender getting to view it, and I would allow the public defender to view it, but you don't bring the accused family in there to view it. Because what happened? Did he intentionally destroy that cast? He dropped the boot, was warned, then he dropped the cast. If that was my case, I would have been furious. Not at the Hubbards. I would have been furious at whoever made this arrangement and then is allowing it. Just wanted to bring that up because not a lot of people know about it. Let me talk a little bit about what the crime scene tells me. Okay? You have a crime scene like this. You have a rural location. It's a cornfield. Even if you cannot determine the time of death or even the day, I know the pathologist put this towards the 19th, but there's other pathologists that the Hubbard hired that don't see that. And listen, you always have that. You always have that. The prosecution has their experts. Defense gets their experts to counteract it. Nobody will look at two things the same. You look at this. Somebody says, you know what? I see a boot print. You know what somebody else says? I see a measuring tape. You know what somebody else says? I see a stick. You can't agree. Okay? But even without the time of death, the day of death, you can learn some things from the crime scene itself. Like, was it a sexually motivated crime? That is important. Just because a body is found the way she was, it doesn't automatically make it a sexually motivated crime. Because the autopsy, there was no indication of a sexual assault. Her hymen was intact. Now, that doesn't always mean anything. But it appeared, and I believe it was actually worded in there, that Jennifer Hill was a virgin. Yet there are serial offenders out there. I'm not saying that this is a serial offender, where fantasy or the ability to fantasize over a long period of time overtakes the urge of the physical act of sexual assault. Now, what do I mean by that? There are some serial offenders, or just maybe not even serial offenders, they're offenders who think about doing something like this to a 12-year-old girl. Okay? When the time is right, I'm going to strike. But for the most part, they just fantasize about it. They may masturbate if they can get it up about it, what they're going to do. But when the actual time comes for the act, maybe something didn't go right. Because in the fantasy, the 12-year-old girl is happy to see this 45-year-old male. And she's like, oh, yes, I will go in this car with you to a cornfield and make out with you, and maybe we can get married. This is a fantasy in the offender's head. And he relives it every day for months, maybe years. Sometimes they never act on it, but sometimes they do. And when they do, they get up enough courage. Sometimes it takes alcohol to do that. They will strike. And when the girl resists, the 12-year-old girl says, well, listen, you freaking creepy old man, get away from me. The fantasy's broken. He's thought about this for years, every day, thinking it was going to happen this way. And it doesn't. So what happens? He snaps. He kills him. He's so freaked out by it, he doesn't get off. One of many different possibilities in this case as to why she was not sexually assaulted. Some offenders will kill. They'll sit back. They'll masturbate. Leave their semen on the floor, wherever. Leave. And the pathologist and the police will get there and say, well, she wasn't sexually assaulted. Technically, it's true. But then they'll go on further and say, and they'll tell the press, it wasn't a sexually motivated crime. Even though her blouse was removed and her shirt ripped up and her underwear missing. Well, yes. That is a sexually motivated crime. Just because she wasn't sexually assaulted doesn't mean that. Because he sat over there in the corner of the bed and jerked off and got gratification from it. So there's a lot of different scenarios as to what happened here. Remember, shirt pulled up, left breast exposed, bra was kind of moved up, pants pulled down. So what you have to determine as an investigator, why is this? There's only two reasons. Either it's staged to make it look like something that it isn't, or B, it's a sexually motivated crime. It's the only two things, okay? It's my job as an investigator to figure out which one. Now, you can't figure out which one just by the visual, just by looking at it. There's more that goes into it to try to figure out why. And I'll get into my findings at another point in time in these videos. But what I want to do is concentrate on the 1973 investigation and the evidence. Another piece of evidence that I want to bring up that was, I don't ever think it was brought up in trial, but I found it obviously significant. November 1, 1973. Conducted a search of the seats of the vehicle of Kim Lee Hubbard. We removed the seat and lifted the floor rugs. Upon completion of removing the front seat, the flap section was loosened, and various items fell upon a newspaper that was put beneath the seat flap. Examination of this debris revealed one small section of a alleged fingernail, which was gathered as evidence by this writer. Property record is attached. This is the property record. One section of fingernail removed from the fold of the seat. What I want to know, obviously, is this relevant? Well, it could be. It certainly could be. But hey, how about you do some due diligence, state police, and go and find out whether Jennifer Hill at the autopsy had a broken fingernail. Because if she did, I do believe that that would be an important piece of evidence. However, I didn't see that that was done. I see nothing else mentioned about this fingernail. Hopefully, that's because it was irrelevant to this crime. But I would like to know that. Because don't you think that would be a good piece of evidence to have been presented at trial? So, but I am guessing that they had these reports, the state police, the prosecutor, the district attorney. There must have been no relevance to that. Let me see if there's anything else I want to cover in regards to evidence. Evidence collection timeline. I just want to go over this again because it's very important. It's the evidence. Remember, all the plaster casters were made on the 28th and initial ones were made on the 29th. On the 29th at 9 a.m., a new left front tire was put on Kim Hubbard's car because it had gone flat. It replaced a Kelly Springbelt tire. Same day, 10:29, Corporal Hauser receives the cast from Trooper Kepik. 10:31, Trooper Gom receives spare tire from Mr. Frost, who had changed Hubbard's tire the previous day. 10:31, Kim Hubbard's car was released to the Pennsylvania State Police and 3 tires were removed. I discussed that. Mud is observed under each tire well on the driver's side and front floor mat. On 10:31 of 73 at 1:15, they collect Kim Hubbard's boots. And on 11/173, the partial fingernail is found. That's the evidence. That's the evidence that the prosecution has. Okay? Is it enough right now? Do you have probable cause to make an arrest for the murder of Jennifer Hill by Kim Hubbard? You have... Now, remember, they have to send this stuff to the lab. You know, you can visually look. Like, if I was on the case and I saw, you know, I got Kim Hubbard's boot print right here. And I got the cast and I'm looking at it and I see those 2 marks, you know. Yeah, I'm going to be on it. I'm going to be like calling in expert. Hey, come look at this right now. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Come look at it and tell me what you think. And if they looked at it, or let's say there was no experts available, but I had 10 policemen around. Hey, what do you think? Look at that. You think that matches? Do you think that matches? And if the majority says yes, I'd be hard-pressed not to arrest Kim Hubbard. Just based off that. Based off the tire impressions. Based off the boot print. Because really, that's all you got. We already looked at his timeline, right? And it's very tight. It's a tight window. Remember, she goes missing 4:10 to 4:30. By 4:45, 5 o'clock, Kim's on the phone, taking a call from Mr. Hill. Very tight window. Not impossible, but very tight. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep up at the end of here. I will put up some photographs of these evidence so you can compare and you can look at it a little bit longer. I'm sure there's probably something that I missed in regards to the evidence. But remember, in the beginning of this video, I said, let's not make it complicated. You don't have to make it complicated. The tires in that field matched Kim Hubbard's. Now, some will say, maybe he'd been in that field before. And I believe he had. He used to take his girlfriend Colleen down there and go parking. Yet, this was on fresh mud. These imprints. But that's okay. They matched. Let's forget them. Let's forget the tire impression. If you have a problem with the tire impressions because he had been down there before, or you have a problem with the tire impressions because he had removed one of the tires on October 29th, even though they took the cast on the 28th and then some additional ones on the 20th. Okay, get rid of that. Let's just go back to the left boot print. Let's just do that. Can we do that? The left boot print that was underneath Jennifer Hill's body. Please tell me how that got there. If that boot is in the Hubbard residence on 10/28, when that cast was made, how could it have been planted? I'm going to sit here silent because I want you to ponder that question. How could police plant that when they did not have physical custody of it on the 28th or the 29th or the 30th? Now, I guess that I'm sitting here thinking about it. People could say, well, they got it on the 31st. And then they went out and put it in the mud, made a caster of it, and they planted it that way. If that was the case, don't you think they'd make a little bit better impression than this and make it so difficult for identification? I mean, look at it. It's an asinine assertion. Okay? I might as well address this right now under evidence. The body. We had talked about the lack of decomposition. The police went to great lengths to place a thermometer out there and record the temperatures to see if it was consistent and, try to determine, why the body wasn't decomped as much. I had sent it out, and I'll get into the findings of who I sent it to and what their conclusions were when I got the case in 2013. But again, I want to try to stick to 1973. The assertion wasn't, and the thing is, I don't know when this assertion came about. Listen, when you're in jail, you have a lot of time on your hands to look at your case. Remember, you have discovery. You have all this stuff. You can go through it and pick apart inconsistencies. No, I'm not going to get into I'm going to do that on another video. I'm going to take all of the assertions, the conspiracy theories, including the body and what they said happened to the body, and do a video on that completely. Okay? So this is it. This is all I'm going to do for this portion of the evidence and the tires, the boot print, and the actual crime scene location. That's all I'm going to do for this. And the next video I do, I'm going to talk about the conspiracy theorists and what they say took place in this case. Okay? Hey, remember, this case isn't about Kim Hubbard. It's not about wrongfully convicted individuals. It's not about anything else other than Jennifer Hill. So with that said, hey, Maine's out. Okay, we're back to the Jennifer Hill case, and it's time to now talk about the accused, the convicted, Kim Hubbard. I got to admit that I'm very reluctant to do this. And the reason is because I don't like talking about other people. I certainly won't say anything that I wouldn't say to an individual's face, but it's just, I don't like people when they talk about me, especially when they talk bad about me. But I feel that it is necessary in order for the viewer to understand the dynamics of this case in the behavioral aspect of the crime scene and how it can relate to the accused. Now remember, I didn't arrest Kim Hubbard in 1973, and in fact I wasn't born then. But I have met him. I have talked to him. I have shared emails with him, and I'm going to share them with you because I'm all about transparency. Also, I'm going to talk about how, when you meet somebody for the first time, a lot of it is first impressions. And sometimes those first impressions are wrong. I think of my partner at one point in time, Jeremy Brown. He was my narcotics partner for a long time. And then when I ran the Lycoming County Drug Task Force, I picked him to be my second in command. When I first met him, I thought he was a jerk. He was arrogant, had this look about him, and he ended up being complete opposite, at least to me. One of my best friends ever. It's funny that I just said that because I was at a place this weekend and some guy came up to me, and I believe he was probably half drunk, but he said pretty much the same thing. Oh, I don't want to disrespect you or anything. Don't take this the wrong way, but you just come off a certain way. Like I saw you walking and, you come off kind of arrogant and, very confident. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just noticed it and I wanted to come up and just, introduce myself. Yeah, okay, whatever. But I will talk about when I first met Kim and what my thoughts were. But what I want to do is go back to 1973. I talked about all the interviews that Joe Hubbard, who is Kim's father, gave. Ruthie, his sister, the surveillance that was done on the Hubbard residence where the troopers indicated that they observed Hubbard hitting his sister and pulling her hair. And we talked about the sightings of Jennifer Hill and so on and so forth. But one of the things that I purposely have left out is the interviews with Kim Hubbard. Okay? And when he became a suspect and what he had to say. And we went through about when he became a suspect. It was my opinion that, when the two drunks went up to the house, that started something in the police's mind. But I could be certainly wrong about that. And it could have certainly just been after they looked at the tire imprints and then went up to the high school and checked, and there was no matches or whatever. And then eventually they checked Kim Hubbard's car. And maybe that's when he became a suspect. Maybe he was a suspect all along and he just wasn't listed as a suspect in the reports. But at some point in time, they narrowed their focus on Kim. Now, I find it hard to believe that it was because of any statements he made. Because according to the reports that I have, the first time he was interviewed was October 31st. Remember, she went missing October 19th. But I want to go over his statements and tell you where or if I see a problem with his statements. So, what you always want to do as an investigator, let's say you interview a suspect multiple times, and let's say you don't even know he's a suspect. but maybe he's a person of interest, which that's a play on words to me. They're the same thing. But if you interview a suspect multiple times, what you want to do is go back and look for the inconsistencies. Now, remember what I said in the very first or second video about timeline inconsistencies. We're not talking about I woke up at 10:36 compared to you interview him 2 weeks later. He says I woke up at 10:45. Those inconsistencies are not what I'm talking about. It's location inconsistencies. It's alibi inconsistencies. And yeah, if it's a big time gap, well, okay. Well, then we're going to consider them as an inconsistent statement. So on October 31st, Kim is interviewed, and he says he doesn't wake up until 1 p.m., so he must be a night owl. Well, guess what? The surveillance reports tells you that. So it corroborates it, is what I'm trying to say. But he woke up at 1 p.m., he went to the store for cigarettes. He then came home. He then went and rented a buffer. He went to the Humdinger, got a Cosmo and a drink. He was there for about 25 minutes. Back home, he worked on his car for about an hour. He was in the house just for a few minutes, and then he went to a car wash. And he was at that car wash for 25 minutes. He comes back, he went to the Humdinger, got a drink, saw his buddy, back home, and when he's home, now he gets the call from Mr. Hill. Where's Jennifer at? Any problem with that? Well, no problem. He's interviewed the next day. Same thing. Got up, went to the store for cigarettes. Buffer, Humdinger, home, worked on the car. Now this time he says for an hour and a half. Last time he said an hour. He ended this at 3:45 p.m. Back in the house for a minute. Then to the car wash, there for 25 minutes. Back to the Humdinger. He went to the house for 10 or 15 minutes, got the call from Jack Hill. And now he sees his buddy at the Humdinger. Reverses a few things there. What stands out to me in that statement is that he puts an exact time on something. Okay? Before that, the only exact time that he put on anything was that he was up at 1 p.m. Now he's saying that he worked on his car and he ended that work at 3:45. Okay. He's interviewed again on 11/3. And I think that's the date that he walks down to the borough building, and basically him and his mom go in there and raise, I don't know whether they raise, heck or not, but it's hard to tell from reports. But apparently they went into the station and Kim started talking. And I want to read it here. On 13:30 hours on November 3rd, Doris Hubbard, which is Kim's mom, phoned the South Williamsport PD and asked for District Attorney Alan Ertl. When he answered the phone, the suspect was on the phone and stated that he wanted to speak to him personally. So Kim, it's a ruse in a sense. Mom calls and says, hey, I want to talk to the DA. DA gets on the phone and it's Kim. And he says, hey, I want to talk to you. The district attorney refused, and subsequently the suspect, accompanied by his mother, appear at the South Williamsport Police Department at 1:57. This is p.m. Upon his arrival, he entered the council chambers room, and in the presence of this officer, along with another officer, and the chief and a captain of the South Williamsport PD, along with the district attorney, which time he stated that he came in for about 10 minutes to help clear up his activities on 19 October 1973. Okay? This time, he was advised of his rights by Corporal Hauser. Rights card is attached, after which the suspect related the following. These are in quotation marks. The only reason I came in today was to clarify my activities on 19 October 73. In the morning of the 19th, I went to the Humdinger restaurant and bought 2 marijuana cigarettes from 2 guys. I want to stop that right there, because the very first thing he says is in the morning of the 19th. He already established he didn't wake up until 1 p.m. That was in both previous interviews. Now, I'll let that slide because maybe that's the morning to him, right? That's when he first woke up, so it's morning to him. But he went there to buy 2 marijuana cigarettes from 2 guys. I went out in my car and rolled them myself. Then I went back in and said thanks, and I left. I was looking for someone else to smoke them, so I drove up to the old Lookout. Nobody was around, so I came back home. The reason I didn't tell you this before was I didn't want to get these guys in trouble for selling me marijuana. Suspect was asked by the district attorney, did you buy the marijuana before or after you got the floor buffer? To which he replied, after. He was asked by the lieutenant who came into the room after the interview began, did you ever let anyone use your car? To which he replied, no. He was then asked if he knew where the girl's body was found. To which he replied, not until yesterday, when one of my friends told me where she was found. He was then asked by the lieutenant if he had ever been in that cornfield where the girl's body was found, to which he replied, no. Remember we had talked about him saying he was down there and he used to go down there and park, but now he's saying no. He's never been down there. After this point, he left. The suspect's mud came up on the car. The suspect stated he wanted to tell us about the mud on the car, but he was told to go see his attorney. Suspect stated that the mud on his car was from Stroman Bakery on Lycoming Creek Road, where he works, with the only other mud on his car was from the area of 8th Street in South Williamsport, where he had been parking with his girlfriend. Now, I can certainly see why Hubbard would not voluntarily give information to police on his first or second interview about buying a marijuana cigarette, right? I mean, that's normal to leave that out. So I am not too concerned about that. But Kim Hubbard, at this juncture, on that date, which was 3rd November, he obviously is feeling some sort of heat on him. Because remember, the 28th, the body's found. The 29th, he gets his front left tire, I believe, changed. They take his car on the 30th. Or the 31st, they take his tires off. They're interviewing him on the 31st. They take his boots on the 31st. He is obviously feeling the pressure now. Now, I don't know if Kim knows that his dad basically fingered him in that, no, that didn't sound right, pointed the finger at him in that hospital interview that he gave. When it comes to suspect's statements, he had also was given a polygraph. I just want to, before I forget about that right here. And this was on November 1st. Remember, he busted into the, I don't mean to say that. Don't take it literally. He came into council chambers, Williamsport Police, with his mom on the 3rd and wanted to clarify some things. On November 1st, he was given a polygraph examination. And I don't know whether he passed or failed. I don't remember. I'm going to tell you here when I look at it. But I just want to say it before I look at it. I don't care whether he passed or failed. I don't believe in polygraphs. I believe in pre-test and post-test questions, but not the results. But just for you that do believe in it, I will let you know here. let me read it because I can't find it. Kim Hubbard, white male, 20, November 1st, 73, appeared at the State Police Headquarters, Troop F in Toursville, the purpose of submitting to a polygraph examination. He voluntarily appeared. He was advised of his rights. After the first examination, the suspect was interviewed by Corporal Bardo and the polygraph operator. The suspect was then examined by Corporal Brasilia with the polygraph machine and re-interviewed by this writer. Hubbard related the same information to this writer that he did when interviewed by this same writer and District Attorney Alan Erdl, with one exception. In the interview on October 31st, Hubbard stated that he returned from Williamsport from having his car washed, that he stopped at the Humdinger in South Williamsport and had a soft drink. At this time, he stated that he talked with a friend by the name of... This would have been shortly after 4 p.m. on the day that Jennifer went missing. In talking with Hubbard on this date, after being run on the polygraph for a second time, Hubbard stated that he didn't see his friend after coming from the wash, but that it was later in the evening. We had discussed this already, if you remember. Stated that it was almost dark when he talked to this individual and was not earlier in the afternoon as he had previously stated. It doesn't say whether he passed or failed. Well, here's another report about it. Submitted to being polygraphed and during the pre-test interview relayed the same information. The main consideration or not was whether Hubbard was telling the truth when he claimed that he had no knowledge of the murder that took place on 19 October 73. Subject Hubbard was given 3 tests, and his polygrams did contain several reactions to the pertinent questions pertaining to the matter under investigation or an attempt at deception. It is the opinion of the examiner that this subject did not tell the substantial truth during the examination. Subject showed reactions to knowledge and being with the victim Hill more than being actually responsible for the crime in question. Let me read that again. Subject showed reactions to knowledge and being with the victim Hill more than being actually responsible for the crime in question. The polygram also indicates the subject might have taken drugs of some form prior to the test or possibly the night before. In a lengthy post-test interview, subject would not give any explanation for the reactions. Okay, that's it. Polygraph. He failed the polygraph. Seems like it says that he may... What did it say? He showed more reactions to knowledge and being with Jennifer than actually responsible for the crime in question. Well, and that might bring up, maybe that is why people always, whenever I bring up this case, it's either he was framed or his dad did it. I get those two all the time. His dad has an alibi. But maybe this is where they got it from, because he's shown knowledge of the crime and not that he actually committed it. His dad had an alibi. His dad was drinking in a bar, and his alibi is the bartender who saw him there. The behavioral characteristics of this crime, to me, doesn't indicate that the father at that age would have been responsible for this, even if he didn't have an alibi. I don't know where that comes from. Because there is nothing in this mountainous information and paperwork about the dad. It reminds me of one of those things like an old case where people, like a rumor gets started and then it gets built upon. And then it almost becomes fact. There is nothing in here that says that Kim Hubbard took the rap for his dad who actually committed the crime. I don't know where people come up with this stuff. I really don't. Joe Hubbard wasn't driving Kim Hubbard's car to leave those impressions in the mud. far as I know, Joe never admitted, or nor did Kim, or did anybody else admit that Joe would wear Kim's army boots to leave the impression underneath Jennifer's body. In fact, it's quite opposite in here. Somebody, one of Kim's friends, stated on October 19th, when they did see Kim later on that night, he had on a pair of army boots. Or he said combat boots. So Kim's consistent on his story. One thing, you have to narrow it down, right? He wakes up at 1, rents a buffer at 1:45. All that stuff's important, but we can start narrowing it down. There's a couple things that he did that he didn't tell. He didn't say. Oh, right here's a statement by his friend. Or somebody, I don't know if it was his friend, this friend gave a statement on 11/3/73. Around noon, he saw Hubbard at the Humdinger. He wanted drugs and was wearing old army boots. Quotations. Made me lose my train of thought of what I was looking for there. Sucks to get old. What was I looking for? Oh, his statements. They're all consistent. But for some reason, he leaves out that he went and paid a fine at the magistrate's office that day. And again, he's leaving that out because it makes him look bad in the police's eyes? Or did he just forget it? But did he forget it on 3 different occasions when he's interviewed? But the car wash. The car wash. 25 minutes. That's normal, right? Depends. I think he had stated at some point in time that he had put in, 3 quarters, which is 5 minutes apiece. That's 15. 5 minutes to get there, 5 minutes back, which means he would be gone for a total of 25 minutes. That essentially is his alibi, other than Jack Hill, who receives his phone call. During the commission, at least when the prosecution believes that Jennifer Hill was murdered, Kim Hubbard is washing his car at the 5th Ave car wash, which is over the bridge from South Williamsport into Williamsport. It's about a 5-minute drive from his house, 1030 Central Ave, to 5th Ave in Williamsport. Do I have a problem with that? Not initially. Not initially. People took care of their cars more so in the 70s than they do now. Yet, if you look at these pictures, does that look like a car that has been taken care of? I'll put it up. I'll take a better picture of it, but you'll see mud spattered on the side. Of course, it's wrecked. And police took mud, which was consistent with the mud from the crime scene or dump location, whichever you prefer. I say that it's both. So the question becomes, in that 25 minutes that he's saying that he was washing his car, was he in fact murdering Jennifer Hill? Well, that's going to be up for your interpretation. I'll let you know what I think at the end of this series. But let's get into now the personality of Kim Hubbard. I didn't know Kim Hubbard in 1973, obviously. I barely know him now. But he was known, and this is what you do in an investigation, okay? You go back and talk to his high school teachers. Talk to his high school, not necessarily his friends, but you can talk to his friends. Talk to other people. You're going to get a sense of the type of person he is. And the police did that. And from the information that was given, he came off as a bully. Not only a bully, someone that was, when one of his friends said that he fought a lot, and when he did, he always seemed to swing first. Other people said that he liked to hang out with younger crowd, and him being older. I could surmise that's because he wants to bully them and let, things his way. Abusive, and that's a strong word, to his girlfriend at the time, Colleen. I won't say her last name. At least Colleen's parents and siblings had said that in an interview. He just didn't seem to be a nice person. Hey, you could go interview 10 people about me and they'll tell you that I'm not a nice person. Doesn't mean I'm a murderer. Okay? You could interview 10 other people that will say, hey, he was great. I got along with him fine, no problems. Until you sit down with somebody, face to face, man to man, look them in their eye, shake their hand, and talk to them, everything else is just words on a paper. For me, fortunately, I was able to sit down with Kim. And listen, by then, when I talked to him, he was a 50, 60-year-old man who had done hard time, 10 years in prison. Okay? If he is innocent, I understand him being standoffish. I understand him being guarded. I have no issue with that. Although, when I first sat down with him, and he emphatically told me that, he did not kill that girl. Remember? And I got closer and I said, I will find out. And then he leaned back in his chair and said, I like you. He was trying to intimidate me. He's got a tone about him. Very direct. To people that don't know any better, it's intimidating. To me, you're not going to intimidate me. Like Jack Lambert of the Steelers said in Super Bowl in 1979 with the Rams. The Rams try to intimidate us. We're the Steelers. We do the intimidation. Okay? That's how I feel. You're not going to intimidate me. Okay? I'm here to do a job. Talk to you. Shortly after that, communication broke down between us because he thought, that I was there to exonerate him. That was his words. And I wasn't. I was there for the truth. If the truth exonerated him and he sued that city for $10 million, I would applaud him. Okay? But I wasn't there to exonerate him. I was there to find out the truth. Did they get it right in 1973? He done his time. He moved back. We were sitting in the very restaurant where he was arrested 40 years earlier. That was surreal to me. I can only imagine what he was thinking. Apparently, it didn't bother him. But he mentioned that to me. But, people can spin anything the way that they want to, including police. Remember the surveillance with him striking his sister, pulling her hair? Again, I gave an analogy. It's not necessarily meaning he's violent. But when you start talking to other people, you can formulate that maybe he is violent. I didn't see it, okay? I didn't see it. But I only had two face-to-face conversations with him. Then we shared a few emails before that stopped as well. Now, one of the things with the evidence that I didn't get into that I will is one of the reasons things ceased between me and Hubbard. One day, and I'll get into this a lot more on another video, but I'm sitting in my office and I hear people from the 911 center talking about a haunted box down in the basement of their 911 center, which used to be, I guess, the old, where they kept the old records or something. And I'm hearing it, because as a cop, I still do this today, you listen to everything. You know, you're eating your meal, but you're hearing this conversation about this girl breaking up with her boyfriend, and you hear about, the guy over here who has athlete's foot talking to his wife about getting medicine. You hear all that. I'm doing some work, and I hear them talking about this haunted box. And they said, yeah, the name on it's Hubbard. And I stopped dead in my tracks. I slid my chair out, went out there. I said, what did you say? And they told me there was a box down in this basement that had Hubbard on it. I was like, what's in it? They're like, we don't know. Let's go right now. I went down there, opened it up. I'm pretty sure it had a lock on it. I'm not sure. I can't remember if we had to bust a lock or what. But I had somebody with me, like a maintenance guy or something, to get me down there and open this big crate. It wasn't like a box, and I'll show you pictures of it later and stuff. It's a big crate. Inside was all the evidence from this case that was used at trial. Not the stuff that wasn't. That was destroyed by the Pennsylvania State Police per the protocol. After somebody's convicted and their appeals are exhausted, you can get rid of the evidence. This was supposed to be destroyed. I have paperwork, and I'll show it to you then, of where it is said that it was destroyed. It was going to be destroyed, but it never was. So when I'm talking to Kim Hubbard the second time, I remember distinctly, he's drinking his coffee, saying about how he was framed and all this, and how am I going to be able to help him. And I told him, I said, well, I got Jennifer Hill's clothing, and now we can test it for DNA. And he began to shake, and he called me a liar. He's like, I have documentation that shows that you're lying, that this was destroyed. And I said, well, I'm here man to man, face to face. I'm telling you, I have it. It's not destroyed. I found it. And I'm going to test it. So I have a DNA swab in my backpack here. I would like your DNA. And man, he almost spilled his coffee. He sat it down and he said no. I think he said he had to talk to his attorney, but no, not right now, or something to that effect. He wasn't giving it to me. Now, I understand his trepidation. I do, especially if he was innocent. So there's two ways to look at it. He's innocent. He was framed. That's what his camp and him has convinced himself that's what happened. He's not going to give DNA to me to think that he's going to get framed again. Or there's the other part of it, that he's guilty. And he knows that DNA is going to nail his coffin shut. So he said no. And I remember he questioned me about how do I know that you wouldn't plant something or something to that effect. And I think I know I offered him. I said, hey, you can follow this chain of custody. I'll go down. You can go down to the lab with me, okay, to prove to you that I'm not going to plant anything. And he wouldn't do it. That whole DNA stuff will come up later on in the investigation and what I did with that evidence. But what I want to do is I want to read you the email, or part of the email at least, that Hubbard wrote me. it was on, it's funny, it's on 10/22 of 13. So almost to the day that Jennifer Hill went missing is when I met with him. Or at least he sent me this email. Mr. Maines, good morning, sir. My name is Kim Hubbard. You must read all my webpage carefully. Take your time. All the evidence that you need to see is in the fact on the webpage. Even the post-mortem report that is never admitted into evidence is here. It clearly shows what they did to me. I've been told by people they never seen a whole case put on an internet webpage like this before. I only emailed 5 people in the courthouse. They were all the judges. They are all good people, but they need to know what happened. They weren't around back then. When you're done reading the webpage and still have a question for me, I am here. This was a response, I think, to what I had sent him. I must have sent him an email telling him that I'm looking into the case. I'm assuming. It says here, after I met with Hubbard a second time, I received the following email from him. Mr. Maines, the more I think about our conversation that we had at the Humdinger, the more that I think this case is much bigger than you. I mean no disrespect. I can tell by your questions and answers we're not on the same page or even in the same book. I wasn't the only one the police were looking at, but you already know that. Transcripts 407 clearly state they were showing pictures of a young man with dark hair around age 30 driving a light Pontiac. As for Trooper Hauser taking the scrapings off Jennifer's fingernails, he didn't do that, Dr. Catherman did. As far as the scrapings that were taken from underneath Jennifer's fingernails, they were never tested, but you already know that. The reason they were never tested is the same reason they were never tested the red stuff on my white helmet. Because if they would have, it would have showed the red stuff was jelly from Stroman's Bakery. That's what you should be testing. You know, not the DNA from the victim's stuff that I found. He wants me to test the jelly on a helmet. They already know that what was under the fingernail scrapings, and so do you. It's in the transcripts. But you should have them tested anyhow just to prove to yourself. It's Jennifer's own skin. I know that you know they did a thorough search of me from the waist up at the state police barracks. There are no scratches on me, but I know you know that already. See how he's always... I know you know that, but I know you know that. I know you're smarter than what you're letting on. Trying to tell me that Jennifer laid on a concrete floor for 4 days doesn't make it. That's not what I told him. Let me finish it. You know Jennifer's body was refrigerated. There was no doubt about that. But I know you know that too. Trusting the DA's office is hard, especially when you tell me you can see no difference between photos 7 and 8, but you know photo 8 was inverted. Mr. Maines, I've already been through enough shit in my life. I don't need any more. I've already did the time for this crime, Mr. Maines. If you're trying to help me, you need to focus on the pictures. Dr. Miller's testimony and all the lies the state police told. There's no way you can do this by yourself. All the evidence that you need to prove me innocent is as truly, if that is truly your intent and exonerate me, is already on the webpage. I stand by it. That was it. A lot of good stuff in there to work with, though. The refrigeration of the body, we'll get into that when I talk about his claims. Him not trusting the DA's office, I talked about that. I get that if he feels that he was wrongfully convicted. The concrete floor. So, at some point in time during my investigation, I received a letter at the DA's office from a girl who was neighbors to Jennifer Hill. She claims in this letter she was 4 years old at the time, and she witnessed her father kill Jennifer Hill, not Kim Hubbard. And the letter is, nobody ever knew about it. Obviously, 1973, no one. I get the letter in 2013. There's enough stuff in that letter to make me say, oh boy, this could be major. So when he was talking about the body being refrigerated, I wanted and I thought about this letter that I got and how she said that Jennifer's body was laid in a storage room of some sort. And I'm going to get into a whole video about this letter that I received. That Jennifer's body was laid on concrete in this floor. In my young detective mind, I was like, well, maybe that's why the body does not have that much decomposition. Because his assertion that the police found her and removed her from the field and then refrigerated her and put her back in the field didn't make a lot of sense to me. In fact, I think it's probably the most asinine conspiracy theory I've ever heard in my entire life. And I'll get into all that later, but that's what he's referencing in here. So I thought, well, maybe she certainly wasn't refrigerated by the police. Maybe it's because she was laid on a concrete floor for 4 days. And that's where that comes from. It's my belief that Mr. Hubbard did not want my quote-unquote help for 2 reasons. One, I feel that when he says you're smarter than you look, basically telling me I was playing dumb, which I wasn't. I was holding some stuff back that I, knew, but for the most part, listen, dude, just tell me your story. Give me your DNA. We'll go from there. I'm not trying to exonerate you. I want the truth. And he kept saying, I think it's bigger than you. No disrespect. Well, it's kind of disrespect. Because eventually, it took me a year, but I figured it out. I think he knew through our conversations, one, I wasn't there to exonerate him. I wasn't on his team. And he should have known that from the beginning. I think that bothered him. Because he had a lot of, I'll talk about some professors. I think it was from Duquesne. And, I'm on the board down at Duquesne University. But yet there was a professor down there that believed in his innocence and, had a meeting with him and showed him the evidence, and he walked away and didn't pursue it again. I think Hubbard maybe thought that was me. I was going to be somebody that is a conspiracy theorist and believe in all this framing and planting of evidence. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen regularly, but it has happened. In certain cases, it has happened. Do I believe it happened in this case? Well, when you listen to my conclusion, I'll tell you. I'm sure you can figure it out now. But he also knew that I was in it for the long haul. I wasn't some fly-by-the-night detective that was just, going to write up a paragraph or two and give it back to the DA and said, yeah, the jury got it right and, this and that. I was going to be thorough, and I was going to find out the truth. And I think that scared him. Now, again, he certainly wants to intimidate. Okay? But I don't get intimidated. It's just the way it is. And the way he speaks, very forceful. I got nothing against the way he presents himself. He presents himself like a man, the way you're supposed to present yourself. But, the tactic that, he is trying to use against me is not going to work against me. And that's all there was to it. I wasn't going to be intimidated by him. I'm not intimidated by him today. As I said, I go by his house 4 days a week. I used to go by it 5 days a week. I see him. I see him out in the yard sometimes. I see him getting into his truck. It doesn't bother me. Okay? But my job was to find out the truth. And I wanted to obviously talk to him as much as I could. because the more I could get from him, the better it is for your case. When I talk about his intimidation factor, I had information from Jennifer Hill's family that Kim Hubbard would intimidate the Hills, Jennifer's family, Jennifer's mother at the grocery store. Whether that's staring her down or saying something to her, I don't know. But can you imagine Jennifer Hill's mother? This guy who's convicted of murdering your child, your 12-year-old baby, goes to prison, does 10 years, gets out, moves right back, goes to the same grocery store that Jennifer Hill's mom's going to. Can you imagine how much that would tear her up? And I'm sure it did tear her up. On top of that, not just seeing the guy, having a guy with this type of personality, alpha dog, okay, A type of personality, hardened for 10 years in prison, okay. Read a newspaper report that he got into a fight like during the trial, like in jail with somebody, and had to be separated of some sort. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. It's jail. Survival of the fittest. Sometimes you got to establish your dominance. He's 19 years old. He's in there with grown men. He's got to fight. I got no problem with that. But he has that personality. And then you go to a grocery store and poor Hill family has to deal with that. I don't like that. That's all I'm going to talk about on this. And another thing in this I want to address is he's saying about the police had other suspects. Yes, they had a lot of other people they were looking at. What Kim did in this email that he wrote to me is mitigate his involvement in things and try to point out little things that make no... I almost cussed there. They're irrelevant. They're irrelevant to this. Okay? And when people do that all the time, conspiracy people do that all the time, and it bugs the piss out of me. For example, like, look at this photograph. It's inverted. Okay? You can see that it's inverted. It's reading backwards. Therefore, you're conspiring. You are tampering with evidence. That's not the case. So then some other idiot who believes this stuff looks at it and says, you're right. Oh my God. That photo is inverted. So you're innocent. When it has nothing to do with the crime. That's what Kim Hubbard does. That's what his camp does. And that's what he said in his email to me. Well, if you can't see the difference in photograph 8 and 9, then we don't even need to talk. I look at 8 and 9, yeah. Even if I did see a difference, it's irrelevant to the crime. Because they took a photograph from this direction, and then they took it from this direction, you want to say the cornrows are running different. It's asinine. That's what conspiracy theorists do. They try to jumble everything up, have you look at things that are irrelevant. Let's take away everything. Everything but that boot print. Now what? You have to look at the totality of the crime and not focus in on little inconsistencies. That's what defense attorneys do in order to put reasonable doubt into a juror's mind. It doesn't mean a person's innocent. I wish more people would understand that concept. That's what Hubbard tries to do. That's what his supporters try to do. Okay? Now, I feel bad because I'm giving away my conclusion. Okay? But it's very hard to try to explain to people how they are manipulated and how they are brainwashed into things when you don't have to make it so complicated. You look at the totality and then bring it all together, and it will give you the answer that you're seeking. Okay? That's it. Oh, I don't want to keep going. I'm getting fired up here. But we'll just keep it. This was about Hubbert's statements, Hubbert's proclivity. And one of the things that I didn't talk about is his proclivity to young girls that year and that week of the crime. Had at least 4 different girls come forward who gave information that he was trying to be sexually active with these girls on different occasions. Some went back a few months. Some were that week. He would pull up in his car and try to get them to go with him. What does that sound like? Think back to the Neville residence. Okay? And we'll get into more, what I think happened. But this was about the suspect's proclivity to violence, to younger girls, I'm going to say between the ages of 12 and 15. His statements, his time frame. Did he have enough time to commit this murder? It's tight. I'll give you that. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. His state of mind at the time, I don't know what that was. We talked about his polygraph examination that he failed. Listen, I don't care about that. I don't believe in polygraphs. But what he said in the pre-test and post-test, how he changed some things around. He's seen his buddy during the day, and then, well, wait, I didn't see him. It was at night. Things like that. That's what I want to hone in on. That's what I like looking at. I don't want to give out too much more into the conclusion of it, but the next one will be, I don't even think I'm going to get to the conclusion. What I'm going to do is talk, I think, the next one about my investigation. Okay? Let me before I end this, let me think if there's anything else. He's arrested at the Humdinger. He's sentenced and he's convicted based off of the evidence that I had showed you in the previous videos. A jury convicted him and found him guilty. The judge sentenced him to 10 to 20 years, I believe, for second-degree murder. And we'll get into why not first degree. I don't believe that it was premeditated, but I'll get into all of that. And then that's it. That's it. 1973 ends. 74 is when the trial was. And he's convicted, goes to jail. And let's see, if he's convicted in 74, he was in jail to 84 and gets out. But boy, that's weird that you don't really hear much from him from 84 to 2013 when I got those letters. Maybe because the internet wasn't around and he didn't, I don't know. That's a big time gap. But we'll get into all that, my investigation in 2013 and how that started and things that I find out. And trust me, you're going to want to stay tuned to what I find out and some tricks of the trade that I used in order to, in my mind and in the district attorney's mind, finally bring closure to this case after, at the time, 40 years, and it's 50 years now. And find out if my conclusion then still matches what it was from 10 years ago. So. Okay, welcome back to my Jennifer Hill series. This is getting to be almost like a 10-part series, but it's important because there's a lot of information out there that is not credible. There's a lot of information the public doesn't know. So, we're breaking it down and giving it to you the best that I can. And again, I'll probably miss some things, but I'm doing my best to be the most comprehensive place that I can give this information to, because I wrote it in my book, but it was only a chapter, just like a couple of other chapters of cases, but this one seemed to garner the most attention. And as I said before, the negativity that I got from both sides, prosecution and defense, but back then it bothered me. Now it doesn't bother me. I'm used to it, but I'm just here to give the facts. So let's recap of what we've looked at already. Kim Hubbard has been arrested in 1973 for the murder of Jennifer Hill, 12-year-old girl found in a cornfield. She went missing October 19th, but she wasn't found until October 28th. October 28th, police took plaster castings of tire impressions at the body dump location, also of footwear impressions in the mud. They developed a suspect, Kim Hubbard, and at trial they introduced his car tires as evidence. They also introduced his black boots as evidence. Both matched the treadwear and tire wear impressions at the crime scene. Those were the main reasons that Kim Hubbard was found guilty at trial. He was sentenced to 10 to 20 years for a second-degree murder conviction, and he had done his time. He got out, moved right back to the same area, South Williamsport, Pennsylvania, and has lived there and run a business, and that's where we're at. Now, if you remember, sometime after he got out, now I would guess if he got convicted in like 74, he served only 10 of his 20-year sentence. And again, very, 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 did I say very? Very light sentence in my estimation, especially for the evidence that was presented against him. Somebody that kills a little girl, there's different reasons why people kill, and I get into this all the time. GSR, greed, sex, revenge. If you have a fight in a bar with another man and you hit him and he hits you, it's mutual combat, and you end up beating the guy to death, or he falls down, hits his head and whatever and dies, that's a 10-year sentence. That's a 10-year sentence. When you kill a 12-year-old girl, and it's not on accident, it's not manslaughter charge, it's a murder charge. You may not have pre-planned it, but you intended it to happen. And you get a 10 to 20-year sentence. Kim Hubbard is one of the luckiest individuals when it comes to sentencing that I've ever seen. And to be honest with you, at the time, I don't know what the range called for. When you commit a crime in your sentence, there's a range. He had probably no criminal history or anything. He was 19, 20 years old, but it's still murder. And it's of a little girl, a 12-year-old girl. If the sentencing guidelines called for 10 to 20, I would have to say, okay, Judge, your hands are tied. However, if the sentencing guidelines did not call for a 10 to 20 year sentence, and it was up to the judge, and that's what the judge gave. He ought to be ashamed of himself. And that's what I'll say about that. So Kim Hubbard does his 10 years, comes back home. He waits a while because he would have got out in like 84, 85, even if it was 95. He gets out, he comes home, and he doesn't start this, at least from what I see. Maybe it's because of the internet or whatever, but he doesn't start this public outcry of injustice until 2012, when I started investigating this, when he wrote letters and such to the judges, and it's given to the district attorney, who in turn gave them to me and said, follow up on this. And that I did. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is my investigation now into Kim Hubbard. We talked about 1973, the crime scene, the evidence against him, the interviews, the timeline, all of that. And it accumulated with the arrest and conviction of Kim Hubbard for a second-degree murder charge of Jennifer Hill. Now Kim Hubbard has done his time. He is out. Now, during that time he's in jail, his dad, remember, very active, getting people involved, saying, my son's innocent. Although that greatly contradicts the interview that he gave police from the hospital in 1973, when he says, Kim's been acting very strange since Jennifer went missing, even more so that her body has been found. He's like a scared little mouse. My son Kim is not right. So, I get the case. The first thing that I have to do is I have to call the Pennsylvania State Police, because it's their case, and say, hey, I need the case file because I need to go over it. At the time, the corporal there, him and I got along good. Disagreed on some things, and it led to a downfall, and we'll talk about that case later, between me and that Pennsylvania State Police corporal, who now I have no respect for. But regardless, at that point in time, yes, case is closed, long time ago. Here, you can have it. So I get the case file and I start researching. Now, when I do a case, I got to read the case file multiple times. That's how I do it. That's how I've done it. And that's how I continue to do it. Because I want to know that case better than anybody else in the world at that particular time. I might lose it 10 years from now and not retain it. But at that particular time, when I sit in a room with the district attorney or anybody else who has a question, the worst answer that I can give is I don't know. And I'll never do that. Okay? I'll know the case like the back of my hand. If I got to read it 1,000 times, that's what I do. And that is what I do. I read it the first time, whole way through like a story. I let it develop. The characters, Jennifer Hill, Kim Hubbard, Ruthie, Jackie. They're just characters in a movie. It's like a slideshow, and you're just watching it. You're reading it. And although there's some things in there that make your stomach go, ooh, I like that, I try not to let that develop. Just read it. Read it like a story. Get done with it. Okay. Now I got a picture of everything in my head. Now let's go back and go again meticulously. Meaning line by line. Okay, now I'm not reading it like a story. Now I'm reading it like a police report. Ooh, that bothers me right there. Why didn't he say this earlier? And I annotate it. Write it down. And I'll go through each page, line by line that way. And anything that I think needs followed up, anything that makes the hair stand up, makes my stomach feel a certain way, I write it down. Get done with that. Now I'm done with that. I have about 10 pages of notes. Of things that I think need followed up on. Something wasn't right. I need to look at that. And then that's where my investigation starts. And that's how I did this case. The same way. Oh, that girl's body looks like it's not decomposed enough. Ooh. Those boot prints in the mud. That's good. Right underneath her body where the elements couldn't get to them in those 9 days if she was laid there. And then you just go back and you start checking those right off of your list. So one of the first things that I did, obviously, is I went and talked to, I had already met with Kim Hubbard. I went and talked to Jennifer Hill's family, and it was her sister. And again, I can remember the look in her face, like, and I'm pretty sure her exact words to me was when I said, "Hey, I'm investigating the murder of your sister again," and I think her exact words were like, "Are you kidding me?" And I could tell, number one, she didn't want to relive this. Two, I think she had heard about Hubbard's innocence claims for the past 40 years, and she probably thought that I was on that trail. And I was on a way. I didn't believe that he was innocent. I didn't believe he was guilty. I just know that I got the case to follow up on and was going to do my job. But the reason I went there, number one, was because of a letter that I received. Now, it wasn't addressed to me. It was addressed, I think, to the district attorney's office. But when I got it, I had already started this review of the case. And then all of a sudden, this mysterious letter shows up. And it is penned by a girl named Danielle. Danielle was neighbors with Jennifer Hill, lived like right next door. And they allegedly, according to Danielle, were friends. Danielle goes on to explain in this letter that she believes, and I don't think she ever said anything about Kim Hubbard being innocent. She just believed that she knew her father, whose name was Dan, had murdered Jennifer Hill. And the reason that she believed this is because she witnessed it. That's a bombshell, right? Here you have a witness coming forward 40 years later saying, "Hey, I witnessed the killing of Jennifer Hill." Okay. So I read this letter, and obviously I take it very serious. Very serious. There was no mention of this person, this letter. Nobody knew about it. It would have been very easy for me, or the district attorney for that matter, to read it and chalk it up to, just some crazy person or whatever. This guy's already been convicted. Crumple it up and throw it away. That didn't happen. You know why? That's called integrity. And it's not just me. My district attorney at the time, Eric Linhart, he could have easily said, "We don't need this mess in this office, blah, blah, blah." No. Here, Kenny, we received this. Okay? You need to follow up on it. Yes, sir. So, this letter, I mean, to me, had merit. Because I just read all the case file, did what I told you I was doing, looked at pictures. Some of the things that she said in there, I definitely thought there was merit there. Okay? Now, what I want to preface this with is that Kim Hubbard and his camp had the website, remember? They probably still do. I don't get on it because I told you he had a picture of the victim on an autopsy table, and I think it's disrespectful, and I despise that. I didn't like it at all, so I never got back on it. But one of his assertions, his theories, was that Jennifer Hill actually made it home after leaving his house. She actually made it home. At the home, and his evidence for this is the tear in Jennifer Hill's pants. He says she made it home and there was a sewing machine repair begun on her pants. And that is evidence that she had made it home. Now I'll get into, my specific relook at that exact thing that he's talking about and let you know what I think. But this letter just, it had a lot of things in it that made sense. For example, Danielle says, now this is very important, she was 4 years old at the time. And her dad, Dan, was sexually abusing her. She had told Jennifer Hill about this abuse. Jennifer Hill, on this date, October 19th, 1973, walking home from the Hubbard residence around 4 o'clock, almost makes it home. But before she goes one more house, she stops at her friend Danielle's home. And the reason she stops there is because of a blue Letterman's jacket that was found with Jennifer's body. That jacket, in fact, was Danielle's mom. It was her jacket. So Jennifer was stopping to return that jacket. This all makes sense to me at the time. I'm reading it. Hey, she was found with that blue Letterman's jacket on her body. I confirmed that it was, in fact, Danielle's mom's Letterman's jacket. So, good reason to believe Jose Mendez's sighting right at the intersection close to her house is good. And she actually made it to close to home, one house away, to Danielle's house. In this letter, now Danielle describes a very uneasy feeling. And she just remembers her dad, Dan, strangling Jennifer as she sat in the kitchen, I believe on a chair. And the reason being is that Danielle was being assaulted by her dad, and Danielle had told Jennifer about this. Now, Danielle's dad had found out. And that is the reason that Dan murdered Jennifer Hill. She goes on to explain in this letter how and the reason this all came about is she's seeing a psychiatrist, and a psychiatrist is pulling out these repressed, whatever it's called, memories. She remembers a puddle forming underneath Jennifer. And as a 4-year-old, her first thought was, and she asked her dad, Dan, this, how's Jennifer going to get home? You know, will she just wet herself and you're taking off her pants? And the dad said, don't worry, I'll get her new pants to wear. Oh, remember what I had said about what Jennifer was last seen wearing? Those blue pants with the red hearts, and then she was found in a different pair of pants. Remember that mystery? Boy, sure sounds like that mystery is solved right here in this one letter. And that's what I thought when I read it. Oh my goodness. This explains it. And I know, when somebody is getting strangled out, a lot of times they'll lose their bodily fluids. And this happened. Could a 4-year-old really have went? Could this be the case? Kim Hubbard was right all along. He didn't commit these murders, right? That's what I was thinking. I got to follow up on all of this. So it's almost like a whole new investigation now. So now I got to look at Danielle's claims. Look at her. Who is she? Okay? What type of person is she? So do a little background on her. I had an associate. I wouldn't call him, maybe a friend, but it was somebody that I respected a lot, who also worked at the FBI task force after I had left. And he was a police officer in Lycoming County, and I respected him a lot. Great investigator. Just so happens he was related to Danielle. So I call him up and I said, hey, this is what we got. This is the letter that I got. What type of person is she? Is she somebody that's going to make this up? I mean, and he said, well, she's the black sheep of the family. She doesn't go to any family functions. She's crazy. Now, it'd been, again, easy for me to crumple up that note and say, hey, there's no merit to it. Yet, I couldn't do that because you can't pick your witnesses, okay? A lot of times, the witnesses on the street that see a murder, whatever, maybe they're prostitutes. Maybe they're drug users. You can't pick your witnesses. They are who they are. And you can't discredit them based upon their occupation. Now, you could say, hey, well, just they're crazy and there's no merit. But there was a lot of stuff in this letter that gave me pause. Now, see, if I was against Kim Hubbard, if it was me against him like people want to portray it in the media and such, I wouldn't bring this up here. I would point everything that Kim Hubbard is guilty. Everything in that, shine a light on his guilt. Why he's guilty, why he's guilty, why he's guilty. But that's not what this is about. This is about looking at a case objectively with unbiased eyes and let the chips fall where they may. So just like 10 years ago when I got this letter and followed up on it, as today, I'm obligated as an investigator to do that. All too often, people want to stonewall you. No transparency, especially police. You know, with cold cases, I see it all the time. They're not going to give their records to you. They're just not. Ego is part of it, but there has to be transparency in life, and especially in investigations. So when I do an investigation, I like to be as transparent as possible. Now, there's some people in this Hubbard camp who, again, who kind of, I'm law enforcement, so they're against me right away. And, you know, like I said, some idiot girl wanted to write a book about Kim Hubbard's case and point me as a bad guy. And I never read it and I never will. It's just what somebody had told me. But she had made a comment on one of either my social media pages. Again, I don't read those very much. Or maybe she sent an email or an Amazon review or something. And spoke negative about me. And I never met her a day in my life. And she knows nothing about me or my investigation. So, you know, I look at those things as, you know, who are you? That's it. You got to consider where the source is coming from. Just because somebody writes a book doesn't mean they know what they're talking about. Just because someone holds the title FBI agent doesn't mean they know what they're talking about. You know, do your own research. But back to the letter. The letter was significant enough where I started checking into her background. What would be her motive to lie? If she is lying, if she's telling the truth, well, you goddamn better well believe that I'm going to find out. And that's exactly what I did. Now, what I want to do for you is read the entire letter that Danielle had wrote to the district attorney's office and also the Pennsylvania State Police, which was forwarded to me for my follow-up. And you decide, you know, and I'll give you my thoughts afterwards after you hear this, and see if what you think, if it has merit or not. And we'll go from there. So stay tuned and listen to the letter. Okay, what I want to do is actually read the entire letter that Danielle had written to the Lycoming County District Attorney's Office and also sent a copy to the Pennsylvania State Police. It reads like a story, and that's why I want to read it to you, as this is how I received it. And this is stamped that it's received February 17th, 2012 from the District Attorney's Office. The material contained within this document is based on a crime committed over 38 years ago. As a victim and witness of this crime, I firmly believe and attest that this is what happened. The contents of this document are facts. An innocent person went to prison for a crime he didn't commit, while the perpetrator continued to live a life committing criminal acts. Though I was young at the time of the murder, I had knowledge of this crime and never given the opportunity to speak about it. My father is the one responsible for committing the crime. This is my testimony. The following document is a detailed account of what happened to 12-year-old Jenny Hill on October of 1973. As I was a witness, this submission is provided with my sincere and absolute belief that this is what actually occurred. While I understand that the case is quite old and has been closed for some time, this is the version that was never told, therefore never heard. Preliminary facts. My mother was absent at the time of the crime. We had a dog. I do not recall her being in the house during the crime. I was age 4. My brother Michael was age 2. We resided on Hastings Street, South Williamsport, 2 doors away from the Hill residence. Our families were friends and knew each other well. Jenny borrowed a school jacket from my mother. She stopped by our house to return the jacket. My father was sexually abusing me. I was 4 when I told Jenny of the abuse. Crime scenario. It was around dinner time, and my brother and I were in the care of our father, Daniel, at our home on Hastings Street. My father was engaged with something in the kitchen at the time someone came to the front door. My brother and I were in the living area of the house. With my father's permission, I opened the door. It was Jenny Hill. She wanted to return my mother's jacket. Soon after I opened the door, I noticed a man sitting in a car pulled over to the curb in front of our house, and he was looking my way. I believe he waved, and he looked familiar. I feel this man was my Uncle Bob, my mother's brother. My father seemed to remain near the kitchen area when he learned it was Jenny at the door. I remember him asking me who it was. I told him it was Jenny. She wanted to return Mom's jacket. I remember him speaking out loud, saying to let her in. He wanted to talk to her, and she could hang the jacket on a chair in the kitchen. I invited Jenny in, and I remember asking her about the man in the car. I believe she confirmed that he was my uncle. My responding kind of smart, like, "You don't even know your own uncle?" I didn't understand the connection between my uncle and her, and how it was that they were both there at the same time. For a brief period, Jenny and I stood in an area beyond the front door of the house. This is when I noticed that something was different about her appearance. She seemed to be made up, as though she was wearing some makeup, and her hair was fixed differently. Jenny and I spoke a little. During this time, my father had been in the kitchen. My father appeared just outside the doorway of the kitchen and invited her in, saying he wanted to talk to her. She could hang the jacket on a chair and leave out the back door. I followed behind her, but was quickly redirected out by my father. I left the room and went to the area on the other side of the wall that separated the kitchen from the adjacent room where the hutch was located. I remember feeling left out and wanted to be part of the conversation. I wanted to listen in and hear what he had to say to her. I was able to hear from where I was standing. I believe my dad began by giving her a compliment about her appearance. He said something like, "You look nice." Following this, he began asking her a lot of questions that I believe pertained to her whereabouts. He was asking things such as, who knew she was at our house? How did she get to our house, etc. I would say there was at least a handful of questions of this nature. As she answered him, details were revealed, such as my uncle seeing her at our doorstep. Eventually, Jenny reacted impatiently to the questioning and remarked to my dad, saying something along the lines of, "Why are you asking me all these questions?" I believe she questioned him about the way he was looking at her. She mentioned needing to get home. Her dinner was waiting for her. It was around this time my dad became defensive about her reaction and statements. I heard the sound of conflict. There was a sound like scuffling, and I remember my dad saying, "Now, Jenny," in a scolding way. To me, things felt and sounded wrong, far from being calm. I went into the kitchen and could see a problem. Things seemed tense, and I believe my dad was physically restraining Jenny with his arms wrapped around her, holding her to keep her from leaving. She may have been resisting and yelling for him to get off her. It broke up when I entered, and he saw me. I was feeling confused about all this conflict that my dad was having with Jenny. I didn't understand how or why any of this was happening, and I knew Jenny didn't do anything. She wanted to go home, but my dad insisted he wasn't finished talking to her, and she wasn't leaving until he did. I remember him standing in front of the back door in the kitchen and locking it. He persisted on asking her a question. When he finally asked, I remember it was about me, and hearing along the lines of, "Danielle told you something that I did to her." It was as if he had to set the record straight. He said it wasn't true, and I protested, responding that it was true. I remember feeling like he was making it sound as though I was lying about this. My father was sexually abusing me. I remember telling Jenny on one occasion that he was doing this. She told me what to do if he did it again. I followed her advice, and it was revealed to him that I had told Jenny. The tension began to escalate. There was a lot of yelling at once. Jenny defended me, and I felt like she was a big kid that would protect me. Jenny and I were both yelling, and she just wanted to go home, but my dad refused to unlock the back kitchen door. I remember my dad said no or nope when she mentioned going home. I remember hearing her state several times during this entire ordeal that her dinner was waiting for her. At some time during the conflict, the kitchen doorway leading to the living area was blocked by what I believe was a kitchen table. I remember the telephone was located in the kitchen, ringing, and my dad answered it. He spoke briefly. He got off and said it was Jack, Jenny's father. My dad proceeded to say that her father wanted Jenny to stay where she was. I remember feeling uncertain about this, and Jenny seemed to feel the same. None of this sounded right and did not match what my dad said on the phone. He never said that Jenny was at our house. Jenny didn't believe him and requested to get Dad back on the phone. I followed Jenny in doing the same, but my dad would not do this. It was around this time I believe Jenny tried to leave through the doorway by attempting to climb over the table or whatever was blocking the doorway. I remember my dad physically restraining her to keep her from leaving. I remember my dad pulled a chair, I believe it was a kitchen table chair, over to the wall separating the kitchen from the living area near the doorway. He ordered her to sit down and ordered me to leave. He moved the object from the doorway so I could leave. I knew he was angry. I didn't know what to expect, but I wanted to feel like he was just going to talk to her and everything would calm down. I returned to my place on the other side of the wall so I could listen to what he was going to say to her. Instead of things settling down and my dad turning the situation around to make it peaceful, it only got worse. He verbally bullied her, and there was a demeaning, scolding tone in his voice. I felt more confused and perplexed by what was going on. At first, all I could think was, what is he doing and why? I believe he said something like, "We were having a nice evening until you came here." It was as if he was blaming her for all the commotion. I heard sounds on the other side of the wall. Jenny may have been crying, and I believe there was a muffled sound coming from her. I remember hearing a scuffling sound that seemed to be on the floor. All of this was happening so fast, and I felt that Jenny was in trouble. I was paralyzed with fear at first. My heart was racing, and it was difficult for me to breathe. I felt like I couldn't move. I remember noticing my brother standing near the steps. After several moments, I was able to run over to him, feeling out of breath. As I told him, Jenny's in trouble. We have to help her. My brother stood still and wasn't moving. I felt like I needed to hurry, so I ran into the kitchen. My dad didn't seem to notice me. He was in front of Jenny and had his hands around her neck. She was seated in the chair. I tried to move quickly, first getting on his back, but unable to move him. She had a hand on his, and she didn't look good. I remember trying to move his hand by attempting to wedge my fingers between his hand and her neck. I remember her hand falling down to the side. My dad seemed to be so locked in, fixated on what he was doing, as if in a trance. I was screaming things while I tried to pry his hands off her neck. I accidentally scratched her neck. I felt like this would be the way to break his gaze and finally get his attention so he would stop what he was doing to her. I remember purposely scratching her neck as hard as I could and screaming. Eventually, his attention turned to what I was doing. I remember my dad yelling at me, "Look what you're doing to her neck." His face was red and his eyes were all over the place. He screamed at me, demanding that I leave. I felt hesitant because I wanted to help Jenny, and I knew he was hurting her. I believe I agreed to stop if he would stop, and he agreed to this, but continued to grip her neck. When I left the kitchen, I went back to the same area as before on the other side of the wall. I heard more sounds that were unpleasant. My dad grunting, as if exerting himself, a gurgling sound, and things hitting the floor. I remember hearing a loud slam sound on the floor. There was a pause, and then I heard my dad yell, "No," as though he couldn't believe what happened. Everything went silent. I felt frozen for a few minutes, and I was afraid. I think my next reaction was to ask my dad if he was okay. I remember going back into the kitchen, and Jenny was lying on the floor, not moving. Soon my brother came in, and I remember the two of us standing near Jenny as she lies still on the floor, and my dad was quiet. I felt an uneasiness, stillness, and silence. I was filled with fear and maybe a little shock, but somehow knew to watch out for my dad at this time. I remember starting to ask my dad questions like, "What's wrong with Jenny?" I remember him responding, "She's sleeping." I noticed that there were strange red marks on her face that looked like blood. I asked if she was bleeding, and he said no. I remember a puddle forming on the floor, and I learned that it was urine. Jenny had wet herself. I remember finding this hard to believe since she was a big kid. Why would she do that even if she was sleeping? It just didn't make sense to me. My dad cleaned it up. I remember him deciding to remove her pants, I guess since they were wet. I remember thinking, how would she get home without pants? I believe I even asked my dad this question, and he responded that he would get her something to wear. I remember how strange everything that was happening seemed to me, but none of it felt right or comfortable. I felt empty inside. My dad's behavior continued to be bizarre. It was around this point that he wanted me to get him supplies, like baby items such as wipes and a diaper to use for Jenny, and I couldn't believe it, let alone function, or even know where to get these things. I felt like this was all seemed wrong. I remember him demanding that we leave the kitchen. I returned to my area on the other side of the wall near the hutch. Some time passed, and I remember my dad coming out silently, taking what appeared to be a light-colored cloth, I believe it was white, out of the hutch and returning to the kitchen. A short time later, I moved away from my area by the hutch. It was near the staircase. I saw my dad stooped over with his arms stretched out as though he was dragging something. I started to move forward, and he saw me. I remember my dad had his head towards me, and he yelled to me, "Don't come out here." He was moving towards the basement door. I believe he transported her to the basement. The following occurrences may be out of sequence, though I am not certain of the order these incidents took place. These are memories that I feel strongly and sincerely did following the murder. During the time that my mom was still absent that evening, I remember my dad seemed to spend a lot of time in the kitchen or go downstairs to the basement. I remember seeing him pace in the kitchen and gaze at the kitchen back door. I remember he ordered me and my brother to play, get a toy, or do something. He got on the kitchen phone and was talking to someone. I believe he was talking to my Uncle Bob and fabricating what happened to Jenny, saying there was an accident, and even blaming it on horseplay with the kids. When my dad got off the phone, he remained in the kitchen. I feel like I asked if he was talking to Uncle Bob, and he said yes. I believe I asked my dad if he was coming over, and I was hoping he would be, but my dad answered no. I wanted someone else to be there because I felt uneasy about being in the house with my dad at this time. I went in and asked him where Jenny was, and he told me she went home. I accused him of hurting Jenny. He turned on me and said, "You put some bad scratches on her neck." I remember asking to go see her at her house so I could apologize, but he wouldn't allow it. This upset me, and I began to cry. I saw something that went unnoticed by him and remember pointing it out. The jacket that belonged to my mother was hanging on the back of the kitchen chair. When I showed this to him, he walked over to the chair, took the jacket, and went into the basement. I remember feeling like the only thing left for me to do is to tell my mom what happened. I don't know how much time passed before she came home or anything else I did other than wait anxiously for her to arrive. When my mom came home, I hastily bombarded her and blurted out, "Dad hurt Jenny." She was barely in the door. I don't even know if my words came out clearly. I felt panic. It seemed like my dad was instantly on her side, denying what I was saying. He looked like he was about to jump out of his skin. He said she had never been there. I began insisting that she had been there and Dad hurt her. My dad's reaction quickly escalated and grew angrier. He even threatened me by gesturing at his belt like he was going to take it off and use it on me. The gesture to the belt is what made me stop, but I knew my dad was lying about Jenny. I knew she had been there, and he did hurt her. My mom seemed confused by all this. My reaction and his, she didn't know what to make of it. She wanted things to calm down and didn't understand why he was so angry and acting aggressive about what I had said. I felt ignored and dismissed. I only wanted to help Jenny, and now my attempt was shut down. I also felt threatened, and I was fearful of my dad. I believe he blamed me and my brother for his temper, and that we had been misbehaving, and he had his hands full with the two of us. I guess she believed him. I felt angry at him and his lies and threats. Of course, I didn't understand the full scale of the consequences, but I wanted him to be in trouble for what he did. Things settled down, but I remember my dad sternly yelling my mom that he had to do something and involved leaving the house, and he didn't want to be bothered. He needed everyone out of his way. At the current time, my dad was building a house on Hill Street. I believe this is where he told her he was going, that he had to take a supply there. My mom took my brother upstairs to get him ready for bed, and maybe to give him a bath. It seemed like she was up there for a long time. I started to follow her up the steps, but my dad wanted to talk to me first. He gave me a lecture, that everything was going to be okay and we were going to go on with our life. I heard him speak, but I was silent and maybe still in a state of shock. When he was through, he left the room and went towards the kitchen. I believe he went to the basement to get what he needed. I was supposed to go upstairs, but I sat on the steps quietly. I remember my dad coming through the living room area carrying a long roll of material, carpet, or something similar, and I believe I saw wrapped inside a body part that was exposed. I believe he was transporting Jenny out of the house this way. I remember thinking that he was taking her to get her help, like he was taking care of her now. I don't think my dad knew I was watching him at this time. He left the house, and I don't remember when he returned. I eventually made it upstairs. I believe my mom had come to get me. I was in bed for the night when he returned. I did not sleep peacefully that night. Events that followed the crime. I cannot say how long in terms of days that these events occurred following the crime. Some of these are not as clear and pieces come more vague, while some parts of the event are clear with specific detail. I remember walking in on my dad when he was on the phone in the house on Hastings Street. It was in the kitchen. I believe it was daytime. It sounded like he was giving some sort of description to the person he was talking to. Evening car ride. I remember it being dark outside and my mom being gone at the time that my dad took me and my brother for an evening car ride in which I believe was the time Jenny's body was relocated and placed in the field where her body was later discovered. I believe it was before we moved to the house on Hill Street. My brother and I sat in the back seat of the car and we first ended up at the house on Hill Street. The house was my dad was building. I believe we went into the house where my dad checked things, turned lights on. I think he may have been checking on the electricity, maybe the phone. When we went back outside, my brother and I got back into the back seat of the car. I remember the car being backed into the driveway, so the trunk was nearest the back area of the house, and the front was facing towards the street. I remember seeing my dad in the storage area of the house. This is not an actual part of the garage and cannot be entered from the inside of the house, only the outside. He was engaged with the trunk of the car while we sat in the car waiting, not knowing what the itinerary was for the evening. I believe my dad kept Jenny in that storage area until this trip made to the house. Once my dad got in the car, he seemed quiet and transfixed. He wanted us to be quiet and not talk to him. I remember him driving forward out of the driveway. It was dark outside and silent in the car except for the radio being on briefly. I think he turned it on and then turned it off after a short while. I remember feeling uneasy about this car ride. There was something that didn't seem right, didn't feel right. This feeling only got more intense when we reached the destination. We ended up near my grandparents' house on a road that I believed to be Selvin Drive. We picked up a man that was standing outside. He got in and sat in the front passenger seat. This man was my Uncle Bob, my mother's brother, and I think he was still living at my grandparents' house at the time, which was Selvindale. My dad drove on the dark road, and then the car came to a stop and was parked. I don't remember seeing a lot of lights or houses. It just seemed dark with some trees along the road. The two men got out of the car and went to the back of the vehicle and were doing something linked to the trunk of the car. My brother and I remained in the car as we were told. After some time, they hustled together carrying what I believed was her body. I caught a glimpse of something large wrapped in what appeared to be cloth or fabric. They passed quickly on the right side of the vehicle and disappeared to what appeared to be overgrowth of weeds, brush, trees. I couldn't see them for some time, but I remember it was on the right side of the parked car. My uneasy feeling got worse, and I remember feeling this was relevant to Jenny, and this is where they had taken her. It didn't seem to take too long before they appeared again near the car. I remember some talking between the two of them before my uncle got in the car and sat in the front passenger seat. My dad remained outside for a while and seemed to be near the trunk area of the vehicle. I remember my Uncle Bob turning towards me and saying something. He seemed bewildered, or he was putting it all together, maybe a little frightened. I can't recall exactly what he said, but I believe it was a question and related to what happened to Jenny. Did your dad do this to her? Or did you do this to her? I think out of fear I hesitated to answer. I believe he said to just say yes or no and restated the question. I remember having an unsettling feeling about the trip the entire time. I felt that it was related to Jenny. When my dad got into the car, we drove back the way we came down in the road, chatting with my uncle. My dad seemed like nothing even happened. I believe at one point he was discussing plans for my Uncle Bob. I seem to remember him giving details and telling him what should be done next. My dad dropped him off. I believe it was near the area we picked him up at. I think it was close to my grandparents' house on 2nd Avenue. I'm not sure if we went straight home to our house on Hastings Street or back to the house on Hill Street. I know we ended up at our home on Hastings Street. I'm not sure if my mom was home from her outing at the time of our return. The last time I saw my Uncle Bob. I remember going to my grandparents' house at a later date of the evening car ride. It was daytime, and I wanted to say it was on the weekend, like a Sunday. The visit had a purpose, to say goodbye to Uncle Bob. He was leaving town. In fact, he left the state and relocated to Florida, or so I was told. I never saw him again. He spent the rest of his days in Florida. I don't remember him saying much. He seemed quiet during this visit. I was quiet too and didn't mention anything about the evening drive. We were in the living room of my grandparents' house on 2nd Avenue, not far at all from Selvindale. I remember those that were present at this meeting. It was my parents, myself, brother, and my grandparents, and my Uncle Bob. When I got older and asked why he moved, I was told he ran away from the law. I never understood what he could have done to leave his family for the rest of his life, or what he did that was so bad that he had to run and leave town like this. I believe my dad had a part in coming up with the idea for him to leave like this. My uncle is now deceased and died young. I remember him calling from time to time, and my dad would end up on the phone talking to him. The move to Hill Street. I believe my family moved to the house that my father built, 530 Hill Street, during the time of Jenny's disappearance. I don't know if it was the original plan to move at the exact time that we did, so it may have been a premature transition. I remember sitting in a large truck-like vehicle parked at the curbside in front of our house on Hastings Street. My dad was in the driver's seat, and I believe Jenny's older sister, Jackie, was also in the vehicle with us. My dad drove the three of us to Hill Street. During the drive, I believe my dad talked about the situation that was going on with Jenny to Jackie. I believe he said something like, "She's going to be found," or "We're going to find her." When we reached the house on Hill Street and got out of the vehicle, I feel as though I had the opportunity to speak to Jackie without my dad being around. I believe I told her that my dad hurt Jenny. I don't think she believed me. This may have just made her more upset. I seem to recall her walking away and being quiet. My mother transported the other Hill children and my brother to our new house. On this particular day, the Hill children spent time with us at our new house on Hill Street. Jenny was not part of this. I believe this was during the time of her disappearance. I don't remember my dad sticking around at the house when the Hill children were at our new house on Hill Street that day. Learning about Jenny. I remember both my parents being present when I first heard the news that Jenny went away. It was in the house on Hill Street. My mom did the majority of the talking until she had to walk away. None of it sounded right or sat well with me. I was left standing with my dad. I remembered him telling me that she had gone home after the incident at our house. That encounter was the last time I saw her entire self alive, and later lying still on the floor. I felt like he had lied again, and I didn't understand how she could have gotten lost going home and now was never coming back. Her backyard and ours on Hastings Street were next to each other. I was piecing things together, then, even as a young child. When I looked at him and said something about this, he told me sternly we weren't going to be talking about that and to not talk about that again. I felt the threat of being warned by him, and I was fearful of him. As the years passed, my father continued physically, sexually abusing me over the next 4 years or so. When I was 8, he raped me. I was afraid to tell anyone out of the fear that he would do something to them. This was always a threat. I feel as though my mother may have known something but chose to look the other way. I said things to her when I was young, but she didn't believe me. My family continued a relationship with the Hill family, and everything just seemed to go on as usual. My Uncle Bob would call periodically and seemed like my dad would end up talking to him. I was never sure what the nature of the conversation was, but at least one occasion my dad seemed like he was arguing with him on the phone. I want to restate that the information given in this document is my sincere belief of what happened to Jennifer Jenny Hill in the fall of 1973. I am coming forward with this statement for truth and resolution, as well as a step in my own healing process. The processing of these tragic details, most suppressed for many years, has been a difficult and painful journey. There are many victims linked to this. It is important to the families that suffered beyond measure that these contents be reviewed and the truth be told. Jenny deserves the truth of how she really died. It is also important that the actual perpetrator be held accountable for committing the crime. I attest that the above statement is true. Regards, Danielle. Well, there you have it. Very compelling to me. When I read that for the first time, there was so much there, a lot of merit, a lot of things that was mysteries, and now it's kind of making sense. But one of the things that struck me was the detail. And obviously that's why I sent the letter to a psychologist to get their opinion. A lot of detail there for a 4-year-old on a lot of things. And also the way that it's written. It's written like a book. Almost a book was being written and it was copy and pasted from that. But, you know, there were certain things that hit me that I was like, ooh, you know, the urination. The storing of the body. The way she phrases some of the things, you know, has merit in my opinion, at least at the time. And I was going to follow up on it, and that's what I did. So, just wanted you to get the gist of it, to digest it. And again, it's all about integrity. It's all about transparency. You know, if Kim Hubbard was innocent, I certainly wanted to prove that. But that wasn't my objection. My objection was the truth, no matter where it lied. Remember, I always say it's not about the prosecution and it's not about the defense. It's about the truth. And I always felt like that, no matter what. And I still do. But this letter sure stirred up some controversy. And when I let Jennifer Hill's sister, Jackie, read it and tell her, hey, this is why I'm reinvestigating this, and here. You know what she wanted to do? And I give her all the credit in the world for this. Hey, I want to talk to Danielle. She knew who she was. And so I arranged it. And I sat there while they talked over the phone. And I guess one of the things that I didn't expect was for Danielle to say to Jackie the same things that she wrote in the letter. And she did. And Jackie says, hey, she says that happened. She's not backing down from that. So then as an investigator, you have to determine, well, what is the truth? How can I get to the truth? Okay? Here, I'm getting this investigation to clear up this 40 years worth of mystery, right? And now I'm getting this letter thrown into my lap. Very odd that it comes about during when I'm investigating or reinvestigating the case. Why didn't it come 10 years earlier or 10 years after? It's kind of odd that it came right at that moment. But now this is really clouding up my investigation. Clouding up is a bad choice of words, but it was making it a lot more difficult, okay? Because now I got a whole separate entity, but I wasn't taken aback by it. I wasn't angry at it. I was like, ooh, well, good. You know, yeah, more work has to be done. I get that, but it's going to get to the truth. And that's all that I wanted. So now, you know, hey, I had looked at everything. And I was kind of leaning towards, hey, Kim's guilty. Okay, because of those boot prints, because of those tire prints, because of his proclivity that he had just a week prior when you're picking up younger girls or trying to pick them up. At least that's what these girls testified to. It wasn't just a rumor. His timeline being a little tight, but he was at the car wash for 25 minutes. Could he killed somebody in 25 minutes? Sure. All that's, and he used to go parking down there at those cornfields. He's familiar with the area. His inconsistencies a little bit on his statements. I'm leaning towards Kim being guilty. And then all of a sudden I get this letter. And now I'm like, I got some real questions. You know, if this girl did witness this at age 4 in this detail, I got to find out the truth. So how do you go about finding out the truth? It's the only way criminal cases are solved, in my opinion. Evidence. Evidence. You can have all the theories. You can do all the interviews. You can even get a confession if you want. But if that confession doesn't match up to the evidence that you have, it doesn't mean squat. Okay? It's always about evidence. Always. So, I had found the evidence, the Holy Grail, 40 years later. Let's get to the evidence and see what that tells me. I don't care about how well constructed this letter from Danielle was. I don't care how her detail was at age 4. On the flip side of it, I don't care about Kim Hubbard right now and his boot prints and the tire prints in 1973. I want to know about forensic now in 2014. Okay? When I'm sending this stuff out, that's what I want to know. That's what's going to prove this case once and for all. So that's what I did. So stay tuned and look forward to when I send this stuff forensically, I get some answers, and hopefully we're able to put the end of the Jennifer Hill mystery. Main's out. Okay, so here I'm getting out on Central Ave. This house on the right there that I slowed down, that's the Hubbard residence back in 1973. And that is where Jennifer Hill was last residence seen coming out of, is this gray house that we're looking at right now. These are the, I'm assuming, original sidewalks that she walked down out of that house on her route home. And I'm going to start the walk, as she probably would. She may have been on the other side of the street, but possibilities versus probabilities. She came out of that house right there, 1030 Central Ave in South Williamsport, and began walking down this sidewalk. And as you guys know, it's always important for me to go back to the scene. Now, what you're seeing here is actually my POV. This is a video camera that I have in my sunglasses, so I can videotape without looking, like I'm videotaping. And I'm not doing it to get anybody's reaction or anything like that. It's just, it's less eyes on me. It's less noticeable, and that's what I want. When I'm out doing my thing, I don't want to be noticed. I don't want people recognizing me, and I just want to do my thing. So here I'm just walking down the street, the same route Jennifer Hill took 50 years ago in order, well, we don't know what her intention was, whether she was trying to get home or she had a prearranged meeting set up with Kim Hubbard. And I'll get into more of that later. But that's the gist of this. I just wanted to narrate what I was doing here. So here I'm back in the vehicle. There's Jennifer Hill's house, or Kim Hubbard's house Jennifer Hill last walked out of once again. And we're going to take a drive to the route that she was last seen on her way to 503 Howard Street, where Miss Neville alleges that she saw Jennifer Hill get into a vehicle. Now, I sped this up so, you didn't have to bear witness to my bad driving and running stop signs and such. But here I'm reaching Howard Street. And there it is. 503 Howard, right there. So Miss Neville and her daughter looked out those windows and saw Jennifer Hill getting into a car that she allegedly, well, she didn't allegedly, she did identify later at trial as Kim Hubbard's vehicle. And I'll get into whether I believe her or not. But that's where it happened at. And now we are leaving Howard Street on our way to the, was it Sylvan Sylvandale area. And it's amazing that I worked, just over the bridge for many years. And I worked in this county, but I still don't. I've only been down to that Sylvandale area twice, I think. This is probably the third time I went down there. And what I find ironic on this drive of mine that I'm doing is that Jennifer Hill took a very abrupt detour from walking down Central Ave, which it would have continued pretty much right to her home. But instead, she walks up a hill in order to get to Mountain Ave, which leads to Howard Street. It's not a course of travel that you would normally take unless there was a specific destination, meaning it's uphill. And most people, most animals too, won't travel. They travel the path of least resistance. There's a resistance there. You're walking uphill. Now, for a 10-year-old, it might not be no bother, but it's certainly out of the way from where she would be going to go home. And that's troublesome to me. So here I'm just flipping through some notes that I have on the case. And looking at a map there of where I'm at. I know where I'm at, but the route that Jennifer took. And here I'm passing Jennifer's house. And what's odd about this is not only is it Jennifer's house that we're passing on the right-hand side here, we're also passing Danielle Connolly's house, who wrote the letter, who said, hey, I witnessed my father murder Jennifer Hill. And so I'm pointing those out right here. Now, what I find ironic about this is that if Kim Hubbard did pick up Jennifer Hill, more than likely he drove past Jennifer Hill's residence, which is eerie to me. If he did pick her up in the Howard Street area and said, hey, I'll give you a ride the rest of the way home, what her feelings were when he drove by her house and continued down this route to get to where her body was found. Now, I don't know if that happened. It's just a scenario that, I think about. But with her walking up that hill, going in a complete opposite direction at one point from where, well, not complete opposite direction, but, going in a different route than what she normally would be to get to her house, and that's where she was supposed to be going. It leads you to believe two things. Either the Neville lady who gave that information is mistaken or lied, and she never saw Jennifer Hill get into a car, or two, that was a prearranged rendezvous point with somebody. And that's the only two things that I could think that make sense of why Jennifer Hill went up that hill and then over to Howard Street. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Just like this whole case, there's a lot of things that don't make sense to me. But here I'm still driving, to get to the Sylvandale area. I always mess that name up for some reason. It doesn't matter, but I think it's called Sylvandale area. My goodness. It's a long drive, I mean, it's 3.7 miles, I want to say, and I'll have those exact measurements when I go over this, but that's roughly what it was, and it took about 7 minutes, I'm guessing, something like that. So there and back would be 14 minutes. All this factors into the timeline. And you got to imagine this whole area looked different 50 years ago. I'm assuming. I wasn't here 50 years ago. But by looking off of the old crime scene photos and stuff, and you'll see that I try to do this when I get down here because I'm looking for the cornfield that Jennifer's body was found. And yeah, I certainly could probably go and talk to some old timers or even Jennifer Hill's family to find out exactly where that location is, but I don't want to bother them, and I don't want to bother anybody. And I hate bringing up this tragedy, especially to the family. So therefore, I just try to find things on my own. Now, some of you are asking, well, didn't I come down here when I re-investigated this 10 years ago? And the answer is yes, I drove by, because I always do that. Always want to be at the scene. But I didn't know the exact location then either. But I have an area, and as you see here, I'm flipping through the pages and trying to match up the crime scene photo of the overhead to these white, barrels. I want to say those round objects, to find out where I'm at in relation. See them there? To where her body is found. So I thought I found it, and I said, yeah, this is probably the area, because there looks like there's a field here. It could have been a cornfield at one point in time. Then I thought, no, I think it's down a little bit further, according to the old crime scene photos that I'm looking at. So I drive down a little bit further, looking at the crime scene pictures, and lo and behold, I see more of those round, I don't know what they are, barrels I call them, but like silos. And I see those in the crime scene photo, but I see no cornfield. But I see a big open field here, and I see a house off to the left. And I see that same house in the old crime scene photo. So I think I'm in the right location here. And see the house there? So the body's in between that house and those set of trees over there. So I think this is the field. So again, I just pull out the crime scene photo, looking, trying to match it up. Hey, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4. How many are in here? Let's look at the backdrop, if I can, of the mountains and the trees. And there's no cornfield here anymore, but there is this open field. And I think this is it. 50 years ago, I think this is where Jennifer Hill's body was recovered. And more than likely was the crime scene as well, not just a body dump location. A lot of times there'll be a crime scene somewhere else. Look at that dirty truck. I gotta vacuum that out. But hey, you're in a work truck, you live on a farm, you're gonna have some dirty vehicles, and that's just the way it is. So again, I'm not 100% sure. That's why I keep looking around, trying to match things up. But I think this is it. I think her body was right out there, laid. I keep looking at the crime scene photo, keep looking up, just trying to determine, is this it? Because, it's not crucial, right? But it's something you want to get right. And it seems like that's what it is to me. So I decide, well, this is it. There's that house. There's the road. I think I found the spot. So that's it. I wanted to give you guys a POV view of what I was doing and what I do in my investigations. And that was it. All right. Okay, so welcome back. Now we're going to talk about the evidence in the Jennifer Hill case in 2014, not 1973. We already went through that. So again, we get this letter from Danielle, and I have to follow that up. Very compelling piece of evidence showing that Kim Hubbard is innocent. Now, Kim Hubbard and his camp know nothing about this, as far as I know, because their theory is that Jennifer Hill actually made it home and died as a result of domestic violence. to the hands of her parents, which is completely asinine, but that was their theory at the time. Now, I'm sure since this letter has come out, maybe, I'm thinking, but that they would change their tone and say, hey, this is actually what happened. Because this letter from Danielle is more plausible than Jennifer Hill's parents killing her. So hopefully the Hubbard camp has taken that letter and incorporated that into, hey, this is actually what happened. But I feel strongly, because of Kim Hubbard's personality, that will not change. He believes the state police framed him. He created a whole website in regards to this. And I don't think this letter helps him in his mind. I think it hurts him, because he was so adamant and is so adamant that he was framed, that he explains in detail how he was framed in that letter that Danielle wrote. Even though in that letter it exonerates him, he is such a personality that he won't move from him being framed, even though this is a better plausible theory. My job when I get this letter is to investigate it, right? Figure out, did it happen? It seems plausible, but what can we do? So I get the case and I find the evidence. The evidence that was supposedly destroyed. Kim Hubbard and his camp say I'm lying, that I never had this evidence. And I'm going to show you pictures of the evidence that I took in 2014. After I found all the stuff from the trial. It had everything. Tires, boots, the boot prints, tire casts, Jennifer Hill's clothing. And that's what we're going to talk about. Jennifer Hill's clothing. So there was many different facets of evidence in this case that needed to be re-examined. So one of the first things that I wanted to start out with, yes, you want to jump right to DNA, right? But there's other things. There's other things. How about let's start with the body. Okay. Jennifer Hill's body. You remember when I first looked at the pictures, I'm like, she doesn't look decomposed enough for being laid out in this field for 19 days, even though the weather was, kind of October weather in Pennsylvania. It was relatively cold, chill. Pennsylvania State Police took temperatures of where that body was throughout the course of a week to show, hey, is it because of the weather that she's not decomposed enough? Again, as an amateur detective, I wasn't sure. But what I did know is, hey, I was the president and founder of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases, and I had the best of the best working for me in 2014 and working with me. So who am I going to send it out to? The best of the best. I'm not going to just rely on, Lycoming County's coroner, or the medical examiner in Philadelphia. I want the best. So who do I send it to? Dr. Warner Spitz. If you don't know who Dr. Warner Spitz, I'm not going to sit here and give you a 10-minute speech about how good he is in the thousands upon thousands of autopsies he's done and high-profile cases that he's done. The guy has seen it all, and he's one of the sweetest guys I've ever met in my life. He's got to be 90 years old by now, but when he looked at this case, which was, 10 years ago for me, I sent it to him. I sent him the autopsy report, autopsy photos. What do you think? Give me your expert opinion. And this ain't just any old expert. Let me rephrase and reiterate that this man is one of the top 2 medical experts in the world. Okay? And in my opinion, Cyril Weck, who was a member of ASOC, Michael Bodden, who I know, and Dr. Warner Spitz. They don't care about who's convicted or not. He's just going to look at the evidence and say what he thinks. So he looks at it, writes me back and says, everything is consistent with her being found in being in that field for 9 days. And he goes on to explain why. The mucousy of the stomach, the remnants of this and that. Now, the Hubbard camp, well, they have experts too. Remember how prosecution, defense, everybody has experts. They will say whatever they want to believe. They have experts, and they found experts who will say that Jennifer Hill did not lay in that field for 9 days. It's impossible. Well, I just had the best of the best tell me everything is consistent. Everything is consistent with her being in that field with those temperatures for that long. Hey, that's good enough for me. Now, I could have went and talked to 10 different ones, and maybe 8 of them would agree that she was in that field for 9 days. 2 of them would say no. Or maybe it'd be vice versa. Who knows? Again, everybody can have different opinions. They do. That's just a matter of fact. But me as an investigator, I am very confident in Dr. Warner Spitz's ability to look at this and say, hey, everything's consistent. Okay? She's not going to be decomposed to the point where, she's not unrecognizable, when the mean temperature is, 40 degrees in those 9 days. So, okay. The assertion that she was refrigerated, I just can't get over that. Anybody with any and remember the thumbnail that I did for the very first video for this Jennifer Hill's case, and it said this was my first venture into conspiracy land. That's where it was. Because anybody who says that the Pennsylvania State Police and the medical examiner and the DA conspired, they found this girl earlier than what she was reported found, took her out of the field, took pictures of her while she's in that field, and then removed her, refrigerated her, put her back in the field, took more pictures, and then said, hey, we found her. Oh my Lord! I don't know what to say about people that believe that filth. I don't know what to say. There's nothing I can say. Because you're going to believe what you want to believe. But it's any logical, free-thinking, not mentally disturbed individuals will know that that is impossible. It is a conspiracy involving that many people. I mean, it would have to be the coroner, it would have to be the medical examiner, the chief of police, the DA's office. Why? Why would they do it? It just doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm going to get into more about that later. That was enough already for now to get me fired up. But Dr. Warner Spitz, everything's consistent. All right, well, that is a big relief. I'll put that to the side now. That is good. Let's jump to the plaster castings, okay? So I send these to a very well-known expert named George Shiro, who's also a member of my cold case organization. Hey, can you look at these castings and tell me if they came from these boots and these tires? I send those things to him, okay? He is an expert. He's testified in thousands of cases. He looks at them and he confirms, yes, these boot prints made those casters. These tire prints came from these tires. Okay, what do you want me to do? Send it out to 20 other experts until I get one to disagree? He agreed. So everything so far is matching up with the prosecution in 1973. We looked at the evidence, the tires, the boot prints, and how those specific marks are specific to that boot. A cut here shows on the caster. Not every boot is going to have that cut. So they confirmed that. I was like, okay, all right. What else do we have left? Oh, that's right. Her clothing that I know the victim touched, or the suspect touched. Let's get into that. So, that was a whole big mess. And not the evidence, it was getting permission from the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab to test this. I had to go to a meeting with the lab, and they continually wanted to ask me, why is this important? Why are you bringing us this evidence? This case is closed. There is no reason for us to test this evidence. Now, I know they're busy. They don't want any more work than anybody else does. Yet, it's important. If there is an individual who is innocent and he is in jail or did time in jail, it is absolutely imperative to exonerate him and his name. And I feel that wholeheartedly. That's why it's important, Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab. That's why it's important. Okay? I almost had to beg. I had to get letters from the district attorney's office for them to test these items. I had another case where they contaminated a piece of evidence of mine. Not in this case, but they done it. And I had a pretty contentious relationship with Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab at times because of things. You know, hey, we're not going to take this cold case evidence because it's been tested at the FBI lab. And you can't, once it's been tested at another lab, you can't bring it back to our lab and have it tested. What? What kind of freaking stupid policy is that? Yeah, this was tested by the FBI lab back in 1990. But now, technology's different. I want it tested here free of charge. And you're saying no. And they did. They told me no. Not in this case, it was another case. So I had to send it to a private lab and spend $20,000 to get stuff tested. Now I understand it's their policy, but their policy needs revamped. Because a lot of district attorneys would have said, no, we're not spending $20,000 on it. Put it back on the shelf. And then the innocent person could still be in jail or out on the street when new evidence being tested could prove and lock them up. Right? See, there's a lot more stuff. Political, money, policies that people don't know about or why cases don't get solved. So in this case, I basically had to beg for them, hey, this letter indicates to me that Danielle wrote, there's a possibility that this guy is innocent. And it's my job to prove one way or another whether he is or not. That's why this stuff needs retested. And let me tell you, it was no easy task. I lost my temper a lot of times, had a yelling match with some of these geeks that know nothing about being on the street or investigating crimes or telling me they can't do it. It's unacceptable to me. You have to do it. Well, they did. Long story short, we tested it. Here you go. This is the crime lab report. So they tested all of Jennifer Hill's clothing for DNA because now we can do touch DNA. Now remember when I had talked, I mean, it's great, let's say you find DNA, right? You find DNA and it's male DNA. Remember, if it has a Y chromosome, you do YSTR testing, you can determine if it's male. Great, that's possibly the offender. But it does you no good if you don't have a full profile, because what are you going to do with that DNA? You can't enter it into CODIS, and even if you could enter it into CODIS, if the individual's DNA is not in there, you're not going to get a match. So the DNA, I won't say it's really no good, but for me, for my purpose, it's no good because, remember, Kim Hubbard wouldn't give me his DNA. And his DNA is not in the system because he was arrested in 1974 and released before the law came out that, convicted felons get the DNA. So now what? At the point, I didn't care. I just wanted to find out if there was DNA. I was particularly curious about semen. Now remember, the autopsy showed that Jennifer Hill was not sexually assaulted. Yet, remember what I said about that. Oftentimes, I've seen in cases where they won't be sexually assaulted, but it's a sexually motivated crime. Whether it's fantasy driven, a person's been thinking about it, stalking her or whatever. Maybe they're impotent. But a lot of times, serial offenders will masturbate at the scene. It's the killing that gets them off. So sometimes they'll masturbate on the body or a part of clothing or in the area. I was curious to see if any semen is found on Jennifer Hill's body, the clothing that she had on her body. And I was not surprised, I guess, when it came back that there was none. So the next thing we want to test is blood. And there was blood found. That was somewhat surprising to me. Because on her body, she wasn't stabbed, she wasn't beaten, she was strangled. But there's evidence of blood. That evidence of blood kind of matched up to that letter, did it not? I read you the letter and she said something about Jennifer bleeding. But the blood was located in two areas. A spot on her shirt and a spot in her underwear. Now, both of those, the blood on her shirt could not be determined where that came from. The DNA just was too degraded. But the blood in her crotch was Jennifer's blood. Now, 12 years old, is she having her period? Is she getting ready to have her period? Why is that blood there? Was it from an attempted sexual assault? But there's no tearing, there's no denuding of the skin of the vagina area. All those things that it wasn't. But I guess it doesn't matter because it's no male DNA. And that's what we're looking for. Because make no mistake, a male committed this crime. Jennifer Hill's fingernail scrapings. There was 2 DNA sources found. And let me just make sure that I get it right and tell you what was found. Okay. DNA of a mixed source was found under her fingernails. That is very important. You have 2 DNAs. One of them was Jennifer's. The other one is unknown. That's your killer, folks. But guess what? There wasn't enough DNA there to show who it was. That's the sucky part about DNA. There was a lot of mixtures found in the Jennifer Hill case DNA on her clothing. But unlike other cases that I've had that had like 6, a bed sheet where this girl was killed, we tested it, 6 different DNAs on the bed sheet. You know, that gets very convoluted. Here, it was usually just the victims or an unknown male. So we had that a lot. But one of the places that we had DNA that really concerned me and intrigued me a lot was the pants that she had on at the time of her death. Because those pants were pulled down to her ankles. You could say more than likely than not, the offender did that, right? Jennifer Hill, unless she's pulling them down to pee or to change clothing and then was killed during that act of doing so, she wasn't pulling down, you know. It was the offender. The offender is the one who pulled down those pants. So, what I wanted to know was, is there any DNA on those pants? And let's see what we get to find out. There was male DNA found on the inside waistband area of the pants that were pulled down to her ankles that were on Jennifer at the time of her death. That's what we know for DNA. We have some. It's not a full profile, but there's enough there to work with. So, okay, I'm happy about that. We'll get back to what the state police can't tell you anything other than that right now. Hey, you have DNA, male DNA, on her pants that are pulled down to her ankles, but it's not a full profile. You possibly can make a match if you get a suspect's DNA. Well, remember, Kim Hubbard wouldn't give me that DNA. So, right now I'm at a standstill. But I have DNA. I have a partial. It's there. There's a little bit there. It's not a full one, but I'll take it. It's enough to work with. But in the meantime, let me look at some of the other things that are important. One of them is the rip in Jennifer Hill's pants. And let me grab a big version of it for you. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. By big version of it, I mean I want to show you some pictures. I'll put some up, obviously, but I wanted to hold these up when I'm talking about them. Because remember Kim Hubbard's assertion that Jennifer Hill made it home. She had ripped her pants earlier in the day playing football. Remember? She bent over to hike the ball. Her pants split. And she had put safety pins to try to keep it together. But that didn't seem to be working. She pulled her shirt out to cover it. Kim Hubbard and his camp on their website and through gossip or whatever they do to spread their word, they had said, hey, this is evidence that Jennifer Hill made it home. Because if you look at the rip in her pants, you will see a white thread that is used to start sewing that rip shut. That shows that she made it home. So when I found the clothing that was not destroyed, I took pictures of, and I inspected these pants with the rip in them. And if you look very carefully, and I'll make sure that it's zoomed up, but especially this picture here, you can see that the white stitching is actually part of the fabric. That's one of the things that I don't know who Kim Hubbard had look at this stuff. Is obviously somebody that believed him and trying to make sense of things. It does not take someone with a high IQ to look at this and tell you that that is not foreign thread. That is part of the fabric of the pants that were ripped. So whoever came up with that theory is an idiot. And I'm here to say it. If a client came to me and said, hey, I'm innocent, I didn't do this, and I'm looking at things and I'm trying to make sense of it, and I see this, I'm not saying, well, that looks like somebody started to sew those pants. No! That's part of the original fabric. So, that claim is debunked. 1,000%. Okay? I got to physically touch and inspect those pants 40 years later to determine that whatever theory about her making it home and getting those pants is complete asinine bull crap. Okay? Not true whatsoever. So that is done. The other piece of evidence that we must go back and look at now is what? Yes, the DNA. I tried to leave you hanging for a little bit. So I have that DNA. Met with Hubbard. Hey, I'm not giving you my DNA. So what do? How can I put resolution to this case? Well, I remembered that when I was going through that big box of evidence, that crate, and somebody had said, hey, how was it packaged? Everything was still packaged individually. They were in clear plastic bags. Jennifer Hill's shirt was in a bag. Her underwear was in a bag. Everything was separate. In one of those clear bags, there was a couple letters that Kim Hubbard had sent from jail. And that's important. It wasn't prison. It was the county jail. Because someone said I was lying and I made up this story. Because people don't seal their own letters in prison. Let me just get through what I have to say before I address idiots like that. I seen those letters, and they were in envelopes. Now, what they were used at trial for, I'm not sure, but they were used at trial for something. And it was letters Kim Hubbard had written from jail to there was two people. One was his girlfriend, Colleen, and one was his mother. I sent both of them to the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab and said, hey, try to get DNA off of these letters, the envelopes, either the back of the stamp or the seal, and then compare that to the DNA that you found on the waistband of the pants that were on Jennifer Hill when she died, that were pulled down to her ankles, that I know that the suspect had touched. Okay. Well, they tested the one letter to Colleen, and they couldn't get any interpretable DNA off of it. The second letter, they did. But again, it wasn't a full profile. Okay. So now what? So now I have, assumably, I don't know 1,000%, that I got Kim Hubbard's DNA off of the envelope of a letter that he had sent to his mom in 1973. I have DNA on the little girl's pants that are pulled down to her ankles. Touch DNA on the inside waistband. That location is very important. Now, how can I compare them? Because the state police aren't doing it. They're not, as far as they're concerned, it's, the DNA is interpretable. Like, they're partials. Okay? They're partial matches. If they were both full profiles, the Pennsylvania State Police would compare them and say, yes, that's a match, or no. But they don't. It's a partial. So it's almost like it stops. That's the best we can do. Well, that's not good enough for me. Okay? So what I did, I knew a guy named Mark Perlin. I went out to dinner for him. My very first time I ever spoke at a conference was at Duquesne University. Mark Perlin, who owns a company called Cybergenetics, reached out to me and said, hey, would you like to speak here on DNA and this and that? And yeah, absolutely. I'll do it. It was the first one. I was very nervous. I remember going out to dinner. I think Henry Lee was there. I spoke. Maybe Mark Safarik, Cyril Weck. I was very nervous. But I did it, and I spoke, and I learned a lot about DNA through Mark Perlin. Now, Mark Perlin's company, Cybergenetics, what it specializes in is taking those partial DNA profiles and expanding them to create like a full profile where you can compare. I got to be honest and tell you it's very over my head. Meaning, I kind of know what it does, and it's been court certified. It's not junk science. He has 2 or 3 PhDs. And believe me, when we went to dinner and talked, I found out very quickly that I was not in the realm of his ballpark. I wasn't even in the same league because he was speaking over my head on a lot of things, but he was a very smart man, and his company has done a lot of smart things with DNA. But what he can do is he runs it through his $1 million computer system and finds out whether that partial DNA could match that's partial DNA, and what is the likelihood that it matches, or if it doesn't match. Lo and behold, I get a message. I talk to Mark and I say, this is what I want done, and this is what I have. This is what he comes back with. So I don't have to send him the evidence. I send him the partial, okay? Computer generated DNA from Jennifer Hill's pants and the computer generated DNA, got from the envelope that Kim Hubbard had sent. I send those statistics, whatever you want to call them, the numbers for the DNA to him. Do your thing. Hopefully you come up with something. This is what I get. The victim's DNA, Jennifer Hill, was found on the waistband. The waistband produced a second genotype, different from that of the victim. The second genotype is informative, having an expected match statistic to the true contributor's full profile of over 1 billion and comparable exclusionary power. However, a full profile was not available for the accused, Kim Lee Hubbard. Instead, we were provided with an envelope file that showed low-level mixed data at a few genetic loci, from which we inferred a genotype to use as a reference. Hubbard's DNA, as inferred by the envelope, was found on the pants waistband of Jennifer Hill. Now, what was the everyone wants to know the stats, or was it 1 billion to 1? No. In this case, it was 1,000, something like that, to 1 that it was Kim Hubbard's, which is not very, very big, 1 in 1,000 people. However, it does say that it has the full profile. If we had Kim Hubbard's full profile, like if he would have given me a cheek swab, we would know within 1 billion to 1 whether it was a match to Kim's or not. But we weren't able to get that. I was only able to get DNA from the letter off the envelope that he wrote from jail. And that was 1,000 to 1. I shared those results with my district attorney, and his conclusion was the same as mine. And that's good enough for me. Let's call it a day. And that's what I did. Now, people will want an octillion to one result that it was Kim Hubbard's DNA. I don't have that. I got 1,000 to 1 based off a partial profile from the letter. But remember, it's not just one thing. It's not just that. It's everything else. It's the totality of everything else. The boot prints, the tire prints, the DNA, the proclivity, the eyewitness. That is why I made the determination that Kim Hubbard was responsible for the murder of Jennifer Hill. I can sit back, just as you can, just as Kim Hubbard does, and pick holes in every little thing. You can do that. If you have that type of mind where you want to believe that this is new stitching to fix that, you can do that. And you can debunk and try to put holes in every little thing. Yet for me, it was the totality of everything. Now, that letter to me was very powerful. But one of the things that made me believe that that letter was false is something that I haven't talked about. Something that forensic evidence told me that brought all of this together. It wasn't that DNA. It was what the lab found on her pants and her underwear, and the lack of what was found on the other pants. The big mystery, remember, what she was wearing and why she has different pants on. The letter from Danielle kind of explains it. Seems like it does, right? Yet, when I sent the stuff to the lab, one of the things they tested was the pants and the underwear, not for DNA, but for urine. And you know what they found on the pants that was pulled down to her ankle and the underwear that was pulled down to her ankle? They found urine. You'd expect that, right? When somebody's getting strangled, that will happen. What does that tell you? Number one, that her pants were already up when the assault occurred. And then she urinated. Then the pants were pulled down. But it's the other pair of pants, the blue pair with the red hearts, that tells this whole story. Because those were the pants she was last seen in. Those were the pants that Gary Whiteman saw her walking in. That Barb Mundrick saw her walking in. That's important. Because she wasn't wearing those when she was found. They were laying or inside the Glick bag. She had changed out of them. Now, for Danielle's story of her father strangling Jennifer Hill were true, what would those pants have in the crotch area? Urine. And guess what? They didn't. So Jennifer Hill, her pants that she was last seen in, if Danielle's story is correct in that letter, and she walks and makes it almost home, stops at Danielle's residence, Dad kills her, strangles her, Danielle says, I watch her pee herself. And I think, wow, why is a big girl peeing herself? And Dad says, don't worry about it, I'll get her something else to wear. That urine would have been found in the blue pants with the red hearts. But they weren't. They were found where they should. The urine was found where it should be. In the pants she was wearing when she was killed. Which means Danielle's story is false. Why did she write the letter? Maybe it was an imagination. Maybe she really believes it. I don't know. It sure seemed like it had merit, didn't it? But it's all it is a story. People have done this in other cases. They interject themselves. They do what they do to get attention. I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe she really believes it. But the physical evidence, 40 years later, proves the story that she tells is not true. And that Kim Hubbard's DNA, touch DNA, were on her pants, on the inside waistband, where they could not have gotten accidentally. So, to me, it's the totality of everything. The boot print underneath her body, protected from the elements, from the victim herself, matches Kim Hubbard's boots, which he admitted to me. They're my boots, but they were planted. But they couldn't have been planted when Pennsylvania State Police didn't have them in their possession when they took the cast. The whole assertion that her body was refrigerated is asinine. Look at this photograph. You see, the police are so dumb when they restaged the crime scene. They forgot to take the dental tag out of Jennifer Hill's mouth. Are you kidding me? That's what you see? That's somebody looking at a picture and trying to come up with anything that will help their case. And it's nothing. Just like this thread. It's not true. It's part of the fabric. But in a conspiracy theorist's mind, it's new thread. Somebody was trying to sew that shut. It's like a dental tag is in somebody's mouth. And they forgot to remove it when they put her back in the field to take a photograph of it. When in fact, it's just a piece of hair or a piece of cornstalk. These conspiracy theorists are out of their mind. You try to make something fit a round peg in a square hole when the actuality of it is it's so much simpler than that. That the jury heard all the evidence and got it right. That is my conclusion. You could take all of Kim Hubbard's and his camp's assertions as goofy as they are, and I'm here to tell you that some of them are very goofy, especially about the refrigeration of the body. Again, these are his. Jennifer Hill's body was discovered on October 19th or 21st. Remember, it was discovered on the 28th. But he says that it was discovered between the 19th and 21st. It was refrigerated at the Williamsport Hospital until it was removed by state police, placed back into cornfield when it was discovered October 29th, 1973. 28th or 29th, I'm sorry, I have 29th written here, but and I just gave you the reasons why that's asinine. And I had a top medical expert in the world, the top, confirm that her body wasn't refrigerated and everything was normal for being laid out in that field for 9 days. It's the most asinine assertion that one can make. Tire print and boot evidence was planted. Again, I went through. They didn't even have that evidence when the casts were taken. So how could they have planted the evidence? Complete bullshit. Not enough time to commit the murder. That is the most relevant area of assertion that the Hubbard camp wants to claim. I will abide by that. Hey, there isn't a lot of time, but it's not impossible. Okay? I didn't look at the evidence and say, it can't be done. I would just say, it's very tight. But I look at the boot evidence, Look at the tire print evidence. Look at the DNA. Look at the proclivity. All that matches. So then you have to assume that the timeline matches and he could do it. Photographs were altered. 2 different body locations. This is all trickery. Okay? This is all suggestive stuff. He tried doing this with me. Hey, look at this photo and look at this photo. See how the cornrows are running this way? But in this photo, it's running this way. So it shows that the body was removed from the field and then placed back in. That is crazy thinking. That's a crazy person. Trying to make sense of something. Trying to trick you into, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. If a photograph's taken from this angle or it's this angle, there's a logical explanation for things. It's not a conspiracy. But there's people that believe that and they buy into it. Maybe because they're biased because they had a bad dealing with the state police. Or maybe they think that the state police are corrupt. So they're told that and they jump on it. Yes, this guy was framed. He didn't do this. Hey, no matter what I say, the crazy people are still going to believe what they want to believe. Okay? My job at the district attorney's office was look into this case and find out whether there was an innocent man wrongfully convicted. My opinion has not changed in the 10 years since I looked at this. I still believe that because of the totality of all the evidence, that Kim Hubbard, beyond a reasonable doubt, murdered Jennifer Hill. Hey, don't get mad at me. Don't send me hate mail like you've done in the previous. I didn't convict the man. Throw your anger at the juror who's doing their American patriotic duty and looking at the evidence and convicting someone. I just looked at it years later because it was my job. That's what I found. You know, so if you want to throw angry looks somewhere, throw them in the mirror. Because I don't care. That's what the evidence told me. And I know that I did a non-biased look at everything. And what it told me personally, was everything that I just relayed to you. Did I leave some stuff out that I didn't remember? Yeah, I mean, it's a huge case. But for the most part, I encompassed everything that I could think of. Whether it's good for the prosecution, whether it's good for the defense. Doesn't matter to me. Okay? It's out there. If I wanted to, I didn't have to share anything about that letter. Who, on the surface, had a lot of credibility. But you got to remember, forensic evidence proved that story wrong. For a 4-year-old girl to remember all that in detail, it's a little much for me. Although it read well, good story to it, I think that's all it was, is a story. And in this case, I think the justice system got it right. And I'm here to tell you this, beyond a shadow of a doubt, if there's one thing that you can take from this, it's that, and hey, listen, I have my problems with the Pennsylvania State Police. In this case, they did a phenomenal job. For me, they did a phenomenal job going from a missing person to a homicide and connecting that to a suspect and getting evidence top notch. I would shake every one of their hands and tell them right now, if they're watching, you did a great job. Do I have anything against Kim Hubbard? No, I don't. The evidence tells me that he committed this crime. That's all I'm saying. So he can spew venom, and he usually doesn't towards me. I mean, he's always been cordial, you know, try to be intimidating towards me, but, you know, I'm the intimidator. I don't get intimidated. Okay? But he's always been cordial. I'm cordial to him, you know. If I see him, I doubt I'd say hi, but if he said hi to me, I'd say it back. I'm respectful. Doesn't take away that a jury found him guilty, and the evidence shows that he committed this crime. So, Kim Hubbard has had a lot of supporters over the years. And that included some newspaper people, I think, and maybe, and for sure, at least one professor from Duquesne University. And I remember working on this case, and I was at the DNA juncture of the case. And this professor, and I forget his name, and his assistant, whatever they're called. Now, Duquesne, I'm on the advisory board at Duquesne University. So I don't think I was at that time. I think that came a year later. But that's how this name stuck with me. And he was adamant about Kim Hubbard's innocence. You know, hey, they're good, you know. I'm all for it if a person's innocent. So we had talked a little bit over the phone, and he wanted to come up and look at my evidence, what I had against him. And I said, yeah, absolutely. Come on up. You know, you can look at it. I got nothing to hide. You know what I mean? And he came up, he looked at it, and he left. And I didn't hear from him for a couple weeks. So I called him or emailed him, and I said, hey, you still interested in this? He's like, no, we have no interest in this anymore. Just like that. Because when people saw and didn't rely on the Hubbard camp and supporters twisting the words, twisting the narrative, making you look at something that isn't relevant and telling you it is and drumming it into your head till you believe it, he knew. He saw the same thing that I saw. Eventually, a logical person sees the evidence as it is. And you're not relying on innuendos and trickery and wordplay. And that's all that the Hubbard camp did. And hey, listen, do I blame them? No, I mean, I don't blame them. And I got nothing against them. Him or the camp, do whatever you want. You're not tricking me. That's all there is to it. Believe what you want to believe. I've seen the evidence. I've had the evidence tested. And it's the totality of all of it. If you took away the tire impressions and said, you know what? I don't believe them. Okay, we'll take it away. It still doesn't point to his innocence because you still have the footwear impressions. Now you could say, well, they could be made by anybody with those type of boots. Well, that's not true. But see, that's what conspiracy theorists and people that want to believe something that isn't true would say. They have individual markings from cuts, from tears, and they matched in 1973, and they matched again in 2014 when I had them retested. The DNA. Yeah, it's not in the billions. Now, if Kim Hubbard would have given me his DNA, and then it would have been in the billions. It would have been 1,000,000,000 to 1 that it wasn't his DNA. But it only had a partial profile. And so that could only be compared with the partial that I got, and it was only 1,000 to 1. But it was good enough for us because it matched the totality of everything. If it was just that DNA, 1,000 to 1, I would not have been satisfied. Let's say we didn't have the boot print. We didn't have the tire print. We didn't have the inconsistent statements. Didn't have the proclivities. Okay. 1,000 to 1, I'm not sure. I think we need to get some more evidence. But when you have that DNA evidence and you combine that with the footprint, you combine that with the proclivity, you combine that with the tire impressions, you combine that with his own dad's statement, about Kim. You combine that with his background. It all made sense to me, and it was rather easy to come with that. Now, see what charlatans do? They will, and conspiracy theorists are charlatans, make no mistake about it. The people that say the Sandy Hook school shootings didn't take place, they're a bunch of freaking morons. Yeah, if you're watching, yes, I'm calling you a moron. Go and speak to those victims' family, those kids' families, and tell them that that shooting didn't happen. Okay? You're an idiot if you believe that. Now, there are conspiracies. They've happened. In the course throughout time, John Wilkes Booth conspired to kill Abraham Lincoln. Sic Semper Tyrannis jumps off the balcony, shoots Abraham Lincoln. All that. And then the conspiracy to kill the president. Yes, it happens. But when you start going down into that Mariana Trench so deep that you can't look at things logical. David Crowley, The Gray State, perfect example. I was hired to look at that. I'll come back. It's a suicide, murder-suicide, without a doubt, 1,000%. And these people, oh, you're wrong. The police are wrong. And you just make up things to make it fit your theory. And that's all you're doing. The Hubbards are doing the same. I've seen it. That's all you're doing. Wordplay, trickery, things that don't make sense. Trying to make reasonable doubt. A question when there isn't a question. You know? It's almost comical to me, to be honest. If lives were not at stake, it would be comical. But lives are at stake. People have died. So it's not like it's funny. What it is almost disgusting, because then the victim's family has to relive this every time it comes up, every anniversary. She has to, the victim's family go to the grocery store and see Kim. And I'm told that he bullies them. It's like he smirks. And I forgot to mention this, and this is very, maybe not important, but it's something that stuck with me when I was investigating this. When I told Kim that I had found the evidence, and he didn't believe me, remember that? I specifically called him and told him about the ripping in the under, or the pants, and how that thread was, and how it came from the actual fabric of the pants. Nobody tried to restitch that like they claim. It's not true. Just not true. Not true. I don't know how else to say it. It's not true. But when I told him that, and you can believe me if you want, Kim Hubbard would certainly deny this, and I don't give a shit. I got nothing to gain. When I told him, he wanted me to send him pictures of that. And for some reason, his demeanor changed to almost like, and I wrote it in a report, and I don't have the report here, because that's how important it was to me. He wanted to see those pictures, and of that rip, not as if, ooh, this is evidence that could set me free or something. It was like somebody salivating over seeing pictures of this crime again. It's what it seemed to me. Almost like he wanted to see that and relive it. He had excitement. That's the word that I'm looking for. He had like a excitement. Like I can't explain it. But over the phone, I heard it. And I was like, no, I'm not sending you these pictures. And I don't know if he had pictures of that before in Discovery. He had to, you would think. But I didn't see any close-up of the pictures like I provided, that I took. But I remember him acting almost like a kid and wanting to see those. Hey, I'm not a psychologist. I can't tell you why it was. At the time, I'll tell you, I certainly thought he wanted to relive what he did. 10 years now, since then, I don't know if that's the case. But I certainly remember it making me feel a certain kind of way, the way he was acting. Now, I wanted to throw that out just too. there's so many things that I am sure that I didn't get to that people have questions about, and I wish I could answer them all. But I don't have answers to everything. The state police didn't have answers to everything. But one thing I can promise you, in this case, I'm just talking about this case, Kim Hubbard wasn't framed. Poor Jennifer Hill wasn't killed by some unknown person, and the state police found her while searching, like 2 days later, in a cornfield, photographed her, removed her, refrigerated her in the hospital, and then decided, let's take her back out in the field and photograph her again, and then say we found her. Think about how asinine that sounds. Ask yourself why. Why would they do that? How does that benefit them? Now, the Hubbard supporters will want to say, well, Alan Ertl is running for judge or governor or whatever it was to help his political career. It's the same thing they said when I framed his DNA, right? I somehow did that. Why? Why would I do that? Well, to become famous. I'm going to get famous off of your ass? You know what I mean? No. If you believe that, you're an idiot. There's a lot of idiots in this world. Don't feel bad. You got company. You know what I'm saying? There was no framing. There was no planting of evidence in this case. I would be naive. I would be an idiot if I would say, hey, the police never framed anybody in their life. They never planted evidence. That's not true. It has been done. I've never seen it done, but I know it has been. It's been proven in court. But in this case, I can unequivocally say it didn't happen because it doesn't make sense. They're not just going to frame somebody, right, and pick him. Well, let's pick him because he's vulgar, because he's thinks he's a tough guy. Well, you know, I don't like the way he's talking to me in this interview, so let's frame him. Okay. Well, let's say that does happen. How do you go and sneak into his house? What, you low crawl in through his door, take his boots out, put them in the field, put his boot print underneath the body? I mean, think about it logically. It doesn't make sense. You have to look at the evidence. Be a conspiracy theorist all you want, right? It's okay to have doubts. But when logical evidence is placed in front of you, it is what it is. The only thing that you can retort is, it was planted. I was framed. That's what you say when you can't explain the truth. That's my summation. That's the end. Kim Hubbard, conspiracy theorists. I got no time for them. I got no time for conspiracy theorists. This was my first foray into it, and I did not like it then. Fast forward 10 years later, and I'm dealing with the Idaho murders and all the conspiracy and the Delphi bullshit that inexperienced, not even amateurs, just idiots want to put forth that make no sense. You might as well say aliens came from another solar system down here, committed that crime, and went back up. Because that's basically some of your assertions, what it equates. The Idaho, Brian Koberger's dad went in and killed them, and he was having an affair with Dylan, the roommate, and that's why I turned off comments. That's why I don't read comments. There is just way too many of you out there that are just, there are some that are actually taking what I'm saying, and they're like, it makes sense. Yes. The evidence, it makes sense. Okay, I understand it. There's others of you, the conspiracy theorist ones, who are saying, nope, that body was pulled out of there and it was refrigerated. State police refrigerated that body. Why? Why? To frame some 19-year-old punk kid who no one cares about to begin with? Why? It's just asinine. It really is. That's it. End of story. I'm moving on with my life. Probably won't hear anything else about this case coming out of my mouth. But I feel it important that the citizens know. People know. And so I get asked this all the time. Will he ever kill again? Well, listen, everybody has a propensity to kill. Right? It just all depends on the situation. I don't believe that this was a sexually motivated crime. By that, I mean, yes, it started out as a sexual purpose. Meaning, that's why she's down at that cornfield. Not on her behalf. She has no reason. She has no indication that she is going to be involved in any sexual activity. It's not on her mind. She might went down there to change her clothing, to go to a football game that she wanted to go to, or to get more corn. Even though she had some in her bag, maybe she was going down there to get more. And maybe Mr. Hubbard took her down there to do that. He didn't do that for the goodness of his heart. He had the sexual purpose of doing something with her down there. Just like he had the proclivity to do that whole summer. Only this time, something actually started to take place and she didn't want anything to do with it. And she said, stop. I'm going to tell, whatever it was. And he killed her. Strangled her. To me, that's not a sexually motivated crime. The crime itself, the murder didn't happen to fulfill a fantasy. This murder happened because of anger, because of rage, of being told no, or being told I'm going to tell, whatever it is. That's why this occurred. Now, her bra being pulled up, pants being pulled down, could be a staging, but it could be a degradation. It could be a, hey, just like Martha Moxley case. Same scenario. Killed, pants were pulled down. Remember, the pants on Jennifer Hill were pulled down after she's strangled. So there's only two reasons you do that. To get a look, to more of a sexual assault type situation, or to stage it to make it look like something that it isn't. I don't think it's the second one. Because he went down there with the purpose of some sort of sexual interlude. But things went haywire for whatever reason. And he pulled down those pants. Pulled up the bra. No doubt about it. Leads to the question, would he kill again? Sure, he could. But not because of a sexual fantasy. It's not that he is like a serial offender who has this desire, to rape and pillage. It's not that. He doesn't have that desire. I don't think. But he does have the propensity for rage and to fight and to snap. And that's what happened. So if he was put in a situation, again, where he could snap, sure, but that's like a lot of people. He's not the only person. Would I be afraid of Kim Hubbard more than I would the average person? No. No, I wouldn't. There's people out there that could kill in a heartbeat. They just weren't put in the right situation, where something is said to them, something is done, and you kill. It happens all the time. I don't think that, anyone would have to ever worry about him reoffending in this capacity, picking up a young girl. I just don't think. I think that was something that he did at the time at age 19 or 20. And this is more of an anger. This was a rage killing, not a sexual assault killing. That's how I feel about it. I believe it happened right in his car. I believe she lost her earring in his car, and he was cleaning out his car when he got home, or whatever it was. Soon after it happened, when he got in, he just got rid of that earring. He knows that if that's found, he ain't stupid. She obviously went down there to change pants, to change those. That's the only reason for her, the pants that she's wearing, to be found in that glick bag, and her to have the other pants on. And I'm sure that it had something to do with the football game. And somebody had made the comment that she didn't believe that it was a prearranged meeting. Remember, in front of 503 Howard Street? Yet, Betty testified that it looked like she was looking around for somebody, waiting for somebody to come. I don't know whether that to be true or not. I find it hard to believe Kim Hubbard just stumbled upon Jennifer all the way up at 503 Howard Street when she should have been on Central Ave walking home. And that's another thing. I'm always trying to make sense of that Mendez sighting at the corner of Market and Central. And that's where she should have been seen if she was going home. But then the more I thought about it, maybe she did make it to there. And then she went south to Howard Street. And then Mendez did see her. Okay? That's a possibility. But all of these things, only Jennifer really knows. But I know that she did one thing. As the offender was pulling her into that cornfield, probably underneath her arms, he laid her down right on top of his footprint that was preserved by 9 days by this beautiful little girl who never had the chance to grow up. She had been 62 years old today. Well, not today, but this year. Her grandmother probably never got to live her life because of somebody's rage, somebody's anger. And to me, that person was arrested and convicted because the totality of the evidence shows me that. Not one certain thing. The boot print, tire print, DNA from the waistband. You can poke holes in all that. And you can try. I mean, they've tried for 50 years. And some people believe them. Boot print was planted. Tire prints were planted. 40 years later, somehow planted his DNA on the waistband of Jennifer Hill's pants. One thing I know for sure is whenever somebody is guilty and they can't explain it away, they always go to the famous, it was planted. I got nothing against the guy. Okay? Whatever. It's just another case to me. It's just like all the other ones. This one was a little bit more, had some twists, had some turns, had me going one way, coming back to another. But in the end, when you look at the totality of the evidence through a non-biased eyes, you're going to see in 1973 that conviction still holds up today, and they got it right. In my opinion, Ken Main's Unsolved No More. Hey, as I end this, I want to look directly at the camera and directly at you and say, remember Jennifer Hill. That's what this is about. It always will be about Jennifer Hill. And my heart goes out to her family, as it always has. And I will always be available for them, no matter what. So, with that said, hey, thanks for watching. Main's out. Hey, I would like to introduce to you my new book. It's not exactly new, but it's a new edition. Second edition of Unsolved No More. This was my first book that I've ever written, and it is a autobiography, but it also has cases in there that I've looked at. It tells you how I became who I am, my background, my history, my influences. But it also gives some cases in there of cases that I've worked. Now, for the people that have already read it, there's updates to all these cases. And because it's been almost 10 years since I wrote this book. So, second edition is now available with updates. It's available at my website, kenmains.com, or off of Amazon. So, go order Unsolved No More, the book that started it all.